So what did the Clippers do so right that convinced Kawhi Leonard to sign with them?
Well, they traded for Paul George tonight, and they are sending to Oklahoma City essentially a record collection of draft picks, 4 first-round picks, 4 unprotected future first-round picks, a protected future first-round pick, 2 pick swaps, and outstanding rookie point guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Danilo Gallinari for Paul George. The Clippers had been Kawhi Leonard's focus for this entire process, but they needed to improve themselves. They go out and get Paul George, and now you have these 2 elite bookend forwards to play together, but they paid a steep price. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, their first-round pick last year, had an outstanding rookie season.
What's up, Thunder fans? This is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, new Thunder guard. Looking forward to get to know you guys this year.
Poised for that young man. He's got amazing potential. He's such a talented two-way player for such a young player.
I guess I'm a learner. I just soak things up. Yeah, I just try to learn and implement into my game, and I guess you could say that's what I do. Every day I look at it as a chance to get better, and I try to, and then I'm better for the next day. I just try to play at my own pace and not let nobody speed me up, and then knowing how to ramp it up, being comfortable in my own skin, so I just try to stick to myself and be who I am.
There's a lot of uncertainty with the future of this team, but there's kind of a feel that you're the foundational piece this team will build around. Do you take pride in that? Do you believe in the future of this team and just the organization, and with Russ and PG now out the door?
Yeah, I feel like this organization's in a good spot to get better. Obviously having a lot of picks through the work in the summer, and then having guys on the team that are talented and I think have something to prove. So that's always a good thing. And I think this organization, they've obviously done it in the past with guys like Russell, Kevin, and James. So I think they know what it takes and they know how to do it, and it's only a matter of time.
The Thunder have 8 new players on its roster. One of them, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the second-year man, just 21 years old, out of Kentucky. And boy, are the Thunder high on him and what he possesses, and really the ceiling for him, Mike, you can't see it.
Absolutely, and he's got the physical tools to back it up at 6'6". He's long, he's athletic, he's a playmaker. Unusual to see a 6'6" point guard in the NBA who plays with such control. Second-year player, and just in his sophomore season, plays with a lot of ice water in his vein. Can knock down the 3. He showed that's in the preseason.
And right on cue with the drive, and a nice finish as he scoops it up off the backboard.
At guard from Kentucky, number 2, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Switched over on to Gilgeous-Alexander. Shai's got daylight. The floater banks it home with 36 seconds to play. Welcome home, young man. Time for tonight's Thunder Player of the Game, brought to you by Riverwind Casino. Toronto native Shai Gilgeous-Alexander matching his career high with 32, including the go-ahead basket that came at the 36-second mark. And here it is.
Just terrific patience.
That'll be on the 25th of January. And how about SGA, rebound number 20 on the night.
Shai, your first career triple-double, but 20 rebounds? What's going on with that?
Honestly, BK challenged me before the game.
20, 20, and 10? That's so tough, bro.
Trying to catch Russ, to be honest.
Oh, my God.
20 next, you know what I'm saying?
Gallinari against Tucker. Dort sets a screen on Jeff Green for Paul. Harden switches on to him. Paul gets to the bucket for the lead. Gilgeous-Alexander got it! The Thunder lead by 1 with 13.8 to go.
He comes off the screen. He's going to beat off the dribble, pitch it to the far corner, and Shai, calm.
Guarded by P.J. Tucker. And they get it blown up. The Houston Rockets blow it up, deflect it away. They tried to get it to Adams, and ball game over.
Welcome back to SportsCenter. Breaking news from the NBA. Adrian Wojnarowski, our senior NBA insider, with us. Woj, what do you have?
The big one, Chris Paul is headed to the Phoenix Suns. He'll go on a multi-player deal from Oklahoma City.
So what's the long-term plan for OKC in making this move?
Well, you're going to continue to see OKC with these veteran players continue, I think, to move off assets. They have Steven Adams. They have, certainly still an all-star level center in the Western Conference. They traded Dennis Schroeder. That was finalized. He goes to the Lakers. But this is an Oklahoma City team that's got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's their point guard of the future. And they have more assets than any organization has ever assembled in putting together a rebuild. And they're going to get a lot of cracks at it. They got 2 first-round picks in this draft Wednesday night. So Oklahoma City is in a position here, to really replenish and reboot their franchise. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now takes over, as their point guard with Schroeder gone, with Chris Paul gone, and that's a player they plan to build around with the Thunder.
Just what was your reaction to the trade, specifically losing Chris, who I know was a pretty big mentor of yours?
Yeah, obviously there's been talks about Chris being on the market. Even when we started last year, I kind of knew the day would eventually come where I don't play with Chris anymore. It just happened sooner rather than later. And honestly, he was great help to me in my second year. I got a brother for life, and like I said, I'm thankful for being his teammate once again. And he's taught me so many things that I'll definitely take forward in the rest of my career.
When we talked to Sam earlier this week, he mentioned that these trades, in a way, sort of cleared the path for you to be the guy and the primary option on this team. And I'm just wondering how you're going to embrace that role and how you're looking forward to that this season.
Yeah, obviously it's something that I'm excited about. And I think I've worked hard enough to deserve that responsibility and trust from Sam and the rest of the front office, the rest of the coaching staff. But really, I'm just ready to take advantage of the opportunity I've been given. And there's so many opportunities in this game that I've been blessed to have in my first 2 and a little bit of years in the NBA, and I'm just thankful.
That's what you've been employing here the entire second half. I should say the entire last 2 minutes. SGA's got to move quickly, gets across the timeline, puts a move on, steps back, shot on the way is good! SGA regains the lead for the Thunder at the perfect time on a little step-back jumper with 1.4 seconds left.
Didn't try to force it. Boy, he got it backpedaling. It just stopped on a dime and posed for it.
It wasn't a 3. It wasn't a drive. Might have caught Martin off balance. And what a smooth stroke there from SGA. And he wants to redeem himself, Mike, after those missed free throws that did keep the door just ajar for Charlotte. And a little redemption shot for SGA, and it came at the perfect time, and it gives the Thunder the 2-point lead.
And that's what good players. Traction. You just got to stay in rhythm here. This is going to come down to who can finish in the latter part of this quarter. How about that, man?
Oh, SGA puts Pirtle in the spinner.
That's some next level stuff, man. I mean, you think you got him? You don't, man. He just slips right through your fingers.
As we hit crunch time. Again, SGA this time with Pirtle out on the perimeter. Easy drive and finish this time with the left hand.
Wow.
The favorable matchup, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to add to his sparkling night. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just a sparkling effort here tonight.
SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who Mark Daignault last week talked about his injury, the plantar fascia, and called it really a severe tear. So I just want to get your take as the future for Oklahoma City. You concerned about this injury moving forward, or is this just something at the end of the year they don't want to play him anyways?
Yeah, I think that he'll be okay. I think this is a rest injury, and they've done that. They've rested him, and he looks okay. He's not in a boot. He's not. There's not a lot of things that I look at and say, oh my gosh, this is concerning for the future of his game. I don't think so. I think that they want him to be 100% before he plays. I don't think he's there yet. I think he's probably close. But the risk of playing him at the end of this season, for the last 3 games of the season, there's just no point in it. And so even if he was, say he's 90% right now, what's the point? You're not going to play him. You're trying to lose these games so that you can get a higher draft pick. It would actually be catastrophic if you try to play him now and they win these last 3 games and they bump themselves back up to 6 or 7. That's catastrophic. So they're not going to do that. They're going to make sure he's 100%. I think he wants to play for Team Canada. I think that's a big deal to him. And then you want him healthy going into next season when maybe you have a shot to do something.
What's his ceiling? I mean, he's obviously he's a future All-Star. What's his ceiling?
I think it's actually higher than what people think, because this is a guy that led the league in drives. He posted numbers that only guys like Jokic and Giannis posted this year. I mean, like, nobody does what he's doing. And the fact that he can hit a step back three and hit it above 40%. Like, people forget he took 5 threes per game this season at 42%. He put somebody next to him that can bring the defense away from him. Like, watch out. Like, this guy could be a top 15 player in the league. I don't have a doubt about that.
Sam has had a great track record when it comes to making moves. So what are your thoughts on the future of this team?
Yeah, like you said, Sam does have a great track record and knows what he's doing. And I think myself and the rest of the guys and the rest of the world have seen so many guys on this team develop all year long. And I can go down the list to myself, to Poku, to Teo, to Moses, to Bays, to Lou, to Ty. We see guys step up and really get better at their craft all year long. And I think I said this at the beginning of the year, that's one of the biggest things that we try to focus on as a team. Developing, trying to get better every day. And wherever that takes us, we'll be satisfied because we know we did all we can do.
Yeah, Shai, you played on a playoff team as a rookie, then a playoff team last year. This year, you guys were pretty competitive until you got hurt, but the last 2 months were pretty rough. Do you buy into any of the theories or concerns that extensive losing can be detrimental to a guy's development, either mentally or emotionally or any of those things?
I didn't feel that way personally. Obviously, nobody wants to lose. Everyone hates losing. And I wouldn't say the last, month and a half or a couple months was the most fun I've had playing basketball. But it is what it is. Life's about ups and downs, season's about ups and downs. And through it all, you gotta have core values and things that you stick by. And I think as a team, we have those. And I think that's what allowed us to keep a positive mindset throughout the losing or whatever it was. And I can honestly say myself and the rest of my teammates got better throughout the whole situation. And all the losing, whatever it was, made us stronger in that end. So I can't complain.
Being signed to the rookie max, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the Oklahoma City Thunder. 5 years, $172 million. He, of course, isn't as big a household name as Trae Young is. But how good is this player? And were you surprised at all by the deal he just agreed to?
Yeah, really nice player, and I think this is one of those moves, if you're Sam Presti, the general manager of the Oklahoma City Thunder, you have to make. You're talking about a 23-year-old 6'6" guard who shot better than 40% from the three-point line last year. He's locked in. Sam Presti has something like 3,231 draft picks over the next few years. This guy will be the cornerstone they build around. It's a lot of money for a young guy. Very, very good player, but it's the kind of move you have to make when you're an organization like the Thunder.
Every year I feel like you show up, people have certain expectations of you, and you tend to just blow those expectations out of the water. I mean, as far as I can research, like back even to high school, like people just didn't really know what to expect of you. And that has continued into the NBA. Last season, you just had an outrageously efficient season, shooting the basketball from three, showing different skills. Should we expect more of that this season?
I mean, I feel like I got better.
Yeah.
Now, what that looks like for the season, I don't know. I don't ever know.
Yeah.
I just try to attack every chance I get, every off season, I guess you can say. I try to attack it and get better at something, and then kind of tune and slowly get better at everything. And I guess the result is steady improvement over the years. But I feel like I've done the same amount of work, same type of work this summer, and I feel like I got better.
Yeah.
So 13 seconds, and with the shot clock off, the Thunder and a bucket could potentially go into the fourth quarter with a lead. SGA defended closely by Westbrook. Tough, step back, gets up the shot, banks it in for the lead! The third quarter, SGA show on full display from 26 down, up by 2.
20 to play. A 3-point deficit for the Lakers.
From the logo, SGA knocks it down. Wow.
And this is like rinse, wash, repeat. I'm just a little bit further out. And
You haven't seen him take a shot that deep yet.
Well, you know,
he just hasn't done it. Avery Bradley's waiting for him at the three-point line. Nobody's expecting him to take that shot. And he shocks the Staples Center with the biggest shot of the game.
And it was on the money from the minute it left his hands. And believe it or not, his foot was on the Lakers logo, folks, just past midcourt.
Finds Shai. Shai steps back on the three. On the run at the buzzer. It is good. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander shatters the hopes of the Clippers here at Paycom Center with the big three. It is a three at the buzzer. The review says the shot counts. And it's at the buzzer. No time left. A win for OKC. And SGA with a kiss goodnight to the Clippers.
It'll be an NBA record margin of victory for the Grizzlies tonight. 73 points.
73 points. The Oklahoma City Thunder lost by 73 points. The largest margin of defeat in NBA history ever in 75 years. In a game in which Ja Morant did not even play. Went nowhere on the court. Shirt. 73 points. This is how you lose by 73 points. I'm telling you. I'd have told Sam Presti to run some damn sprints if I was ownership. Hell, after that, I might run his ass out of town. I know he's not a scrub GM. I know the man knows what he's doing to some degree, but damn it, even though you were a contender for years or what have you when you had Durant and Russell Westbrook, and you went to a finals with Harden and Ibaka and Reggie Jackson with them, the bottom line is 15 years on the job and not one single championship to show for it. Could you give somebody else a chance? Give somebody else a chance? That is, of course, if your priority is winning, as opposed to just saying we're competing.
But there's a team that I think is more fun to talk about because, look, a lot of things happen and there's a lot of things inside the NBA community. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Oklahoma City, these players are the biggest winners. Look at them celebrating. This is them celebrating. This is them celebrating. This is the crowd celebrating that all of their players are going to get this money. So their 15, 16-man roster, whatever it is, all of this money is going to get spread out through all of them. So you know who didn't want to see made a move outside the Lakers? Oklahoma City Thunder. They were the biggest winners as players. They're going to lose. And if I was any of those players, I'd be like, hey, Sam, we don't need any help. We can lose all by ourselves. Don't bring in anybody else. We don't need any money. They're not trying to win. So you might as well pay these guys for the season they're about to have.
When does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander get drewed, referring to Drew Holiday, and sent out of Oklahoma City for picks? This is a conversation I had a couple times during Summer League with people there. And, you know, I did think it was a reasonable possibility before last year's draft, before the 2021 draft, if you could trade Gilgeous-Alexander while he was still on his rookie contract, get a high lottery pick in return, that might have made sense. The only reason I think that you would start to think about trading Gilgeous-Alexander is if you got to the point where you feel like Josh Giddey is more important to our future than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the two of those guys can't play together or not going to be maximized together. And I think we're a long ways from either of those things being true. Gilgeous-Alexander has a lot of experience playing with another ball handler. Giddey last season, Chris Paul, his first season in Oklahoma City, as well as Dennis Schroeder. They played a lot of those three guys together. So I don't think there's any reason to think that there's urgency for the Thunder to make that move right now.
You scored 30 a game after the All-Star break. And you scored pretty consistently all season, but then you made a jump after the All-Star break. Did something click for you? Did something change, or is it just the flow? What happened there?
Yeah, so I was out a little bit from my ankle. Really got to peel back the layers of the season, how I was having it so far. Like I said, ups and downs of the season. I had good spurts, bad spurts. there was a few things I noticed I was doing well when I had good spurts, and I tried to make them emphasis just this last little stretch of the season. And I'm for sure try to continue it going forward for next season.
Is the best player and leader on this team, like how transparent is the front office, Sam, Mark, with you about the plan and the rebuild in general?
Yeah, very. We talk all the time. And every time we talk, I get a little bit more excited. But yeah, like I said before, I'm excited for the future of this team, for sure.
What gets you excited about? Like, what are you excited about?
It says a lot about having trust and being able to trust in this business. And I think, like Sam, myself, and Coach Mark, we had that trust in each other. And I can't go into details, but we're excited for the future.
Is it easier for you to stay patient, that you know the plan and know sort of what to expect in these next few years?
Absolutely.
Picking 12th will be the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oklahoma City receives this pick from the LA Clippers because of the Paul George trade.
The second pick will be made by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that means...
The second pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga University. With the 12th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Jalen Williams from Santa Clara University.
God, dog. Let me get a flick real quick so I can send it to TJ.
Jalen Williams, first prospect drafted from Santa Clara since Steve Nash was taken 15th overall in the 1996 draft. You talk about a riser in this draft.
Breaking news from the NBA is not good. It's bad news out of Oklahoma City. Thunder rookie Chet Holmgren will miss the entire upcoming season because of a Liz Frank injury to his right foot. The number 2 overall pick in June's draft suffered the injury Saturday. It's right here during a Pro-Am game in Seattle while defending LeBron James on the fast break, and you see it once again there. The game was canceled actually in the second quarter because of the condition on the court. It was humid, so there were wet spots and condensation. And now it's proven to be a very costly Pro-Am game that Chet Holmgren played in.
So surgical repair is what will happen. And then it's a lengthy recovery. You know, it can be 4 to 6 months to get all the way back from it. But the good news is once it's repaired and once you get reconditioned and readapt to the sport, you should be fine going forward. There should not be any lingering issues for him.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander finally addressed the constant rumors that seem to be pervading the internet about his status as a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I found this entire thing to be completely ridiculous. I don't really understand. It feels like it just came naturally out of like some New York Knicks fever dream to try and get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander out of Oklahoma City. I don't really get where the Shai rumors have come from. It feels like there are other front offices maybe that are trying to like leak into the media to try and pull Shai Gilgeous-Alexander out of Oklahoma City, as opposed to, like, why in the world would Oklahoma City even want to consider moving Shai? Like, even by some ridiculous standard, like, I don't believe this has happened, but even if he would go in to Oklahoma City and say, hey, Sam, I really don't want to be here anymore, I would like a trade, Sam Presti is just going to say no, right? Like,
right. Yes.
You're locked in. You're the part of our rebuild along with Chet Holmgren and Josh Giddey. We're not moving you. Like, that's what it would come down to, right?
So there's a lot of conversations regarding player movement on Twitter and on podcasts and things like that. And one that surfaced is the idea that maybe you would want out of Oklahoma City because of the losing the past 2 years. What are your thoughts on that kind of speculation?
Yeah, obviously we have lost more than we'd like to in the past couple of years, and it's not fun. With that being said, though, I know what I signed up for, and I signed a 5-year extension.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to be losing for much longer. So it's not like I signed up to lose or anything.
Right.
I believe in this team, believe in the players we have on this team, And I think we're heading in the right direction, and we'll be where we want to be soon.
On the sideline, ready to trigger it in, which he does so to Shai. Shai gives the clock a check. Checked up by Matthews. Wants the step back three. On the way, and Shai knocks it down for the lead. SGA so calm, so poised. The reaction from Matthews says it all. 2 to tie, 3 to take the lead. Shai checks, steps back, three-point shot on the way. He's good with 1.1 seconds left.
Of the right man. And the right man is that man right there in blue. Wearing number 2. As he just splashes the tray ball.
Almost identical to the step-back shot that he made against the Milwaukee Bucks a week and a half ago that gave OKC the late lead. This time it comes on the road over Monte Morris. And Shai, who has been producing all night long with 42 points, a new season high on that step-back three that he only busts out in select moments. And that latest one gives OKC the slimmest of leads, 121-120. Big thing here is where the Thunder catch this. Shai gets it, spins away, baseline shot. Shai puts it in and walks it off in OKC. Kissing the Blazers goodnight. To cap off an incredible game on an incredible night. Shai so comfortable, so smooth. And he's got himself a game winner.
And tell me if that's not an all-star move. You put the game ball in the hands of your best player. How about the pass by J-Dub? Just to get it to him and just enough time to get that shot off as the clock goes to zeros. That ball's going through the net.
So if I asked you what young guard was totally taking over the Western Conference this year, creating highlights and generally demanding that his name be included amongst all the NBA superstars, you'd probably say John Morant, right? That would be a good answer, but it wouldn't maybe be the complete answer because you'd be overlooking what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been doing with the Oklahoma City Thunder. He plays a different style of game. He leads the NBA in drives 4 years running. He is not the type of player that is the modern NBA guard who shoots a ton of threes. In fact, he shoots less than 3 a game. And fans are starting to notice this. One of the big surprises when the All-Star voting came out earlier this month was that he and Ja were almost tied in the first round of voting results. He's averaging almost 31 points a game. He's got not 1, but 2 game winners. He is definitely establishing himself as a guy who could be one of the league's best guards for the next decade. And he's doing it on a team that's one of the youngest in the league and has the most upside. This is a team you need to start paying attention to. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a player you're going to need to start paying attention to. He's going to be in Salt Lake City for the All-Star game. And he might just get the Thunder to the playoffs this year, too.
From the Oklahoma City Thunder, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And that is another one that comes as a surprise.
Surprise? No one?
No one. First time he's an all-star in his 5th season, 31 a night. 5 rebounds, 6 assists, shooting 51%. He's had 30 games of 30 points, 5th in the league in scoring. Congratulations, to Shai.
He is flat out balling.
Alexander.
Tell you what, man, that team has got a bright future. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you go from nowhere to everywhere today in one day, man. In 1 year, he puts in the work. I get an opportunity at times because in Los Angeles, he works out with my main man, the guard whisperer out there in LA, so I get to see him work out firsthand. He puts in work, guys. So congrats to Shai, congrats to Luka, and the MVP and B as well. I was happy for Shai because I was worried that, we don't show Oklahoma City at all, number one. And I'm glad he made it, first team.
They'd want to get a 2-for-1 if they could. Gilgeous-Alexander drives, gets inside, the floater is good. Oh, what a shot from Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Thunder back up by 1, timeout New Orleans. He's got 28 points. He has been one of the stars of the NBA all season.
His first All-Star appearance. He'll be an All-NBA performer. What a shot there to give his team a 1-point lead. We'll do it. This overachieving Thunder team will play another day. They'll be in Minnesota Friday night. A team that was going to have another rebuilding year is one win away from being the 8th seed in the NBA playoffs. So the playoff bracket is now complete. T-Wolves and Nuggets Sunday. You see the coaches there at half court embracing a magnificent performance led by their defense as Oklahoma City season comes to an end.
Was there a particular point in the season, like, for instance, you guys played Boston really good, almost beat them there, beat them here, put 150 points on them. Is there any point in the season where you said, hey, there's something that this group can do that maybe is a little bit better than what people on the outside thought?
Yeah, I think I personally I kind of felt that first couple of times we came together. I could feel guys got better in the summer, and the pieces that we added were really going to help. The rookies were really good this year, as you guys know. But yeah, we have a group of guys that work super hard and is going to continue to get better. And as a whole, we should get better because of it.
You're likely going to make All-NBA first team. You're getting top 5 MVP votes, most improved player. I'm just, these are goals that you might have had for yourself. Like, what do you think of just the accolades that you're receiving?
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. But I think what I figured out, and it's taken me a little bit, and I think it takes most young guys a little bit to figure out, is none of that stuff matters without your team. And I know it sounds cliche, but I've for the past couple years now thought I've been a pretty good basketball player. And I can remember a lot of games this year where we won as a team. And you can see it in our record. We're a completely better team, a lot better team. And all that stuff just happens to follow the year that we're a better team. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I think to get stuff done individually and as a team, it takes a whole group.
Now with a quick 8-point quarter. Checked in, gets his first 2. Holmgren now with 14 points. Comes back and blocks that shot of George.
Well, I like this fundamentally sound block right here. Not just one hand, but going up vertical is Chet Holmgren with 2 hands.
So you were first team All-NBA this past year. What does that accolade mean to you?
It's something that I get to check off my list.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't. It's an honor to be amongst that group of guys. But it doesn't hold as much weight with me as you would think.
Yeah.
There's so much more I want to accomplish, and there's so much goals above this that I want to accomplish, and it's nice that I get to check this one off. But I'm not even close to where I want to be. So it's a good feeling, but I'm so hungry for so much more.
What else do you want to accomplish? Like, what's on your list?
Yeah. Really and truly, for me, it just comes down to I want to be an NBA champion.
Yeah.
And so many great players throughout the years don't get to say they've done that.
Yeah.
Some of the greatest ever don't get to say they've done that. And those are guys that have put the work in, have done the right things, have been the top of the top for so long, and are amongst that group of guys and just don't get to accomplish that. And there's so much more that goes into it than just the individual, and so much things that you have to do right and get a little bit lucky to figure it out. And that's something that if I can figure that out, then I'll really be satisfied.
To put the ball on the floor and gather.
Giddey has to find somebody, finds Holmgren, the turnaround shot to tie it, and Chet Holmgren with the 3 at the buzzer ties it at 117.
That is beyond doubt at this point. And there's that red light going off. We're going to overtime.
And there wasn't anything doing for Josh Giddey other than Holmgren. He had nowhere to go with the basketball. Holmgren was the only outlet. And he caught it, and another fadeaway, and Holmgren's big night continues. Holmgren trying to get a running start. Shai makes his move, stops, pulls up, tough shot, and he rattles it in. What a shot from SGA as the playmaking continues.
I said it once, I'll say it again, folks. You're watching a professional schooler. That was a tough, almost like a moonshot.
Oh, now the block on Stephen Curry, and it's going to be a run out. Shai, one man to beat. It is Chris Paul. He does it, and he scores in transition.
Are you kidding me? Did he block Steph Curry's shot? We're going to keep showing you this guy, folks, because this is not what we just showed you a couple of minutes ago. This is a tough shot. And here's the defense. The same guy, number 2 in white, folks. And he goes coast to coast with it after
Jamal Murray. Jokic has to heave it up. Desperation shot. It is short. Battle for the rebound, and the Thunder have time. The shot clock is off. Mark Daigneault not using a timeout. SGA probing, piercing, spinning, hanging for the lead, and SGA knocks it down with just under a second to go. The Thunder finally get the defensive stop, and SGA puts them in front.
Joe getting in there, Shai picking it up, and Shai says, I got this, folks. I've been here before, and yes, I have.
Oh, you see the elation on the bench, rightfully so, in what has just been a second-half battle for the Thunder. And Shai got his spot, that turnaround.
That leaves us one more
spot
all-star starter in the backcourt. Starting guard, joining Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
well-deserved.
of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Nobody's got more 30-point games in the league this year than SGA. 32 of those, 5 games of at least 40 points, and he makes the All-Stars for the second time in his 6th season. 31 points a night, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, shooting a career high 55%, Shaq.
Wow.
Listen, well-deserved. I'm happy for him. You know, true definition of hard work pays off. Very, very herky-jerky type player. Very hard to guard, but I'm happy for him.
The other team's best punch, especially on their home court next game, so we got to come ready to play. But I got one more thing to say. He's too humble to say it, but this is the MVP right here. MVP of the league. I'm going to say it for him because he won't say it. But that's all I got.
Anthony Edwards, he was asked recently in an interview with my colleague Stephen A. Smith about the next generation, you, Luka. And he said, I'm better than both those guys.
I expect him to say that. I wouldn't expect him to say one of us is better than him. The thing about NBA players, and especially guys that are that talented, we all believe we're the best. We all believe what we bring to the table is special and unique, and he has every right to think so.
And so you do too.
Absolutely.
Corner left, Shai rises, fires, it's online, in there! 1.8 to play, SJ rises and rips the cords. Thunder by 1, 113-112. Shai calm, cool, confident, and clutch, baby.
And how about this play on a set piece? Get that ball in, Josh Giddey over to SGA as he leans back on McBride. I tell you, that was touch nothing but the bottom of the net to put the Thunder up by 1.
No hesitation. It has not been one of those virtuoso Shai performances. He's 7 of 16, but he didn't hesitate. Roses over the smaller defender and splashed it. And now the Thunder need a stop to escape the Garden with a win.
The Thunder, in all likelihood, going to be the 1 seed in the Western Conference. Just an amazing feat. Came down to the last day of the regular season. And the Thunder can now finally set their sights on the playoffs for the first time since 2020. They have earned the right to go forward. as the playoffs are coming back to Oklahoma City.
3 teams were tied for the Western Conference #1 seed heading into the game last game of the season. After dominating 135-86 win over the Mavs, OKC finished with a 57-25 record, as did the defending NBA champion Nuggets. SA, tell me this: does SGA have a case for MVP over Jokic?
A case? He's getting my vote for MVP. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should be the NBA MVP. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander averaged 30.9 points per game, second in the NBA. Career high 54.4% shooting from the field, 37.6% from three-point range. Led the league in steals with 2.1 a game. Career high 6.4 assists per game. Okay? This is what we're talking about here. The #1 seed in the Western Conference.
Percentage points.
The #1 seed, okay? Oh, by the way, Shannon, not only the #1 seed, but the #1 seed with the second youngest team in the NBA. Come on now. You can't do this. This kid right here, you know how much I love Brunson. You know what I've seen from, but I would like this. When Oklahoma City came to the Garden the other day, I was like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes to the Garden. You know what I'm saying? This brother's special now. This brother's special now. Dancing over 6'6", 6'7", ball handling, pass, finishing at the basket, 14.7 points in the paint per game, which is 5th in the NBA. Can get to the basket, can hit perimeter shots, can hit 3, running the team. The second youngest team in the National Basketball Association, and this brother got them as the #1 seed in the Western Conference. And average 30. I'm sorry. And I'm not talking. Brunson, remember I brought up the 38. Yeah, that's over the last 7 games. Over an 82-game stretch, this brother averaged 30.9 points a game. Second youngest team in the NBA. There's nothing to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should be the league MVP.
Rebound, he's going to be able to run out this clock. And it's the Oklahoma City Thunder picking up another road playoff victory. This time it's game 4. And the youngest 1 seed in NBA history is moving on to the second round. They take down the New Orleans Pelicans 97-89 here in the Big Easy. There was nothing easy about it tonight. The Thunder yet again hold New Orleans to under 100 points, and it's OKC moving on to the Western Conference semifinals.
Well, they've earned it.
Dort, 10 seconds left. Doncic drives, backs him down, gets deep, gives it up. Washington, double clutch 3. No, the tip in, and they're going to call a foul on the shot in the corner by Washington. It's on Gilgeous-Alexander.
They're going to review it
to see whether it's a 2 or a 3.
No, Mark is asking for a challenge, I believe, or a timeout.
Boy, it looked like he got ball first, right? Misses it intentionally. Rebound Holmgren. 3-quarter court. Jalen Williams. No. And the Dallas Mavericks, for the second time in 3 years, are going to the Western Conference Finals. P.J. Washington nails the first 2 free throws to give Dallas the lead, misses it intentionally, so the clock starts as soon as Holmgren gets the rebound. They don't get a good look. The series is over. The Thunder season is over, and Dallas is moving on, coming back from 17 points down to win the series 4-2.
Shai, obviously not the way that you guys wanted to end it, but Mark has just talked about the year-over-year growth, the within-the-year growth, even within the playoffs growth that you guys showed. How proud are you of this group, yourself, all of you, for navigating what you did and managing to get better throughout it all?
Yeah, I think above all, it was just very fun. and I think that's where it all starts. Like every day, you come to work. Well, it doesn't feel like work, but you come to work and you try to excel individually and as a group. And when you have so much fun, it makes everything else easier and kind of clouds all the bad stuff because you're having so much fun. So that's what I'm like most proud about and most grateful for, how fun this group has been, and how much this group has like taken the ease off of all the pressure and all the stuff that gets heavy in this game.
Mark was sharing a story from his first season as coach. You guys were going through a pregame walkthrough at the arena. That was the year where there was no fans, but basically saying like picturing T-shirts over the seats and like the playoff type atmosphere. To now be at this point, like, what do you think when you like look back to the kind of the beginning of this journey?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like you put in the work, you do all the right things, and you hope to achieve your goals. Like so many people, in whatever they try to do in life, do the right things and work super hard and just never get there. And to achieve your goals is something you can't take for granted. And that's something I try not to do. It's super blessing. It's an amazing feeling. It's also motivational, like getting there, knowing what it feels like, knowing how it feels to lose in those situations. It's kind of a feeling you want to stay away from, and you only stay away from it by getting better and overcoming it, and that's something that is a big goal of mine.
What can you tell us, Woj?
Al, I'm told that the Chicago Bulls are trading two-time All-Defensive guard Alex Caruso to the Oklahoma City Thunder for Josh Giddey. Oklahoma City has been in pursuit, along with a lot of other teams around the league, of Alex Caruso for years, and they see him fitting seamlessly into their team that was the #1 seed in the West. They're going to have the best on-ball defense in the league, and they see Caruso comparable to what the Golden State Warriors did 11 years ago, bringing in Andre Iguodala at about the same point in the development of each organization, both players 30 years old.
Oklahoma City Thunder get Caruso in exchange for Giddey, and everyone on the internet wanted to know, wait, straight up? Presti's done it again? No picks involved? Yeah, that your head shake is that reaction, isn't it?
Man, so many teams wanted Alex Caruso, and that this is the trade that the Bulls did was surprising. And they smashed one out of the park here, because Alex Caruso is an all-defensive player who joins arguably the best perimeter defensive team in the league. When you look at Lou Dort, when you look at Jalen Williams, when you look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, oh my God, what can do it? And the big thing here is this. Out of all the contenders, Scott, no team is more upwardly mobile, really, than the Thunder, because they still have $30 million in salary cap space. And
breaking news right here over First Take. Mr. Hartenstein himself, Isaiah Hartenstein, formerly of the New York Knicks, is now a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, courtesy of a 3-year, $87 million deal with Oklahoma City.
Well, one, Sam Presti is doing his thing over there in Oklahoma City right now. He's on the mission.
He's going to be a big benefit to play alongside Chet in OKC.
So we were sitting here 2 years ago, and you said you did not think that you'd be losing for much longer. And here you guys are today. A lot of people have you guys favorites in the West. Where did that confidence come from 2 years ago?
I would say my individual work, the work that I see my teammates put in.
Yeah.
Also the trust I have in Mark, Sam, our whole coaching staff, Mr. Bennett, all the way through the organization. I think like we're all after the same goal, and we all prioritize the right things to get to that goal. And I just believe because of those things, we would get there eventually.
What did you learn about yourself in the playoffs?
Nothing I didn't already know.
Okay.
obviously the level of basketball, level of intensity, everything's heightened, the awareness. It's really fun. Like every night, you're playing for so much. One game can mean so much in a series, but it can also mean nothing. It's the highest level of basketball, the most fun I've ever had playing for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy SGA.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that's ridiculous!
You talk about young stars, OKC got a lot of them.
Holmgren, cha-ching!
Joko ain't emotional, he's just kicking ass.
The big man putting together a masterpiece. Incredible!
We welcome you to the Mile High City tonight. Two of the top teams in the NBA go head-to-head in the season opener. This is Kia Tip-Off 2024. Tonight, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets from Ball Arena.
Get the ball if you cut hard with
Absolutely.
Jokic because he's such a great passer.
They've got to do a better job, though, on their angles on a double team. Candace, he's stepping through every one and getting free looks.
When we talked to him before the game is we want Russ to be Russ. And obviously we want him to play within the system, but we know how great he can be even in year 17.
Julian Strother is in. That's a young player they're relying on as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the hardwood, and a dunk for Jokic after the three made by Jang. Tied at 23, that ended an 8-0 run. Gilgeous-Alexander is so crafty.
And what's so crazy?
Leads them to a bronze medal in the Olympics and is right back here picking up where he left off last year.
He enjoys harness racing as well as Gilgeous-Alexander hits the flip.
Fusion there from Oklahoma City on where they wanted to force it on that pick and roll. Murray clearly into the basket.
Murray now has 9. Beautiful fake, it rattles in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Brown a 3, doesn't go, and the rebound is controlled by Gilgeous-Alexander. The pull-up 3, bottom.
Wow, you don't see that much, or didn't last year from Gilgeous-Alexander. Just
24 to go in the third.
That's Chet Holmgren's 3rd block of the night. Had 8 blocks in a game here last year.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, the fake. That's nasty. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander about it. How to handle things, how to process. But he just said he was blown away by how his young crew handled everything last year. And part of it is because of that man, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. No double, one-on-one, fade. Tapped out. Caruso keeps it alive, extended possession. Ball on a string, Gilgeous-Alexander yo-yoing to the rim.
And one thing you don't want to do, you don't want to give SGA 1 look. You definitely don't want to give him 2 looks. SGA just plays angle the fan.
Jokic couldn't finish it. Porter forced to give it up. And knocked out of the hands of Jokic. Gilgeous-Alexander forcing the action for 2. Rising up above the rim. Another board for Jokic. Ahead for Gordon. Drive and kick to the other side of the floor. The hustle, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with the body control in the bucket. OKC will dribble out the clock. Tremendous showing by the Thunder, picking up where they left off. Oklahoma City comes into Denver, and they knock off the Nuggets on opening night, 102-87.
Let's go to SGA, the MVP runner-up. Yeah, you're up. There's so much talk about you and Jokic coming into this matchup. What'd you see, though, out of your buddy here, Chet Holmgren, tonight?
He came to play. Obviously, it's the first game of the season. Everybody comes to play, but he raised his level of intensity. And obviously, he was a big part of the reason why we won tonight, but nothing surprised us. That's who Chet is. That's who he's been for us ever since he stepped on the floor for us. And he was Chet Holmgren tonight.
Why are you guys so good against the Nuggets?
I like to think we're good no matter who we play. You know what I mean? Like, I like to think we're good. Hopefully we're good against the Chicago Bulls next game, and then the Atlanta Hawks at home. We try to be good and try to be better than our opponent every game. I don't know, 3 games at a time. Yeah, 1 game at a time, Wiz.
That sounded like a pop quiz. They don't think you know what the rest of the schedule is.
I don't. San Antonio.
You got to take it one game at a time.
Fellas, thank you very much, SGA. Chet, the rest of the game.
Hold on.
Oh, you got something for us. Oh, you got the newest member of Thunder. He's got to lead us.
We welcome you, and thanks for joining us here on FanDuel Sports Network, your new home for Thunder basketball, as we are in the Windy City on a beautiful fall night, downtown Chicago, the United Center. It is game number 2 of the season as the Oklahoma City Thunder continue this road trip and take on the Chicago Bulls. Coming off a victory last night, it was Oklahoma City taking down the Denver Nuggets on Thursday.
Solid all-around game.
Shai drives, scoops, and scores, plus the foul. The free throw on the other end of this break. Kobe White committing the foul. Thunder with the lead here in the first quarter.
That's going to be the difference in opening up the scoreboard for these two teams.
As Shai, an aggressive take. Looked like he switched hands midair.
Well, he had to. Defender waiting underneath.
No, I'm pulling the chair out.
You gonna pull the? Oh, don't do that.
I'm pulling the chair out.
Don't embarrass me on that, man. Come on. Oh, nice move by Shai. Got that mismatch.
Josh Given right now is how can you make the determination that he's
really
not pushing me in the back when clearly both of his hands are on my lower back.
Absolutely. And he ends up missing both free throws, and that's a 5-point swing for the Thunder off that tray ball.
It was an extended OKC run on the offensive end. Shai from downtown, SGA drills it.
Give Lou Dort credit. He set a massive screen to allow him to get to that. Well, how about Zach LaVine losing the ball?
Well, he didn't want to go after the ball. Instead, the Thunder did. It was Wiggins, and there is SGA underneath. It wasn't pretty, but he's got the slam.
You also have to respect his three-point shooting.
Chicago in his zone. Shai blasts right through it, got to the rim, then shows the touch. Oh, nice backdoor cut, SGA. Boy, just has not been able to find the layups inside. You can see even a little frustration on his part. These are shots that he usually makes. And now the shot clock is off.
Alex Caruso came up with that block from the weak side.
Shai stops, pump fakes, and scores. Boy, SGA patient on the drive. As Flagler will run out the clock, and OKC takes care of business on the road for the second consecutive game. And for the second consecutive game, hold an opponent under 100 points. It was 87 points versus Denver, 95 points tonight against Chicago, and a 114-95 victory. Hey, big welcome and thanks for joining us here on FanDuel Sports Network, your new home for Thunder basketball, as we are back in downtown Oklahoma City, and the fans could not be more charged up for the home opener as the Thunder return back and welcome the Atlanta Hawks out of the Eastern Conference. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren going to welcome Trae Young and the 2-0 Atlanta Hawks. The green light, that's part of the key of what makes him so good, Mike. He can shoot it from anywhere, he can make it from anywhere, but he's also got the ability. And Shai has too much speed. Even with Capella in the vicinity, he's able to use 44% last season. Never afraid to shoot, always got to be careful of him taking charges inside. Shai, Daniels on him, tough fadeaway. What a shot from SGA.
No single move.
With Case and Wallace, Isaiah Joe, Chet Holmgren, SGA. There is SGA pulling up, and he got it right up over Capella. He is just always under control.
Joe to get out there on him. Doesn't need a whole lot of room to get that shot off.
Shai again driving on Daniels. Over the shoulder, puts it up. And SGA took a little bit of a bump with the DeJounte Murray trade. But his offense has really picked up, at least in the first couple of games, as Shai trying to float it up, no good. And he's going to track it down. It looked like Capella was going to get possession. Step back three for SGA, knocks it down right in front of Capella. He took a shot.
He's trying to say, look, I got to guard the drive, because that was a good drive by Wiggins. He actually found him on that play. Good poke away and steal by Shai. Gaining some momentum here.
A little stutter step to hesitation. SGA down the lane, bisecting the middle, and a tough finish. Scoreboard. Daniels
Daniels just really aggravating SGA out on the perimeter. Shot clock hits 3. He'll pull up for the 3. Right over Daniels and knock it down.
That's why he's been all NBA.
Little strong on the 3. Shai uses that big body screen from Holmgren. Holds up on the baseline. That's a shot that he is so comfortable with. Did it so many times. Again, a possession deep in the shot clock. Good defense, Casey Wallace. He'll send it up to Shai. Got behind the defense. He'll put it down.
Casey Wallace picking the pocket of Trae Young on that play.
Another steal. This time it's by Caruso. Cannot say enough about the job that the defenders have done on Trae Young. There's a throw on the wing from SGA. The timeout called by Atlanta. Young gave it up to Daniels. Reads to Shai, came over, got swatted by Holmgren. Ball pops out. Shai takes it away from Daniels. All the way to the other end to throw it down. You just can't overlook it.
No. And then the Thunder will get their 3rd victory of the season, folks. How about this? Last time the Thunder were 3-0 was the 2016-17 season. So good start to 24-25.
After a 3-year rough patch, Paycom Center in Oklahoma City is once again home to one of the best teams in the NBA. The Thunder, the #1 seed in the West last year, and one of 3 remaining undefeated teams this year, welcome phenom Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. Wemby and Chet Holmgren represent a big part of the NBA's future, and they meet for the 4th time in their young careers tonight. Excellent early on. They're #1 in the NBA through week 1 in defense. Caruso drive and kick. Gilgeous-Alexander another 3. That one goes.
Him coming up the floor and just wrestling with players, trying to get position in the post and then getting swarmed by 3 guys when it goes in. He's bottled up right now. Chet, more offense, more free-flowing, better spacing for him on his end of the floor offensively.
Meanwhile, Gilgeous-Alexander hits 3rd and final time in the regular season. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander struggled in the first half, but gets the lefty layup to fall there. He was just 2 for. Barnes driving, and his path picked off. Wallace ahead to Williams. Great look ahead. Gilgeous-Alexander with the layup. Just beautiful basketball. Collins trying to hand it off to Barnes, lost it. Bodies hit the floor. Joe snares it. Great pass ahead, Wiggins, and Gilgeous-Alexander with the easy 2. Keldon Johnson shaken up for San Antonio, gets helped up. Timeout Spurs.
Yeah, loose ball, tough break for San Antonio just when they get rolling offensively. Look at the activity on the part of the Thunder, and again, the turnovers lead to Shai's easiest bucket of the night.
What they went through, paying off in terms of the team coming together in training camp, policing themselves, and trying to all get better as Gilgeous-Alexander finishes and may have just put this one out of reach. Over. That will be a career low for him. 6 points. And obviously, the matchup grabs headlines against Chet Holmgren. 6 points and no shot attempts in the second half.
Yeah, it's interesting.
A playoff series. They're still the youngest team in the NBA, and from a record standpoint, right now, they're the best team, along with Cleveland at 4-0. They've held 3 of their 4 opponents under 100 points.
And we welcome you back to the Moda Center here in beautiful Pacific Northwest. The Thunder with a record of 4-0 taking on the Trailblazers. Tonight's starting lineups are brought to you by Kia. Let's give you Oklahoma City. As I say, former #1 pick out of Arizona. As SGA, little stutter step, goes right by Avdia, goes for the reverse and shows the touch. Nice drive from SGA to get the scoring.
Scoot Henderson, who had the inside on that rebound. Little things like that, folks, keeps a run going. And it just keeps you in rhythm.
Tough turnaround shot for SGA on the baseline, and he makes it look easy. Bringing that one home, and it's a little Thunder run here.
You see that smile starting to peek out more and more. He's a guy that's really coming into his own in his 2nd year.
And so much about your rookie years, just acclamation. There's a pull-up three that SGA sticks.
And how about this? A little bit over 35 seconds remaining here in this first quarter.
See if SGA goes 2 for 1, drives right to the rim, uncontested almost. Boy, that was easy.
And you know why he did that? Because he
wasn't have anything going offensively. This time he gives up to Kamara. There's a nice block by Chet Holmgren, and it leads to the run out. Little hesitation. SGA cuts right to the cup, and he scoops and scores.
How about Chet being the beekeeper at the rim?
First year with Portland.
Yeah, and the Trailblazers, like the Thunder, they have a lot of guys that can score the basketball. Well, how about that? That's one of the guys that can really score the basketball.
His first 3 points came via the free throw line.
Yeah, and Portland has some scorers. They have a lot of guys that can score the basketball. What a terrific move by Shai. My goodness. A little stop on a dime a little bit later.
Thunder had back-to-back possessions that resulted in a turnover. Not this time. The hit-ahead pass to SGA, who guides it down. Dort hip-to-hip on Simon's. That looked like an offensive foul, and again he tied him up, and another steal.
It looked like that time he was asking for a foul on that play.
Instead, it's SGA sidestepping his way to the cup. Tough finish.
Foul. And Aiden has stayed on the floor, the 7-footer for the Trailblazers the entire quarter.
And just has not been able to capitalize on the size advantage inside. Shai kept that pivot foot down, little up and under. Kamara couldn't do anything about it, and Shai banks it home.
It's almost not. My goodness.
There's those guards again, the anticipation. It's Wiggins up ahead. James dumps it off. SGA, the flyby, and the layup is good.
Mark Dagnall can orchestrate, the substitution pattern.
Shai taking body bumps from Kamara. It doesn't affect him at all. He kept that pivot foot down and shows the fadeaway. Stacking it up, going to 5-0 for just the second time in OKC history. The first time came back in 2012. And this one was one that they really had to kind of play through some things. And a pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network as you are looking at Intuit Dome here in Inglewood, California, the new arena of the Los Angeles Clippers. As the Thunder still on the road after the victory last night up in Portland in the Pacific Northwest. Jalen Williams, that shot tied it at 68, and then it was all Thunder in the third and fourth quarters as they stifled Anthony Simons and the Portland Trailblazers. But tonight, another test on the back end of a back-to-back. It is James Harden, the former MVP, as Oklahoma City goes for the road sweep here against the LA Clippers. The second round of the playoffs, he was a huge factor for Dallas. Really came alive offensively, something he's not known for, and SGA always alive on the offensive end. He's got that nice mid-range pull-up.
It's a game. As soon as you get those juices flowing, just stay in the flow.
SGA and Chet Holmgren have come back in. A.J. Mitchell, Isaiah Joe on the floor first time. Tough step-back shot, and SGA behind the three-point line. And he shows
it. If you're the Thunder right now, just see a couple of balls go in the basket. You got plenty of time left in this game.
Shai bounces off a couple of defenders and shows the touch, banking it home.
And that's one way to see the ball go in the basket. He hit that step-back three just moments ago. Clippers making him work for every bit of this and one. Takes the contact from Dunn and kisses it off the glass.
Boy, so he has come off the bench and immediately put a little jolt into things. And Harden's got 8 points. Averaging over 23 on the season. What does Shai do here? He wants the three and got the three from the outside as SGA up to 13 points in this first half.
Well, he's playing like a man on fire.
They had moments in the first half. Dort got inside. 1 second. Shai's going to have to put it up right at the free throw line at the nail, and he still scores. Man was all over him, and SGA, who's the Thunder's leading scorer in the first half now. Shai there on that loose ball. Trying to give him a little bit of space so that he can drive. Pulls up the free throw line, and Shai is just so good. That time he got it up over Powell. Zubats, couple of body blows. Up and under, left hand, not that time. Denied by Holmgren on the release. SGA is going to score in transition. Incredible defense from Holmgren on one end. And Shai doing what he does at the rim on the other. But OKC is going to do what it wanted to do here on the road. That's come out with 2 victories. Last night in Portland and tonight in Los Angeles, as they improved to 6-0 for the first time in OKC history. Downtown Oklahoma City has endured some weather over the last 48 hours, but it's back to basketball at Paycom Center in downtown OKC on this cool fall night. As Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren and company welcome the Orlando Magic out of the Eastern Conference, led by Jalen Suggs. And Franz Wagner going to be without Paolo Banchero as he tore that oblique just a couple of days ago.
Cleveland with Mike Brown, so you know he's been mentored by some top coaches. That's what leads you up to where you are.
SGA getting to his spot in the mid-range, and he converts.
Just not been able to knock anything down from downtown.
And Shai knocks something from downtown. A little sign of joy from him, finally seeing one go through. Trying to lean into Holmgren, not that time. Yet Holmgren on the inside, throw it on the outside.
Chet did a good job just standing his ground. He took a shot from him too.
SGA so smooth, always under control.
Body across his body on that play. They both took a spill, hard spill.
Shai up and under, kept the pivot foot down. Nice move. Boy, he's had some, right?
I'm an old guy now. Cut me some slack.
SGA. Boy, he just lulled the defense to sleep. You see how slow he was going through the lane?
Yeah, it's just, he's just right now. I mean, he just makes a 12-2 run. Just to continue to.
Shai, that's one way to get some offense. To show your season for the rest of the year.
That's true. That's a good run.
A rematch with Nikola Jokic. SGA starting to impose himself a little bit. He's got that. As SGA almost had it picked off. Bertazzi trying to keep him out of the lane. And SGA scoops it inside. Nifty move. Cut through the defense.
He's able to knife through. Just take a look at this, folks. 1 defender, 2 defender. He gets by the 3rd one in KCP.
That's right between KCP and Suggs.
I mean, how about that, man?
Not providing a ton of resistance on there. You know, SGA got all kinds of options for things that you can do, but I don't think we've seen that one. No. What do you call that? Like a little cup?
Yeah, a little cup. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Going to improve to 7-0, building on the best start in OKC history. Thunder getting contributions from so many different guys, 5 different players in double digits. The defense yet again disruptive, and at no point did the Magic look like they had anything going offensively. OKC had to work its way through that victory on Monday night against the Orlando Magic, getting production up and down that lineup, including a ton of ball movement from SGA. Tonight's opponent is the Denver Nuggets, trying to find their footing after a couple of early season losses. They snuck by the Toronto Raptors by 2 points, led by reigning MVP Nikola Jokic. We are in Denver. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network. Ball Arena that's site tonight as the Oklahoma City Thunder going to take on the Denver Nuggets for the 2nd time this season. Screen, the handoff, and the miss.
Well, that is his shot. Took a nice little screen there to get him open from Jokic.
Oh, SGA puts his head down, gets right to the cup as he blows right past Jokic. Porter Jr. did not want any part of that. There's some backside help by SGA. They block it away from Jokic. SGA goes one-on-one, left hand, high off the glass, not a problem. And he's got another deuce. Certainly chopped up this game considerably. Now the last 6 to the Nuggets. There is Dort. He'll kick it outside to SGA. And now he will go to the line. And they're going to say continuation, plus the foul. Just got to play through it.
I'm just looking at the defender, Watson, on the play. He slipped and fell. He got up. He said, okay, I got my footing back. Then he bumps into him. And I give it to him. You know.
As Wiggins into the front court. Now SGA deciding what he wants to do, sees the double team, dribbles away from it, pulls up, looked like he might have been behind the bucket, and SGA, that smooth stroke. Jokic already with 10 assists. 12 points, 10 assists. And when you got Brown and Westbrook doing what they're doing, as SGA on the reverse, pretty move, spins it home.
Took the contact from Jokic.
As Brown trying to bounce off a Dort, floats it up, good help defense. Caruso came over, knocked it free. Up ahead it's SGA trying to beat Porter, and he does.
Wow, and Jokic is not used to that. He's used to just bullet playing. Anybody steps on the floor is able to do that as well.
Shai right through a couple of defensive players. He's going to get the roll as that one drops in.
I don't understand that. That should be a foul. He should be at the free throw line shooting another
assists, but a monster third quarter by the Nuggets offensively. They put up 40 points, and that's one of the reasons why this game is tied at 95, but not for long, as SGA, first possession, fourth quarter, gives us slowing him down. He's got 28 points. Well, check that, 29.
Well, his first step. You know, once he gets that first step going, he's going all the way to the basket.
As SGA is going to go to the free throw line.
How about this little cool hand loop move to answer that and one by Westbrook on the other end.
It's a 4-point game. If you're OKC, you need points and you need them fast. SGA trying to get around Jokic, trying to get to the rim, takes a little bump and got the two. Got a foul here. The ball in the hands of SGA. Game clock hits 6. He's going to have to make his move. Drives left. SGA, left hand, blocked. And that'll do it. And it's Watson who misses both free throws and then comes over with the weak side defense. And OKC comes up just a little bit short. After a series of road trips to open up this young 24-25 season, SGA, Jalen Williams returned back home for a nice long homestand. And tonight, they welcome the Houston Rockets, led by young Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, as the crowd going to bear the elements a little bit. It is wet outside, but nice and cozy inside Paycom Center as the Rockets and the Thunder ready for an OKC showdown. His numbers down somewhat from a season ago. A breakout season. Oh, too much speed. SGA goes right by Brooks. Got to the cup and scores.
Oh, nice little hard drive, too.
Tapped on the weak side. Shai got it right back. Two players who played for Team Canada over the summer, and that time SGA just shot right over the top of Brooks. Not a high volume. And that comes off of Rockets offensive rebound. As SGA with Thompson on him, able to slice through the defense, got to the cup, a little left hand on the right side of the rim. Fresh 14 to work with. Sizes up Easton out on the perimeter. Does he want to attack? Adams instead pulls up, mid-range shot right in his bread and butter.
And that's how you shrink a bench.
Missed a bunch of time with an ankle injury last year. SGA left hand slithered his way, made it look easy.
You saw City.
He was trying to tap it over to a teammate. 68 points already. Make it 70 as SGA just having his way. The Rockets get back. They got to run a little offense here. Thompson defending. Good defender on SGA. Trying to jab him. Trying to get that ball loose. Shai get the pivot foot down, and SGA wins that possession. Thompson was all over him.
Successful.
A great sequence for the Thunder. Keeping Jabari Smith off the free throw line. Keeping another challenge. SGA's had his game going all night long. He's looked like vintage SGA. How about this?
He's one of those guys who can get it going.
Shai, oh, he's been doing work on Brooks all night. Wow. Very little resistance. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 9 out of 10 from the floor. Been able to do what he wants. Plays like this, little hesitation once again, pulls up. And he's just got Dylan Brooks under 3 minutes here in the third quarter. Shai rumbling down the lane, that's a rare miss. It's scraped up and carries right over to Wallace. SGA checks the tape, there's the play. This game was tied at 31 after the first quarter. And it was OKC pressuring all night long, getting those big offensive nights from SGA and Chet Holmgren.
Plenty of smiles for OKC in that takedown on Friday night against the Houston Rockets. Very much enjoying the return home to Paycom Center, but a much different test tonight in the form of Stephen Curry and Draymond Green, the four-time champs, as they come to downtown Oklahoma City. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network as we close out the weekend with this fantastic matchup between these two teams.
For Curry on his first three, and it pops out to SGA.
Good job of closing out on Steph Curry, man. He's one of those guys who's got a quick trigger.
Boy, SGA's going to have his way, come through the lane. Curry can't slow him down, and he's got a chance for three.
This is patience with the basketball. He's serving and looking it over. Nice little redirect with the dribble. Takes the bump.
Be able to find him.
They kind of had a double team on Curry, and he did a good job of getting rid of the ball to the right guy.
Melton, and he can't slow down SGA, who once again gets to the rack and scores.
Man, that's a hard-working drive. Well, it's going to force the Warriors to extend their defense, which opens up those driving lanes and those attacks on the offensive glass.
This is the matchup you like. SGA driving on Stephen Curry. That is a one-man show almost every time. SGA is going to get the best of him. Good description, too. Every time he's come in there, he has shown that he belongs to be on the floor on both ends. Shai off balance and 1 foot gliding his way into that shot.
If you look Thunder now, just string together a couple of baskets. You just got a nice little midi shot by Lou Dort. Just keep seeing that ball go in the basket.
Shai doing what he does, and he sees the ball go into the basket.
Yeah, back-to-back possessions. We can start to work.
Ball in the hands of Shai. Can get it down to single digits. Payne the second, defending Shai, step back shot. We got a 9-point game with over 5 minutes to go. SGA put in 24. Mark Daigneault and Steve Kerr having a word there on the sideline. Two good, strong competitors on the sideline. But what an effort it was for the Thunder.
Pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you to Veterans Day, Military Appreciation Night here at Paycom Center. Some active service members in the house, as are some proud veterans, as they're going to be in the house tonight watching the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Isaiah Joe, take on the Los Angeles Clippers, who are led by Ivica Zubac and, of course, James Harden, the former MVP. And a quick shout out to our veterans.
Once again, the Thunder doing a good job of picking up those loose balls.
Oh, and SGA goes right by man, then finishes it off with the left hand. You might be without your starting center, but the defense, the tenaciousness, the effort, it stays the same. Already forcing turnovers.
Well, you're loving it, too, because it's setting the tone early in the ball game with plays like this. Get to the back.
10 games of the season.
Absolutely.
As SGA dancing with it, lost the step back three, and got the step back three. That was over Harden. Joe looking for another three, missed it. SGA, Wiggins with the rebound. Now 6 seconds. SGA can get by Batum, pulls up, and that's automatic. That's a matchup that you like with Batum. Gotta watch the backside with Dunn. SGA, once again, this time with Harden. Another matchup he's got to like as he goes right to the cup, bisecting the lane.
That's what you call making it do what it do. It was right there, evident. That's another turnover to the Clippers after losing that jump ball on that tie-up.
Shai through the lane, tough shot, line drive after the foul from Poppy. Old-fashioned three-point play coming up. Well, that was a rugged blue-collar drive from SGA. He had to work for this one. Coffee draped all over him. As that three clanked off the front. Biggest lead of the game for OKC. Shai, step back three, got it up over Dunn.
That's a luxury in the NBA, a guy that can guard all 5 positions.
Shai turns off balance, takes the bump. What a move! Oh, SGA zigzagging his way into the end one.
He is so clever. Watch him turn the corner here, folks. As he turned around and just said, he saw that opening like an NFL running back and just dashed right to the basket before the weak side could get there. That's where Dunn got caught in no man's land.
Mike, look at the body bend. Turning the corner. And the extension, keeping him quiet throughout this game. He has not done much.
That's a good point. Just making him work for everything.
Speaking of work, and my goodness, SGA in the mid-range, that was...
Back to you. And allow him to turn. That's 20 turnovers for the Clippers.
And 2 more points off those turnovers.
That's a massive number tonight, folks. Harden's not arguing that as he goes to the bench with those 5 fouls.
Shai straight away rips the cords from deep.
That becomes a big play.
And the Clippers, nice pass. This time, Jada, unselfish, gave it up to SGA, who guides it home. The full quarter. 2 shading over toward SGA. Cuts through a couple of defenders. How did he get that up? SGA slicing and dicing to the rim. As we come up on the 2-minute mark, it's a 1-score game, 3-point OKC lead. Shai, the step-back shot. He's got 42. All about the offense here in the second half.
Look how far back Powell was playing on that.
Ball in the hands of SGA. Bounces off a copy, might have forced it up. And you go. Each one of these free throws critical.
He is one of the hardest working men in the NBA, folks. And teams make him work hard for every single one.
It's tapped over right to SGA. Symbolic. As he fires it up to Wallace. Clock running out. With the punctuation mark. That'll do it here inside Paycom Center. It's all over. The Thunder prevail. In this action-packed second half. It's OKC outlasting LA 134-131.
Malika nighttime falling across the Oklahoma Plains as we get ready to run one between a couple of teams that hooked up in the first round of the playoffs a season ago. The Pelicans and the Thunder. The Thunder put the broom to the Pelicans in 4 games as the Pelicans try to reach a measure of redemption here tonight during the regular season. Welcome everyone to NBA Courtside, presented by DoorDash.com, or visit the NBA app. And Corey, what a game last night. Steph Curry put some heads to bed last night, didn't he?
Let's say Steph got the cup started off just right. 37 for him, the season high. And, of course, ruining Clay's return to the Bay.
Ingram raises up, and a rare miss for Brandon Ingram. He's 4 of 6 now from the field. Gilgeous-Alexander seeing a lot of bodies. Sometimes it doesn't matter. The lefty lay gives him 7 in a row.
And just like Trey Murphy will shoot it from anywhere, and you see an example of that.
Coming off a 12-point game in his lone performance, Gilgeous-Alexander with a step-back 3. Mentioned earlier, baked again. Williams had a notion back to SGA. Working against Kane. Lefty lay is good, high off glass. And that's the first lead of the ball game. He's done a wonderful job, by the way, with the Warriors defensively this year. They're in the upper 10 teams in the NBA. As Shai Gilgeous-Alexander lays one home.
Opportunity for the Pelicans. They continue to try to take advantage of the lack of size in the interior for the Thunder.
That's SGA's spot. He knocks it down, and he comes up hobbling just a little bit.
Roll after being, One traded away from the Clippers. Let's start with that. But then finding himself as a superstar, but on one and done from Kentucky, you see him attacking the basket once again. And it's nothing you can do. You know it.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the bounce. Boston stayed in front of him. Good nail help by Green. SGA and one.
He has patience for days, doesn't he? That's just two Kentucky guys going at it. I'm sure SGA went back in the summertime when Brandon Boston Jr. was at Kentucky. They've been through this before. Both guys going around 6'6". And this is really just a one-on-one matchup right there.
Pelicans without 3 of their starters, and there's another deflection and another steal and another first fast break opportunity. Gilgeous-Alexander for 3. That one falls.
And Shai started off 0 of 3, and it needs to take someone to go make it just an individual play, because you're talking about above average defenders at every position for the Thunder.
Step back 3 by Gilgeous-Alexander, finding a little bit of rhythm from deep. And that one was short. Good defense once again by the #1 rated defense in the NBA. 19-3 OKC sprint right now. And a little light work for SGA. So I'm told that by his trainer that he attacks the heavy. Murphy has a clear side. Williams with some nail help. Boston raises up. Oh, man. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander put him in the friend zone. What a block. Here he is at the other end. Got a couple of birds up in the air and knocked it down. SGA all 94 feet. He's got 29.
Jones is a two-way player. At 6'6", your point guard, protecting the rim, and then turning it into points on the other end of the floor. SGA, we're going to start to hear.
Checkmate. OKC defeats New Orleans 106-88. Jay Will with a season-high 31. SGA with 29.
And a pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball as Jalen Williams, Lou Dort and company get ready to take on Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns. It's the Emirates NBA Cup, game #1 for Oklahoma City. As we welcome you to downtown OKC, Paycom Center, all lit up. The fans making their way to the arena. The Suns come in with a record of 9-3. Oklahoma City is 10-2. What do we have in store? Well, the Thunder find themselves in Group B play. This is the schedule, the first of 4 games. It continues next week in San Antonio. And, of course, the Lakers and the Utah Jazz also in Group B.
SGA. Look at all the pressure that he gets out of the perimeter. Trying to decide what to do here. With Booker defending. Tough shot on the step back. SGA shot it right over the top. He drills it from deep.
And that's normally a shot you see Devin Booker doing.
Comes down to help out on the boards.
You have to go get that rebound, too. He's going to take that. But some of the bigs are going to be on the floor tonight for the Suns.
Shai attacks, goes right by Nurkic. Left side, finishes with the right hand. Got it right back. Now he's on the center, stops on the dime. That's automatic. SGA. You can't defend it because he's so capable. Shai, tough step back 3. Ousmane Dieng, an offensive rebound. Wiggins didn't realize that the defender was right behind him. SGA this time slices in. Another left-handed finish.
Well, right now the Thunder winning that.
Phoenix is down a few of their key players, so making his looks tough, putting him in a crowd, and then knowing the personnel around him to limit his facilitating. And Booker was held scoreless in that first half, guys. So a very effective game plan early on.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Came into the ball game averaging just under 24.
Shai trying to get downhill, but Nurkic kept him out of the paint. So Shai regroups, takes a little bump to him, but still nicely done. He sized up Nurkic, pulled at 21. It comes midway through the third. SGA trying to add to it. Got it back, second effort. That tough shot, he got it to go. In what has been a little bit of an off night for SGA.
Folks.
Shai wants the step back 3 and got the step back 3.
He is such a cool.
And another miss. Shai able to get up a little higher than O'Neal. Attack's done. there. SGA still going right at the rookie and scores again.
Oh, he just plays too confident.
One of the two rookies that Mike Budenholzer has put out on the court tonight. Neither one of them making much noise, though. Shai bounces right off the ball, gets inside and scores.
It was just a physical move by SGA. Just went, wow, that's a good point. Okay, Iguodala was really good at that, too. Only one of few players in the history of the game has ever been an MVP of the finals. The other guy was Kawhi Leonard. This guy here, he is off the charts right now.
They'll also earn the victory here in downtown OKC. Another victory, improving to 11-2. This difficult stretch against the Western Conference. And they do exactly what they wanted to do against a depleted Phoenix Suns team tonight. It was the NBA Emirates Cup on Friday night here at Paycom Center, but a newly freshly laid court, as it is City Night here at Paycom Center for the first time this season, as the fans enjoying this one, getting some new threads hot off the press in the Thunder shop, as they can rock those tonight, as the Dallas Mavericks in town for the first time, as they take on the Oklahoma City Thunder here inside Paycom Center. Welcome in. You got SGA with Lively. Step back shot, and SGA connects. He likes them in that spot, determined to take the three. Nice rebound by J-Dub. As SGA makes his move on Gafford, gets inside and did a great job of using the rim to negate the shot block ability of Gafford, and SGA able to spin it home.
And once again, SGA recognizing he's got a big on him, far away from the basket. Lively, he scored on a couple of times, and now Gafford, just a nice little lean in to avoid the shot blocking.
Leva has entered for the first time. As SGA with Irving, little stutter step, pulls up right over the top, and so smooth. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
When you play in Dallas, they're going to send a lot of guys to the offensive glass. Just tap that ball away like the Thunder just did. Everybody just trying to keep their hand on it. It's a nice little stop and pop action. My goodness. Check his
Wiggins continues to be such a reliable option from behind the three-point line. SGA bounces off, shoots right over the top of Irving, and now he's into double digits in the first quarter. Closer here, getting the final shot. SGA bleeding it out. Now makes his move at 5. Spins away, cuts down the lane, switches hands. Pretty finish with the lane.
Take a look at this, folks. To end the quarter, SGA slicing, dicing, a little whirling and twirling, and a reverse layup. As the Thunder gets the last laugh on the offensive, egregious than that.
Now Callio finally had enough. Booked him. SGA right to the cup, left hand.
He took a lot of contact on that play, too.
Still stay on his line.
Sometimes you get hit that hard. You'll feel that tomorrow, but man, he just keeps going in there.
There he is again, taking a little bump. Tough fadeaway, shot right over Thompson, and that's cash. So KC's going to be starting that road trip in Sacramento. He'll be in Los Angeles for Thanksgiving. Shai goes right up to the cup. Don't see that very often. He had some space in the rim. Trying to get Dort back on Irving. Grimes, not that time from 3. As SGA wants a little space. Knows that it's Klay Thompson right on him. Goes right by. Right hand finish.
And to run your sets on offense.
Shai trying to maintain possession. Keeping that ball moving. It's a little zone here from Dallas. Shai inside, takes a little bump, then he spins it home. How did he do that? He's going to get a chance at a three-point play.
And they made him work for it, too. As Gafford hit him from behind, but man, you want to see a guy turn on the afterburners? Take a look at this. Right there, he just snipes right through. And Gafford is going. You did a tough angle on the finish. Shai should have laid this up on the right side. And Gafford, that's where he was. He covered the right side. And he's got a 7'2" wingspan. That helps too when you get up in the air.
J-Dub thought about the 3 instead. SGA going the other way. What a night for us here. Quickly, Shai, Marshall defending. Marshall falls, Shai open, and he switches home the three to make it a one-possession game. Gotta think that he's gonna try to miss this, and he is. Ball pops up, Dort, can he get it off? He does, but it's short. And what a finish between these two teams who play another fantastic game down to the final buzzer.
Good evening, everyone, from San Antonio, Texas, for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Tonight, the NBA on TNT is presented by State Farm. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. Week 1 of the NBA season, he said he was so excited for Champagne and what he could mean, and he has not disappointed. Gilgeous-Alexander, what great footwork, and got the separation needed for the deuce. And the 11-3 Thunder the other way with Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll dance on Champagne. Jab stepping, faking, leans, goes up and down. A series of moves. Spurs with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on top and a switch on defense. 3.
Now he doesn't take a lot of them.
No.
And his shooting percentage from 3.
Put up in Mamu Kalashvili. 4 years out of Seton Hall, began with the Bucks, and now he is with the Spurs. Gilgeous-Alexander, another 3.
And they're daring him, right? They're going to go under on that high screening roll because
Gilgeous-Alexander, he'll size him up. Moves in on Champagne, doubled by Kessel, and he's still got it to go. What a player. Shai Gilgeous-Jones has just checked back in the game, taking the place of Jalen Williams. Gilgeous-Alexander, stop, start, spins, fires, good!
Okay, someone's starting to warm up here. Back to
with such confidence and swagger on the, he's got 2 guys on him now. Dort, up top, left free, can't bury the triple. Tap by Flagler, back to Gilgeous-Alexander, and he buries the 3. What a stroke! Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has put in 22. And the Thunder climbing back. This guy is a sure shot, either driving or popping from outside for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, he got 2 instead of 3.
Yeah, he did. Looking on Paul, plenty of time on the clock.
That's 39-year-old Chris Paul out there playing
right.
defense like that.
Gilgeous-Alexander sets, fires, scores!
Man. Stop it.
A triple right there, but still down by 10. We've had 3 ties. Castle trying to scoop it around the defender. And Gilgeous-Alexander the other way with 27, now 29.
Here they come. Only down by 12 now.
Defensive stand, the bump, the lean, fires a long shot. Oh! What a shot by Paul! 4 threes! Gilgeous-Alexander,
what
3
an
at the other end.
What an answer.
What shot making? No. Rebound kicked away. And as the ball trickles the other way, zeros on the clock, the Spurs have won.
Pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you back to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network. As the Thunder last night were in San Antonio, but tonight it is a Northwest Division foe in the Portland Trailblazers as we celebrate Native American Heritage Night here from Paycom Center in downtown Oklahoma City. Scoot Henderson trying to take a step forward in his young career. Year number 2. SGA. Defended by Sharp. Gave that little lead, then goes glass. Nice touch. Sometimes he doesn't go glass at the rim, just a little too strong on the finger roll. Shai steps in. He's able to intercept the pass. And then he just lowers the defense and somehow finds his way all the way to the rim. Wiggins saw that ball fake. They're trying to keep that ball moving. Shai will pull up. And he got that one to go. What was an atypical first half for SGA. Mike, he was just that UConn National Championship team.
As SGA trying to manipulate the defense, pulls up, height advantage. He'll shoot that over Henderson all night long if the Blazers. Nice defense. Got slipped out by SGA on the poke away. Jones trying to create something. Shai got around Kamara, plus the foul. He's going to the line.
You know, in actuality, that was terrific defense by Kamara. But once again, you're guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he's so crafty with the basketball. My goodness. That's the end of the play. There's the contact and the foul. And this is a lonely trip to the lead.
Weak side rebound to Hartenstein. Tomorrow with the miss.
Hartenstein, I tell you, he is just a rebound magnet right now.
He's got 13. Oh, Shai foul on the backside. They're going to call goaltend. They are. So not only did you get the two, you're going to get SGA at the free throw line. That's a huge play for the Thunder.
Yeah, that ball had touched the backboard. It was a little bit low on the backboard. Here it is right here. And yeah, that's goaltend. You got to wait for that ball to come off. And
the thing about it, that had no chance. He has been an offensive powerhouse. Shai trying to shed Kamara. Tough step back shot right at the free throw line. SGA sticks it. Nice strip. Pops out to Jalen Williams, rightfully so. He had those 30 points. And OKC able to respond after losing to Dallas and San Antonio. Getting the victory here. Taking down the Portland Trail Blazers at home, 109-99. A pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you back to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network after an uncharacteristic 4-day break right in the middle of the schedule here in November. The Thunder return back to action and kick off this 4-game road trip in California's capital city. As tonight, they're going to take on the Sacramento Kings, led by De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
It's a big part of his game. He's never really been a three-point shooter.
Shai's got a little mid-range himself as he pulls up just inside the free throw line.
Yeah, just two guys that like to play.
14. Hartenstein loves that handoff right back to SGA. Take two that time. He'll splash it home.
Man, he set a monster pick on Ellis.
Pace as Shai surveys. Sacramento team that over the years has really struggled defensively. That has been their biggest soft spot, and SGA once again dials one up from deep.
And how about Hartenstein setting a massive screen?
Hasn't been getting much production from its bench, particularly in the absence of Malik Monk. As Shai down the lane, left hand, had the step, got it up over Sabonis. What to deal with at times, the cowbells. Yeah. It can be raucous.
Yeah, sleep train, Arco, whatever you want to call it.
Boy, how about SGA right over one of the other mid-range maestros in Durant. Now, despite Sacramento shooting 60% from the field, my goodness. It's a one-point game. Shai, mid-range, he'll shoot right over the top of Ellis, take a bump, and now he's going to the line.
You know, he's been so patient with the defensive pressure that's been on him. And when he's made the right decision when he has that single coverage. Ellis, a little bit shorter, giving up a few pounds. And he just gets it.
Under 2 minutes here in the first half. Shai leans in with the scoop, and it bounces home. Baseline. And OKC can run a little offense here. This is what they were doing with Hartenstein. They got it right back. How about the extra pass? But now Shai's got to make something happen. 1 second. He'll fire it up from 3 and beat the shot clock.
Man's got ice water in his vein.
Trying to get into the zone?
Yeah.
From distance?
I know what that feels like sometimes.
Oh, okay.
On the glass, though. When I get like 8 rebounds in a row.
Oh, tough take. SGA using some physicality on that drive. He was
not just standing out there watching that paint dry, even though he was guarding Fox on that play.
Shai, nice spin move, and the finger roll. Boy, a pretty move from SGA.
Wow.
Herter, no on the 3, so the 3's starting to dry up for Sacramento, particularly here in the second half. Now they're down to 29% from 3 in the game. On the other end, SGA, his offense hasn't dried up at all as he buries one from deep.
And how about this? Thunder building up a 12-point lead. That's massive right now. How this ball game has gone between these two teams all night, folks. It's just been a bunch of punch, counter punch. Neither team until now has been able to throw a haymaker. You want to see a couple of haymakers? This is one right here by Shai. There's that finger roll you were talking about, partner. Just beautiful basketball here. And then here again, just a better look underneath as he catches the defense, kind of with their back to him. And you talk about the haymaker. That's a haymaker because that's when you force the coach to call timeout. That's just Shai doing Shai things.
Let's check in with Nick. Look at bounces in there as Monk double digits off the bench. I said SGA on the bench. He's actually starting this fourth quarter. Still feeling good. Step back shot, and he's going to get the bounce on the other end as his big offensive night continues.
Well, they've done a good job of just not allowing him to get those type of plays.
Shai back out on the floor, pulls up inside the free throw line. It's McDermott 0 for 2, and that's how this road trip gets underway. A win for OKC against the Sacramento Kings in a place where wins have been hard to find.
Welcome everyone to San Francisco, the jewel by the bay on Thanksgiving Eve. A couple of teams thankful for their standings in the Western Conference right now, OKC and the Golden State Warriors. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, one of the top players in the league right now, an immutable, incandescent scorer, shining bright right now from coast to coast whenever he takes to the court. Meanwhile, Golden State, off to their best start since 2022, folks. That's the last time they won their 5th NBA championship. Welcome, everyone, to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. The second meeting of the season between OKC and the Golden State Warriors. This one coming from Chase Center.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody needs a wing defender. He can create his own offense, and he can play 40 minutes. He can play 40 minutes in a playoff game. He doesn't fatigue, so he does everything. He just doesn't do it as consistently, Mark, as you want sometimes.
SGA with the transition layup play. Wiggins' teardrop comes off. Hartenstein signing a 3-year, $87 million deal. Coming over from the New York Knicks in free agency. Man, that's jelly at the rim by SGA. What a SGA. And they turn the Warriors over again. George back out top. Gilgeous-Alexander working on Waters. A little light work for SGA.
Best in the league, like we said.
That's a good part of that, too.
Huge part. And Steve Kerr has always believed, this goes way back, you cannot win at the highest level without a great defense. And that's why this Thunder team, the team the Warriors are playing, is they're tops in the league. And the Warriors are currently 4th. So you got two of the best defensive teams.
Wasn't a lot of separation.
And another way of saying it, he hasn't figured out who the top 9 are yet. And that Melton injury really hurt this team, because they were starting
against the number 4 defense in the league. Gilgeous-Alexander, Hield picks him up on the switch. Goes tween, pulls it back. Man, he's doing drills out here in the first quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander. 5.5 minutes to go in the opening half. Good blitz by Draymond on the ball screen. Gilgeous-Alexander back in the ball game. He sat for a long time, but Bobby hasn't cooled off.
I'll tell you what, Mark, Uber Eats guy, I might have to scout him a little bit.
Gilgeous-Alexander, Kuminga trying to put some straps on him here. It doesn't matter sometimes. SGA on a heater, up to 18 for
going in, and then you just need one to go down sometimes. Just have one good game, and then you're off and running.
Kuminga trying to stick to Gilgeous-Alexander, got killed by a screen by Hartenstein. That stroke.
Yeah, and then that one he didn't hesitate. He got it up, just didn't knock it down. But again, that was a big opportunity. Could have cut it to 4.
Gilgeous-Alexander, the step back midi is pure. 86 just underway here in the 4th and final quarter. Spencer picks up Gilgeous-Alexander. He likes that baseline mid-range and connects with one there.
That's a tough shot.
Looney on SGA in transition. Gilgeous-Alexander finally breaks onto that mini shooting slump. Wiggins providing the point of attack defense. Podziemski switches on to SGA. Sidestep 3. Got it! A potential dagger. A 4-point lead with 1:20 to trigger the inbound. Pajemski falls down. They got to get it in. Green in the corner to Wiggins. Got it off. He didn't draw iron. Clock running and stops. Waters with a late pull, and doesn't matter. The Thunder win it 105 to 101. They are now 2-0 on their 4-game road trip.
Welcome to NBA Friday, presented by State Farm, part of Emirates NBA Cup. And tonight from Los Angeles, the Lakers on a cup night at Crypto.com Arena will host the Oklahoma City Thunder, off to a 14-4 start on the season. It's the day after Thanksgiving. You've already had the leftovers. It's been a sporting Black Friday all across the country. And so why not see the best team in the West? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder off to that terrific start against a Lakers squad which just put the brakes on a 3-game slide, and that man, LeBron James, who authored his 118th triple-double on Wednesday night. It is a cup night here in LA. Phoenix, Lakers, Spurs, all tied at 2-1 atop West Group B. Lakers and OKC need a win. OKC will be eliminated if they lose. Lakers need a win and need some help. So the ball fake on the 3. Can't say enough about what Isaiah Hartenstein has brought to OKC in just 3 games, and that guy shooting it at 39%, had made only 2 of his previous 17 threes. No whistle there. Reeves thought he was pulled down by Gilgeous-Alexander, and nobody got back for the easy bucket.
A strange play. Reeves is trying to get
Hachimura from the elbow. We were talking with Mark Daigneault, the head coach of OKC, as Gilgeous-Alexander scoops up another one again.
Sure, it's nice to have AD on your team.
One and done man from Michigan State right to the Los Angeles Lakers. You get to see that every day in practice.
Yeah, I love that line.
Both these teams shot north of 50% in the first quarter, but not so much here in the second. SGA.
The start-stop ability of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just next level. You think you've done a good job cutting off one angle. He keeps his handle. He's always going to have a counter move to great defense. This is one of the best scorers we have in this league on full display.
A.J. Redick, arms folded, and Reeves in the defensive position against SGA. That'd be a good sign. Gilgeous-Alexander, 10 points working. Step back, count it for SGA.
He just loves that.
It's been about 13 years since those two schools played football. Isaiah Joe, offensive rebound. SGA for 3, and we're tied.
And he's taking more.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 15 points. 7 assists so far in the game. That one goes high off the window and gets the roll. Redick was not happy in Phoenix on Tuesday night. They got blown out in Phoenix, which may have hurt their cup chances, but he wanted a defensive effort. They got it in San Antonio, and they're getting it so far tonight. I don't know how you stop that. SGA for 3. Into contact. Luke Dort was able to bounce off and avoid it. Pass across the way. Stolen. Kenrich Williams. Missed it. Offensive rebound, though. Nice job by SGA and Luke Dort to trail, and Gilgeous-Alexander converted.
Nice job by
Kenneth. Going to take it to the rack. Couldn't finish. Nice save by Hartenstein. 3-on-3. Williams been quiet and misses. SGA makes him pay with another offensive rebound.
The bounce to get to the rim to make you overreact. That's what led to that step back and separation.
Against Utah a couple of weeks ago, he hit 9 3-pointers and had a career-high 37. Euro step and 1. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Try for the old-fashioned 3-point play.
There's no real way to stop this guy, but if you don't contain him better at the
31 for Gilgeous-Alexander working. And he's got Max Christie defending. SGA time. Pulls for 3 and buries it. 4 for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's just greatness. He was
Double-double.
fourth double-double
in 4 games
to start his season.
Connects from half court, no good. Oklahoma City, #1 in the West, and still alive in the Emirates NBA Cup as they go to 2-1 here.
The road trip began last Sunday in California, dotting the map, going from Sacramento to San Francisco to LA. But we are in Houston tonight. 2 of the better teams in the Western Conference as Oklahoma City is set to take on the Houston Rockets. As the Thunder come in with a fantastic record, 15-4. The Rockets right behind them in the Western Conference. They are 14-6. As we welcome you inside Toyota Center. Alongside my broadcaster.
And you see a lot of guys sometimes getting upset. I go, okay, you'll calm down in a second because, you know, at least it's very consistent.
Certain calls you might not be getting. There's an off-balance drive from SGA. Just kind of flung it up there. SGA was clearly trying to get the whistle on the last possession. Trying to get a good shot. There's off the catch. That's a good shot as SGA drains it from deep.
That's just terrific ball movement, too. I'll give the rookie credit on that.
So Wiggins come off the bench. He's got 9 points. The Thunder really need offense. He's OKC's leading scorer so far in the first half. There's 6 quick points coming from the three-point line. Shai backs it up with a 3. It's just the patience of a 9-year veteran knowing what he wants to do.
Well, he had picked up his dribble, which was the cardinal sin in that painted area.
Oh, Shai right with Şengün on him. Finishes with the left hand on the reverse.
Another guy who likes to be physical in Şengün. Look at all the attention that Shai gets.
Still finds just enough daylight and a crease to get to the cup and scores.
Sometimes I can't.
And the ball pops out.
Good job getting him at the point of attack. As Shai ties his ball game up with the first bucket in this 3rd quarter.
With speed, puts his head down, driving inside, left hand. Şengün, no, it's tapped out. SGA got it to J-Dub. 3-on-1 momentarily. SGA left hand, he's gonna score in transition. And it's 84-81 OKC.
He did a good job of just surviving the moment and flipping the script with plays like this. Tough finishes, this time by SGA.
Off the pass, no good. Şengün battling with J-Dub. And J-Dub just enough there to regain possession. Shai, little jab step 3, and he buries it from deep.
Wow. And that's all because the Thunder have sealed out the offensive
foul. Van Vliet. Got a hard closeout. Shai with the strip. Can he beat Van Vliet down the other end? Yes, he can. He'll put it down.
The Thunder have done that one and done for the Rockets at the glass. This is what it leads to. This is the trifecta by the man of the moment. As Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just continues to do SGA things, folks.
Down off of him. Dave Van Vliet, the green light. Shai inside, missed the first one, the putback. Boy, the relentless effort by SGA on the glass.
Wow, he took a lot of contact. Trying to put points on the board if he can. And he does just that.
Kenrich, the heave. J-Dub's gonna have a chance. Spins, and the turnaround 3 to tie. Left it short. And what a battle it was here in Houston. As the Rockets outlast Oklahoma City. After spending all of last week on the road on the West Coast, it is a quick stop back home here in downtown Oklahoma City. Emirates NBA Cup action. Group B, the final game of group play, as the Utah Jazz, with a record of 4-16, come to OKC to take on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder, of the top record in the Western Conference at 15-5, as they will try to tame the former All-Star Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz. Welcome inside Paycom Center.
You don't play teams. In fact, and the players know that. You just don't play a team's record. You always play, according to what they're capable of doing. And that's certainly this is a scoring team, but they also give up a lot of points too. And Shai gets on the scoreboard with his first 2. The Jazz give up the other way. Wow! You talk about dropping a sweet dime.
There's the steal. SGA got fouled on his way to the cup. Still able to finish. Right hand. Collier went for the foul. SGA stuck with the play. And another offensive rebound.
Wow, that's 4 on 1 possession.
Can Shai finally pay it off? He'll get to the cup using his size, going right at Zhang, and he does.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they milked all
the glass.
Let's hear it.
Sexton came over from Cleveland, that Donovan Mitchell trade. SGA goes right through the Utah defense. Nobody wants to slow him down.
Oh, once again,
turnover number 19.
Oh, he busted up a lob too as well. How about Shai with the 7-footer trying to guard him?
Final shot of the first half. Shai got it up over the 7-footer.
The group's done a great job of playing together and a great job of being in their spots on that end of the floor. He said that getting those stops will continue to be key here in the second half to get out on the run offensively.
All right, it started this third quarter with a basketball. It's SGA on the baseline. Sexton, the board. Sneaks it inside, but Hartenstein able to recover and swats it with that left hand.
Oh, that's tough to do, man, I tell you.
J-Dub, the kick, catch fire 3. That's exactly what you want from Markkanen, who's had some big games against OKC over the last couple of years. Shai, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Utah can't do anything about it. It was right in his face, not able to convert. Biggest lead of the game for OKC sits right now. Looking for more, and Shai's got a little bit more. He's got 20 in the game.
He's a terrific player, and he's a star in this league, no doubt about it.
So All-Star in 2023, Shai, oh my goodness, yet again, just unfair.
Display tonight, folks, as this is a game with a lot of cup implications, and wow, he just go right around Markkanen.
No alley-oop on his watch. It squirts up to Wiggins. Jones will hoist, and that'll do it. Looking for that point differential. Bench driven, according to Mark Daigneault. But this one, it was decided a long time ago. 133-106, the final. OKC does what it wants to do.
And a pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network on the northern shores of Lake Ontario. The Thunder travel north of the border tonight to take on the Toronto Raptors. A couple of Canadians in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort coming back to their homeland and taking on another Canadian in R.J. Barrett and Scotty Barnes. We welcome you inside Scotiabank Arena, everybody. Young players, very versatile, physical, big bodies. And Shai, right over the top of his fellow countryman in R.J. Help defender came over and blocked that shot. Shai puts it on the deck, pulls up, and he's going to get the friendly home bounce. Dick missed a bunch of time. In fact, the last 5 games with a calf injury. Shai fading away out of bounds, bouncing off of a defender. It still shows up for another 3, way short, and the Thunder can counter. Shai put his head down, going right at Barnes, and he's going to score with the left hand.
I love that change of speed.
And too much strength. So Mobo able to finish. As Shai attacking Barrett's going to bank it in, takes a little contact, and he's going to the line for a 3-point play.
Well, the Thunder were concerned about the pace of the game, not allowing it to be in favor of the Raptors. A made basket, look what the Thunder do, get out quickly, and you can't set up your defense. You got one-on-one coverage. It took 7 free throws in that first quarter, just 2 here in the second. To a team that gives up the most free throws and fouls.
Shai once again. Oh, the line drive shot in the mid-range.
That's tough.
But the move of the night right now is Isaiah Joe. Faked the pass, kept it himself. Shai from the baseline. and sticks the mid-range.
In all fairness, that was terrific on ball.
Barry. Dayton was ready to call timeout had that gone down. Shai, too much touch, too much skill. You just can't give him that kind of space.
He can make it look so.
And getting some to drop here in the third quarter. North sets the screen. SGA hip to hip on Barry, goes glass and scores.
Just took a chance, see if that could get overturned and they would get that continuation in that one single free throw.
That's an excellent point. I mean, they're shooting 33%. They got 59 points, and they're trailing big and even bigger now after that mid-range shot from SGA. Rebound.
You're right. I'm glad you pointed that out too, because he's had a lot of plays like that where he's kept the basketball alive and his teammates have gone and gotten it. And Shai will knock down his first three of the night. He is just continues to pour it in with those 27 points.
Well, this one is going to go down in the win column, another road victory. And as one-sided of a win as you're going to see in modern-day NBA action. The Thunder pushed it up to 30, almost 40. Shai did his part with a 30-point night.
Shai, you guys were facing a young, hungry team, but this was a wire-to-wire win. What was the mindset of this group from the very outset tonight?
Yeah, they have good players. They were playing well before. Like, I think they won 3 of their last 4 games. We knew that coming into this game. We didn't want to take them lightly. They're NBA players, obviously really good. So we came out here and tried to punch them in the mouth, and we did so.
They've been one of the best in the league in fast breaks, and you guys completely flipped that to be your advantage. What was the key to that tonight?
We feel like that's our advantage every night. We got guys that are really good in space, and there's never more space in the transition and in the fast break, and that's what we try to get to. We got to it tonight, and the score showed it.
Shai, you're obviously from just about 90 minutes away. Can you reflect on the lifelong work that you've put into your game to help you get to this point?
Yeah, it's been a long journey. Thanks, obviously, to all my family members, my friends, everybody that's been a part of the journey. They know who they are. I wouldn't have been there without them.
All right, thank you, Shai. Congrats.
You're welcome.
Well, a meaningful victory tonight for him and the rest of this Thunder team, getting it done on the road in dominant fashion.
From Lake Ontario, Thursday night against Toronto, to the mighty Mississippi here in New Orleans. The Crescent City is all lit up. Smoothie King Center ready to go as the Thunder going to take on the New Orleans Pelicans, closing out another multi-city road trip as the Pelicans and C.J. McCollum, Brandon Ingram are finally starting to get healthy. Welcome inside the arena, everybody. Alongside Wallace able to rip it away. As this New Orleans team looks so different than it did earlier this season. Just so much unfortunate injury. Look, there's a nice take. SGA getting right to the cup. First points of the game. Away.
You've been able to close out on a couple of shooters, first couple of baskets, and now you're starting to disrupt those passes, which the Thunder have been so good at. And once again, Shai on the opposite side of the basket, making it look.
So it's McCollum defending Wallace as SGA again had to step on Murray. He's got another basket right at the rim. Too much length, too much skill. And Jones fumbled that, trying to pass it out to McCollum. Shai, he'll step into the three and bury it from deep.
That's a man playing with a lot of confidence. That is just...
All right, thank you, Paris. Some of that is just being in year number 2 and understanding personnel, knowing what he's supposed to do, and that's just familiarity with experience. Shai's got experience attacking. He goes right at Boston, just in 50 on the 3. As SGA gliding across midcourt. Steps inside yet again as he goes up on Murphy, and SGA right now having his way in the first quarter. Having a career year so far, 17.5 points. Shai having his way here in the first quarter yet again. There is nobody right now for New Orleans.
Brandon Ingram will give the Pelicans a much-needed shot from downtown.
Ingram's been dormant. SGA has not. Once again, a straight. If the Thunder can get a good shot here, they've been hard to come by the last few possessions. Double team again on SGA. Sees it quickly, and he just pushes up that shot. He had Misi draped all over him.
A tough shot.
That call, it's so obvious.
I mean, the player was actually trying to do it.
That's the thing. It was an intentional foul out the middle of the court. SGA to the cup and the bucket.
back end of this road trip, a multi-city road trip. It's OKC holding on here against the Pelicans, getting it done on the road and pulling out another win against a Western Conference team and a much better New Orleans team than the one that came to OKC back in November.
Good evening, everyone, from Oklahoma City in the quarterfinals of the Cup, featuring 2 of the top 5 NBA scores and a rematch of a playoff series from last season. Welcome to the knockout round, the single elimination stage of the Emirates NBA Cup on TNT and NBA TV. Tonight, it's the Dallas Mavericks and the Oklahoma City Thunder. The winner here goes to Las Vegas for the semifinals and will face the winner of the Rockets and Warriors, who play on TNT tomorrow night. Dort.
Individual defense there by Cason Wallace.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Oklahoma City has gone 1 of 6 on the start, and with a hit right there by Shai, has the rebound. Coming off a 31-point game against New Orleans on Saturday. A 3 here is good.
And listen, even though SGA only shoots, you just have to hope he misses. That's just better offense.
So we've got 2 of the top 5 scorers in the NBA. And here's one of them, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Smooth, right? Just understand.
Lassoed by Wallace. And the Thunder attacking. Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's the problem. You're going to give it a team.
Thunder. It was Kenrich Williams who knocked it away, and they control at the other end with a half minute to go in the first quarter.
And right here, you'll see if SGA is going to go for 3.
Woo. Wow. This is very abnormal for him to be shooting this one.
Coach Dagnall saying he came into the league ready to go.
What defense by Dort. And Doncic is 1 of 7. It'll trickle in. Pretty shot. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Rewarding the big.
Oklahoma City has taken 10 more shots in this game than the Mavericks. Gilgeous-Alexander.
Smooth.
7. And over Hartenstein. Rebound, Jalen Williams.
He has those quick 5 points and has only scored 1 bucket since.
Quick first step. Shai taking it in. And it's 22 for him tonight. Getting 2 right there on a slashing move.
And I said before the game right here, smooth operation
in the association. Full display tonight here with a trip to Vegas on the line.
Lively is in, Gafford is out. And Gilgeous-Alexander on the move.
Too easy.
Biggest lead for the pick it up.
And Reggie.
Intercepted by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Here, you talk about the OKC guards and their length.
Missing the 3. Good rebound.
This will bring the house down.
Back to Shai. Gilgeous-Alexander. Stopping, starting, feeding, Joe, colliding, Thompson there. Shot clock at 7. 7 minutes gone in the quarter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the Thunder by the opponent.
Along with rebounding as well.
Gilgeous-Alexander, Kyrie's on him, over Lively.
Money. Gets to his kill spot.
Picked up his first moments ago. Kenrich Williams. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 31. Doncic is on him.
Keep it down, keep it down.
3.
Man, I mean, just smooth.
Here we go, 10-point game, under 9 to go. The winner to Las Vegas in the semifinals, Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gotta be a switch. Miscommunication between Prosper.
From Klay Thompson. Thank you, Allie. And just to follow up that report by her, 18 points by Williams of the Thunder, 10 in the fourth. Gilgeous-Alexander spinning, shooting, scoring.
It doesn't matter.
Over Thompson.
It doesn't matter. That was great. Them beating Dallas on the glass 52-44 was huge to spark their offense.
Oklahoma City with 8 wins in their last 9 games. The Thunder have won 4 in a row. They're 19-5, and they held Dallas 15 points below their scoring average.
Well, you guys know this team very rarely does interviews alone, but I'm here with Shai, and I want to start with your defense and the rebounding. It really took it to the next level this game, the way that you were double-teaming Luka, using multiple defenders. What was the mentality coming in, knowing what you knew about all your matchups with this team previously?
Yeah, just to be the aggressors. In the past, we feel like they punched us in the mouth to start the game. We wanted to make that a point of emphasis, get off to a good aggressive start, and then transfer to the rest of the night.
How much fun early in the season is having the pressure and the excitement, the atmosphere of this game, knowing that something is on the line early and now getting to go to Vegas to have something even more on the line?
Yeah, personally, it had a little bit like of a playoff feel, a little bit more at stake than just a regular season game. I'm proud of the team, proud of the guys. We rose to the moment and beat a good basketball team.
You're also doing this without Chet Holmgren, which is the most impressive part. But what is it about this team that can seamlessly just be effortless and together?
Yeah, we work at it. We're always together off the court. We trust each other on the court. We all work hard, and at the end of the day, we all want to win. When you have those ingredients, a good product comes out, and that's what you guys are seeing.
Congratulations. We'll see you guys in Vegas.
Appreciate it.
Season tournament, and now, of course, called the Emirates NBA Cup. And here at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, this semifinal features two young, hungry teams and two of the best defenses in the NBA, featuring some of the more outstanding young talent throughout the league right now. As Oklahoma City and Houston square off and match up. As we welcome here to T-Mobile, and there's Alperen Şengün, one of the great young players, perhaps on the verge of making an all-star team. OKC has a couple of players of those as well.
Go fight for the rebound. Oklahoma City's downsized, so those rebounds are gonna. You have to gang rebound.
Inside shot is good. Gilgeous-Alexander did not have a lot of room. That's his team points. Einstein into Dort. By the way, the Rockets bench. We're at 25 points. Count it, and a foul.
What we know about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is he has now seen a lot of defenses over the course of his career. He's been the engine driving this, so the blitzes, the doubles, he's accustomed to it. He's going to keep playing, so he gets an empty side. He knows he's got to beat the contest. You think they're going to hear about that?
I don't know. I saw the numbers. He was working with my guy, Lethal Shooter, and he puts up, what did he put up, 2 of 5 for the free throw? Come on.
We've seen a lot of bad shooting today. Starting with Valley. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets nice other players. Şengün, frustration continues. This guy, one of the terrific young talents in the league, who's been playing great basketball, as Gilgeous-Alexander connects. Jalen Williams back up top. Thompson on Gilgeous-Alexander. Elite offense against elite defense. Offense wins there. Green launches in and out. Gilgeous-Alexander down the other end. Falling away. Shot is good. And he has come alive. It's been a struggle most of the night. Eason and Thompson, 15 and 12 points off the bench. And the usual good defense as Gilgeous-Alexander backs it home. Plenty of time still left on the shot clock. Gilgeous-Alexander steps back and rattles in a 3.
Now that's heavily contested. That is heavily contested. This goes back to Ime Tony.
And a tremendous second half by the Thunder. Thunder advance. They'll play the Bucks Tuesday night for the NBA Cup. But Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder come alive in the second half. He's with Lisa.
Shai, we knew it was going to be a physical defensive battle. Everything was contested. Just how were you guys able to find just enough offense tonight?
We stayed with it. Yo, shut up, shut up. We stay with our principles.
You're on live TV? Yeah, you can't say that on live TV. Kids are listening.
My bad. All right, I'm gonna wait till he's done.
They caught us, bro. Come on out.
We stay to our principles, to our identity. We knew that we'd be able to kick in enough shots if we stay with it. And we just focused on getting stops the whole night. We knew if we did that at a high level, we'd give ourselves a chance, and that's what happened.
Okay, now be quiet, guys. You came alive in the third quarter. Just what started feeling good for you out of the locker room?
Yeah, I just wanted to be aggressive. Basketball is full of ups and downs. You're going to make some shots you shouldn't make. You're going to miss some shots you should make. And I just try to stay aggressive through all the ups and downs and all the lows, and it paid off tonight.
And once you started heating up, how could you see how it was affecting everyone else?
Yeah, this is how we play basketball. We play aggressively. Myself being the leader, I got to set the tone. And hopefully we can do the same thing on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday, you guys have the Bucks. What's going to be the biggest challenge against Milwaukee?
Defense. If we play defense, we give ourselves a chance any night. And offensively, we just got to play to our identity, play together, and have fun.
Another game like this?
We wouldn't mind it. As long as we win, we're good.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll see you on Tuesday.
Kia Center in Orlando is the site tonight. Plenty of gifts for the Christmas tree. They are flying off the racks here at the Kia Center. We welcome you. It's the NBA on TNT. It is presented by State Farm. What a matchup we have for you tonight. Two of the best defensive teams in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the team with the best record in the West, against the Orlando Magic, currently sitting fourth in the East.
Well, that's a good sign early. Suggs being aggressive. Only 9 points in their last game Sunday. Off the bounce. Efficient. Speaking off the bounce, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, so dangerous.
Averaging 30 a game. There's a Magic turnover. And Dort finds J-Dub, who gives it to Gilgeous-Alexander. The Oklahoma City Thunder play with such ease. Second free throw. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has got the tall Anthony Black on him. 6'7", matching up against 6'6" Gilgeous-Alexander, and forces him into a tough shot, and he makes it anyway.
An actually aggressive play if you're Jamal Mosley. You just don't want the foul.
Jeff Howard ends up on Gilgeous-Alexander, spins and lays it in.
Big and tough with that small lineup.
Thunder only scoring 31 points in the second half against Milwaukee in the NBA Cup Final Tuesday. Gilgeous-Alexander hits a mid-range jumper. You're seeing it all right now.
Yeah, you're seeing it all, and they won it.
And it is Thunder ball here. Reset the shot clock to 14. Oh, driving to the basket, Gilgeous-Alexander. Breakdown defensively, a nice set from three-point range. He's been a little bit better here in the last month or so, but they need him to get back to that 40% sharpshooter number he had a year ago. Gilgeous-Alexander just going to work.
And great patience from Goga.
10-point game. Thunder led by 1 at the end of the quarter. But Gilgeous-Alexander is stacking them. Two-man game here with SGA and Hartenstein. Now he's got the switch. Pulls Batadze out. What's he going to do? Drives it, stops it, shot fake. Oh, wow. So silky by Gilgeous-Alexander.
He is actually very close to returning to action. He said this morning after shoot-around that this is the last little bit, as he put it. He feels like he is very close to returning to action. He said they warned them before the game that this OKC team does do that. So 14 points resulting in 14 turnovers, resulting in 22 points. He said the key, though, is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Now the Magic have gained momentum back into this game.
At one point, Magic down 23. They're on a 17-0 run. Here's Wiggins. Gives it up. Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander erases the drought. Ball in the lead when you come to the end of the third quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander goes right by Joseph. Got Isaac in the air and finishes. Looking for a ball. Hands of Wiggins. SGA. KCP on him. Gilgeous-Alexander turns on Caldwell. hits a turnaround jumper.
Just too easy right there.
They lead the NBA in steals and deflections. #1 defensive rating as well. Gilgeous-Alexander takes a peek. He's got Batanze on him. They clear it out. Gilgeous-Alexander. Clutch. If he's going to miss any time, he tried to give it a go in the third quarter, could not. And that'll take us to the finish line. Suggs remained on that bench, still hobbled. Up next for the Magic will be the Miami Heat. They're in the middle of this 7-game homestand with 5 more to play. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander goes for 35 points in 36 minutes. Alexander.
Well, as always, guys, this is becoming the norm with the OKC Thunder. Whole crew comes. Shai, thanks for stopping. Listen, you know that you were going to have a hard time overall because you're coming from Vegas, time zone changes. How are you guys able to stay the course, especially in the fourth?
Yeah, the travel day was pretty insane. To come off of Vegas time zone, come to the East Coast, play it back-to-back, but we don't want to make any excuses. The rest of the league does not care. They didn't care tonight, and Miami won't care tomorrow. So it's just about us getting our game plan into the game, playing together, playing unselfishly. We got away from it a little bit in the second half, clearly, but we did enough tonight to get a W. Tomorrow 0-0, we got to play Miami Heat and try to get a W.
Each game that you all play, you learn something about yourselves. In Vegas, you learned that you can manufacture a win. Those are your coach's words. Did you do that tonight?
Yeah, tonight I'd say we manufactured a win. Obviously, it had its ups and downs. Didn't go the way we wanted to the whole night, but it's NBA basketball, best teams in the league, best teams in the world, sorry. That's going to happen. Hats out to them for the fight, obviously. We have things to get better at, but we'll take the W.
All right, I have to ask about this. Your guys. All of this.
Oh, the huddle?
Why? Yes, why is this? We've talked about it before,
yeah.
But people at home, why is this?
Just to show our togetherness. We don't do anything we don't do anything by ourselves. We win together, lose together, shop together, go to dinner together, everything's together.
Well, it shows. Thanks for stopping. Nice job tonight.
Yes, thank you so much.
Nice job, guys. All right.
Nobody has been playing better in the NBA than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just pumping in offense, and Jalen Williams continues to shine. But tonight, a tough opponent from the Eastern Conference. It's Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, 2 players used to winning. As we welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network, Miami is all lit up. It is a spectacular night for Thunder Basketball as we wish everybody a happy holiday. No good on the mid-range shot. And the rebound to J-Dub as OKC trying to push it up the floor. SGA pulls up, hand in the face, and he drills it from 3.
Good job. And that's what the Thunder do a really good job of, folks. Whether Kendrick gets that steal or not. How about Shai picking up that loose change up in the air? Says nobody's home. I'll just lay it up real quick. You know, a lot of teams have really kind of copied that. You know, I mean, a zone defense technically is not legal in the NBA. As Shai will hit that patented mid-range shot all by himself there. Quick little fast break opportunity for the Thunder. But, you know, Aaron Spoelstra's been doing that for a long time.
Always been a great innovator. He's been with this Miami team for 17 years. As Shai, between a couple of defenders, just flails it up and it drops in, and he's going to have a chance at a 3-point play.
He took a shot too. He got sandwiched between the 2 defenders. Folks, this is a professional score. Do not try this at home. You may not have these results. Look at this, man. He got hit almost like he bounced off one guy, went into the other guy, and just fell backwards and threw it up.
Drive to go.
Well, that's what you want to do. You want to attack quick. They want to set up that zone defense. They don't have a big man. Thunder once again with another steal and wide open look for Shai as he just says, my goodness, I play with confidence. And I'm going to say it, folks. I'll say it again. You can try that.
The entire possession and finally culminating in the turnover.
Well, they're so aggressive and they're all tied together on a string that they literally make you not want to pass the basketball. And Shai is going to get a tough and 1, folks. My goodness. Just making it do what it do, man.
All right, so the question is, what and 1 was tough for Mike? The one in the first half that you said was a horseplay.
Well, let me see it again.
Or this one?
Let me take a look at this. Look at that, man. Just a crossover. Good defense by Jaime Jaquez.
Space.
And Hero, where the Thunder have, for the most part, been able to hold in check, nails that three. Shai pulls up, and that baseline shot goes. Quick response from SGA. Oh, the Thunder catch a break. He is just lethal from the outside. SGA, step back three, and SGA's got it going. He went through a lull, saw that three go down, and he's now feeling it here in the third. Didn't take much, and Rozier, another burst. That's the second play that he's had where he just kind of pulled the defense out to the perimeter and then quickly strike. Shai, mid-post, and that's 5 quick points for SGA on consecutive possessions.
He's fun to watch. Same spot, off the bench.
See what the Thunder do here offensively. Shai got inside that Miami defense and scores on the push shot.
Well, if you're the Thunder right now, that's what you have to do. What we have, you know, we try to keep. And one way to keep that is to keep scoring buckets. As once again, it's that guy in number 2 with the sunset jersey coming through in the crunch.
And boy, did he come alive in that fourth quarter. Just erupting offensively. And Oklahoma City here in Miami is going to snatch away a victory and sweep the Florida teams. It was Orlando last night. Tonight, on the back end of a back-to-back, they take down the mighty Miami Heat here inside Kaseya Center. It has been almost 2 weeks to the day the last time the Oklahoma City Thunder played at home here in downtown Oklahoma City. But there is no place like home for the holiday. Tonight at Paycom Center, they welcome the Washington Wizards out of the Eastern Conference as Oklahoma City looks to make it 8 consecutive games a quick stop here at home. Before he makes his move, Wiggins. They keep leaving him wide open. Caruso, no. The rebound SGA. Wants to make his move on Poole. Backing him down. Poole got the hand in there. Shai still able to play through it and scores his first basket of the game. Shai starting the second here on the floor. He'll take the three. A little bit of space and drain it. Carrington way too late on the closeout.
Well, that's what makes him really orthodox, flat-footed shot, but it's very effective. He's in season 9, folks.
It is college ball at Virginia. SGA going to work on the rookie, Carrington.
I mean, it's just, you couldn't have scripted that any better, man. He hits a boom, and they call timeout.
Don't forget about the booms, man. Oh, don't forget about Shai's defense. That time it was the defense on the rookie, and right now he's...
Sometimes you can get a big start, have a big lead, and keep it, but, you know, a lot of times you just have to wear teams down. And that's what the Thunder have been slowly doing here, is wearing them down. And now they've got the...
Timed it up perfectly, getting right into the breadbasket. Took it away. Shai dancing. Still dribbling, tough fadeaway shot. SGA just deadly in the mid-range. Instead tried the pure shot as SGA gallops ahead. And that three, off back iron and in.
On the transition court.
Kids in that family.
That just speaks really for a lot of the guys and what they're able to do in terms. Oh, that's a nice move by Shai. A lot of contact at the rim.
1-point game. Washington able to respond after their timeout. Looks like OKC might be getting a little momentum. SGA back on the floor. Drives in, contact, spins it home somehow. Just put enough on it to get it to go down.
And that was really good defense by the Wizards. They had him cornered. I'm going to say this, been waiting to say it all year. They had him caged, but not this guy. You can't cage this guy. He's just too good, man.
Never is. And OKC's got a 7-point lead. The biggest lead of the game, Michael, has been 9 points. Caruso diving for that basketball, forces the turnover. SGA over Valanciunas, takes advantage with the deuce.
Did you see the play?
by Alex Caruso. Had no chance.
He's been racking them up over the course of the season. It's incredible for a player his size. Dort. Corner three, still can't get one to go. Pops out to SGA. SGA finishes off the possession.
How about Kendrick's keeping that ball alive? Thunder done a great job all night with those second chance points. And just continue to rack them up. Here's another steal, this time carelessness by Jordan Poole with the basketball.
He has a propensity to do that. Shai adds another triple. 34 on the night for SGA, his third three. And all of a sudden, you get a little space as it's been all OKC here in the fourth quarter. Kenrich Williams and SGA. Nice little fourth quarter tandem here. Little punch that was the three-point shot. If those threes dried up, they had a problem. They have here in the fourth quarter. SGA, too much speed on the blow-by. Poole fading away. Not going to get it to go. Mitchell. Now OKC has completely seized control of this game. Really, we're in control early on. Still, unfair moves from SGA. Continues to rack it up. And the Thunder can enjoy Christmas, knowing that they took care of business here against the Washington Wizards, thanks to an avalanche in the fourth quarter. And some stifling defense taking down Washington 123-105.
Shai, you guys went on that 19-2 run to begin the fourth quarter. You were instrumental in that. What were you trying to get to in that early stage of that quarter?
Just play to our identity. Tonight was a little slow, as you can tell. We didn't play like ourselves for the full 48 minutes. But it's not what's important. What's important is that we course corrected, we got the car back on the road, and we were able to pull out a W.
You had a 40-point night, but you also helped get so many of your teammates involved. This guy right here, guys off the bench. Just tell me about the confidence that you're able to instill in your teammates.
Yeah, I try to empower my teammates, try to make sure that they're aggressive at all times. That's how we get the most out of the team. That's how we get the most offensively when we play against teams that are trying to load up and stuff like that. But that's what offense is about. Taking what the defense gives you, being aggressive. And I obviously should play like that, and so should the rest of the guys.
Shai, this is your first Christmas as a dad. What are you looking forward to the most?
Letting him open up all the gifts. He's going to have no clue what's going on, but he's going to love opening up the wrapping paper and all that type of stuff. So spending it with family before we get on the road will be fun. Merry Christmas to all.
Enjoy it all, Shai. Merry Christmas.
So, you too, Nick. Merry
And
Christmas.
a pleasant good evening, everybody. We welcome you to Thunder Basketball in Oklahoma City, winners of 8 consecutive. Put one of the best records in the NBA on the line tonight, 23-5, and taking on a team from the Eastern Conference, the Indiana Pacers. Another hot one, winners of 5 consecutive as they are 15-15. Hoping everybody had a wonderful Christmas holiday. We welcome you to downtown Indianapolis, Gainbridge Fieldhouse, as the Oklahoma City Thunder get ready to take on the Indiana Pacers. He knew he was well behind the three-point line, and he's still got it to go. First 10 in the game to Indiana. SGA backing down Nembhard, goes right to the rim, spins and scores in the first quarter. If there's one thing you know about TJ McConnell, he can score, yes, but he's always trying to pass first.
That's right, absolutely.
Shai, physical shot, got it up over Shepherd. Things start here in the Eastern time zone. That Warriors game got over with the Lakers. I said, there's another game on?
Yeah, there's another game, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. SGA out of the timeout, lines one up from deep.
It's tough to do that against the Pacers because they pass the ball so well. #1 passing team in the association, folks. Pacers pass on average about 326 times a game. My goodness, as Shai.
Important the blow is as Mathurin, boy, he looks comfortable. He has had some impressive makes here in this first half. Shai back to the line, switches hands, left hand, counted in a foul.
That's why you always throw that ball up there when you hear the whistle. Now, he didn't just throw it up there. That's a skill. He banked it in just to let you know, I'm not just throwing it up there, Mr. Cage, like you think I am. I've done this many times because I'm a professional scorer. I'm not sure who that was called on this.
He's got his first three. Good defensive player is Nembhard. He was teammates with Chet Holmgren at Gonzaga. Shai on the baseline. Poles is sort of flashing him in the interior. Shai stripped on the way up, got it back and scores.
Wow, smart play. Got a strip. Pacers kind of froze.
He's got 4 threes here in this first half. Lead back up to 10 for Indiana. Shai's going to keep it himself, and it's right back to 8. Starting to heat up a little bit here in the second quarter. He's into double digits. Shai right down the lane yet again, left hand. Boy, SGA is just completely. That's happened, Mike, where OKC has had an opportunity at the rim, and it's led to points on the other end for Indiana.
Well, you like the fact that you're getting in that painted area, too, because you had a 6-point advantage at halftime. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to put up
3, and we'll run some offense.
They've done a good job of just wrestling and clawing their way back in this ball game after being down by as much as 15. And they just continue to fight back, showing a lot of resilience, even in this third quarter. It's hard for me to read that sometimes. I think that's a take foul, but it's not.
But an opportunity to go back on top. Did it early in the third, and SGA, the kiss off the window. Good defense, Hartenstein, able to hold his ground. Turner missed a short shot.
Turner was trying to draw the foul on the play as the Thunder would go up by 3, off the 3, by none other than SGA. What a sequence that was.
He wasted.
And you're happy with that. And now with it being closing time, with the Thunder, it's all about keeping the offense alive. And that's one way to do it right there. And then get stops on the other end as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander goes over the
crowd trying to get into it. Here inside the building. Double team shaded over to SGA. Shai will pull up. 3-point shot. SGA, the biggest of the night. Just has not been able to be stopped all night long, continuing to pour in offense. And that 3-point shot, the biggest one of the game.
It gives him 39 points, folks. 41 in the last home win against the Wizards.
And it's SGA's offense that closes it out here on the road as OKC stays perfect against the Eastern Conference. Now 8-0, and the win streak pushed up to 9. And big-time hugs for a couple Canadians there as SGA ties a career high. 45 points in putting away the Indiana Pacers tonight on the road.
Thanks, Chris. Shai, you've been investing in that 3-point shot all season. How does it feel to have that payoff in a clutch moment?
Yeah, it feels good, but that's what the work's about. It went in because I took the shot, and in the past I probably would have got discouraged by missing one and not shooting it. But I like to think I've grown a bit, and obviously trusting my work, making sure I stay true to it, and it paid off tonight because of that. But it's about continuing to push forward. I'm going to miss some, I'm going to make some. We always got to stay shooting.
Seemed like the same attitude after that first quarter. You guys didn't let that rattle you, a tough start to begin.
Yeah, obviously on the road, the way they play, very fast team. We knew that they're going to be able to score in bunches. We didn't get up to the start we wanted to, but it's a long 48-minute game. We know that. We've been in many situations, and that's what good teams do. They play through whatever it is, ups and downs. And because we did that, we got a W.
How about the scrap tonight? I mean, just seemed like every 50-50 ball in that fourth quarter was your team's. What difference did that make in the game?
It made all the difference. That's what the game's about. Every team is going to shoot. We're full of NBA players. Everyone's going to make and miss shots, but it's the extra plays that put you over the edge, and we know that. We have a group of guys that are hungry to do so and hungry to do whatever it takes to win, and that's why we win.
Thank you so much, Shai. Great finish.
All right, let's go to Charlotte.
Plenty of reasons to smile for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, fresh off his 45-point career night in the takedown of the Indiana Pacers. Tonight it's the Charlotte Hornets and Mikal Bridges as Oklahoma City is going to close out this road trip and take on the Charlotte Hornets here from the Spectrum Center as these two teams are meeting for the first time this year. Williams looks like a travel. Took all the steps going from the three-point line to the rim. As Mitchell trying to push the pace. 5-on-4 momentarily. SGA. Boyson hits from downtown. The threes.
Credit. Just chew on that for a minute, folks. Just chew on it. Calm down. Calm down. We're just testing the water here with it.
Oh, SGA
SGA just floats his way right there to the mid-range. He's got so much time. Freshly coming off the bench for Charles Lee. As SGA can shoot over the top of Curry anytime he wants, and that time he goes baseline and does just that.
Just making it good. Come on. That ties his career high. I mean, that's a number that's pretty high up there, folks. As he is leading the NBA in total points. That's still my point right there. Many different ways he can score.
Shai negotiating inside, and that one drops in. Another opportunity for a three-point play as Shai went right at Williams.
Well, that's what you got to do against a shot blocker. You can't finesse the basketball. He does a great job just hitting it right in the body. Right there, folks. And there's that swipe on the arm. That's one way to get that shot blocker off that mountain. Well, and, you know, they're still pro players. And they're pro players on both sides. The Thunder had a little bit of a laundry list of players missing, too.
Boy, SGA just has his way. This time he goes with the left hand. Saved it from going out of bounds. That ball snapped over to Joe. Joe, tough step back three, way off. And it's saved right to Wiggins. You're going to get a third crack on this trip. SGA planted inside. How about the passing of Jalen Williams from the perimeter? And it finally results in a deuce. To heave it up. Unorthodox shot. And OKC plays good defense. Shai to the baseline. Shai Will has come off the bench. Played really well. Shai is going to lean into it. Takes a little bump. And another trip to the line on an and one.
You know, just
what is that, number 5?
Yeah, exactly, partner. I'm trusting you because, you know, you kept me really informed about the and ones. And look at this here. This is a repost, actually, folks. As it was good.
Against the Memphis Grizzlies, second best team in the Western Conference. But you can enjoy this victory, closing out another multi-city road trip. An Indiana victory Thursday, a Charlotte victory tonight. And you send the Hornets to their 7th consecutive loss. You pick up another road win. The Thunder left Charlotte packed with 2 more road victories over the Indiana Pacers and the Charlotte Hornets. But waiting for them at home, the Memphis Grizzlies of the Western Conference, Desmond Bane and Jaren Jackson Jr. It is City Night here at Paycom Center in downtown Oklahoma City. A matchup between the top 2 teams in the Western Conference, the Memphis Grizzlies and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Looking.
And you love guys like Hartenstein who can get you those extra possessions.
Right at the nail, pulls up, and that cracks the seal. And pounded. Could have been a 5-second call. Jason Wallace just rips it away from Pacha. Too much strength. See the aggressiveness on the defensive end as Shai rips his way inside to tie this game at 11. After Memphis.
Contested, step back.
And SGA responds with a 3 of his own. A lot of threes flying here in this first quarter.
You deserve to take that shot.
Shai breaks down the defense. Cambridge. And OKC will have to reset. As Shai in the post, shot clock. SGA falling out of bounds. Got it up over Pippen. That was a beauty. Jaren Jackson, he's really crafty with the ball.
Well, he's a high-skilled big man. Not only does he, you know, post up like you just saw, folks, but he can also make that 3 as well.
First half over 52%. Huff dribbled right into the turnover. More ball pressure that time from Dort. Kenrich right back. SGA, he'll finish off the transition dunk.
And it's coming off of SGA's energy on the ball.
As you pointed out, it's always so critical, the energy on the back end of back-to-backs. What a save, keeping the ball alive. And it bounces in. Isaiah Jones saved it from going out of bounds to rescue the possession. And the Thunder get the fortuitous bounce.
How about that man blocking? Jaren Jackson Jr. shot.
Shai. Scoop off the window in transition. The assault waves continue.
poked away. They're scooping up that loose change and getting out in transition. And Jaren Jackson Jr. is one of those guys who can make a play off the dribble. But it's just tough right now.
And Shai continues to pour it in on the
either player. He was just unlucky on that play.
Shai just cannot be stopped. The individual supremacy. Well, this bench, as SGA said, it's not really a bench. It's just more of a rotation, a second lineup as SGA right back in the game. That mid-range shot goes down. And it really is impressive. And you're seeing the bench so productive. SGA, backdoor cut, totally rips through the defense. Bain gliding through the lane. Missed the shot. Shai out of the pack. Putting his head down, attacking Kennard. Bounces right off the rim and bounces into the slam.
Yeah, that's giving the Memphis Grizzlies a dose of that painted area.
No for Bain. Time for SGA. Gives the clock a check as he crosses the timeline at 3. Makes his move on Kennard. Off balance. And he glides into the scoop. Couldn't have drawn it up any better.
And sometimes guys are just too good with the basketball. He kind of lulls you to sleep. Maybe you think he's going to step back for a 3. He goes all the way to the bucket and does a flat-footed layup.
This one impressive.
And you keep the streak alive, which is pretty impressive within itself. Being a Western Conference team, this is also the 11th consecutive victory for the Thunder, who have just gone through a gauntlet of a travel and game schedule.
2024 has been awful kind to Oklahoma City. One more game to close out the year as we look ahead to 2025. It is a New Year's Eve tradition here in downtown Oklahoma City as the Thunder are going to welcome the Minnesota Timberwolves out of the Northwest Division. These two teams squaring off for the very first time. Anthony Edwards and company, they've won 3 consecutive. As we welcome you inside Paycom Center and say hello and Happy New Year to all the Thunder fans watching tonight on FanDuel Sports Network, as well as those watching on Griffin Media Stations, KSBI Channel 52 in OKC, and CW19 in Tulsa. That's going to be Thunder basketball, and just this simple ball pressure. This is what we saw so much against Memphis on Sunday.
Yeah, well, you love that. This guy, he's had a couple in back-to-back games like that where he's stolen in the backcourt.
Shai, tough shot over McDaniels, and SGA just continues his brilliance on percent from 3 on the season. Well, Minnesota is not going to give you much when they play defense. SGA slithers his way inside for the scoop off the glass. So the 3's not dropping for either team.
Good job by J-Dub, keeping them off the glass to allow the Thunder to get some kind of rhythm here going in the early part of this first quarter. And right now it's coming from that guy right there, number 2 in blue.
Reed knew it was going to be short on the 3. See how physical Randall is. Trying to use his body. As Shai looked like he might have been stripped momentarily. He lost his shoe. Right near the sideline.
Yeah, that's why he's a really difficult guard when he's knocking down that 3.
Shai, he got to the cup that time. Had the step to get to the rim and scores.
Right in front of the officials, you know. You can get away with that most of the time.
That'll be a little more inconspicuous. Wow. SGA. He's been bending deep with Mike Conley. 3 threes in about a minute to put Minnesota back up by 12. SGA on the baseline. Quiets things down momentarily. As Randall had it poked away. J-Dub finally comes up with the steal. Trying to create the odd man rush up ahead. It's SGA on the jam. And OKC finally able to get out of the run. Did you see that?
Rhythm. But since then, it's been a struggle.
Thunder able to take the lead with SGA on the bench. Now he's back in. Going to work on Reed. Hesitation. All the way to the cup. Plus the foul. You cannot stop him.
You ever pick up a piece of ice and you're just trying to pick it up? I got it, coach. I can guard him. I know he's ice cold,
Man, this is cold-blooded. I mean, how many times he's going to squeeze away from him? Oh, man, that's not right, man. I'll tell you. One lead change up until this third quarter and 3 ties.
Shai bounces off the D-bench. Mitchell, that's almost on the mat.
I tell you, man, he is ice cold.
Mitchell coming into the game here, first time third quarter. We'll run a little offense with the ball in the hands of SGA. He'll have the step back 3. SGA rattles it home. Dangerous pass. Fortunate SGA was there to keep it. Kick out. Wallace. Still time. SGA once again. Off the catch. Responds. Another 3.
Right now the Thunder are just tickling the tries. Bears lost some talk with the coaching staff. And they basically said we need to speed this game up. Well, guess what? The Thunder have done just that. A 41-point third quarter.
Shai able to shift DiVincenzo. The beauty goes down. Masterful from SGA.
I stand corrected, folks. A 43-point third quarter for the Thunder as they have really opened up the offense, and it's showing up on the scoreboard as they go to the floor very strongly that they would not be successful.
SGA, tough fadeaway on the baseline, puts it up and in. And Minnesota has shown no signs of being able to slow down. Can the Thunder execute here on the offensive end against this Minnesota defense? Shai lobbing, J-Dub caught it, got it right back, catch fire 3. That is good, SGA. He's got 40 in the game.
How about that pass by J-Dub? As the Thunder will get their 12th consecutive victory, folks. More importantly, they just keep the momentum going. This was a tough game. This game was a lot closer than that scoreboard. You saw it live here, folks, as you are watching 2 terrific young ball clubs go at it for 48 minutes.
13 season. Let's send it over to Nick.
Shai, that third quarter was electric. You had 19. Tell me what it felt like to be on the floor in those moments.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Obviously in front of the home crowd, executing on both ends of the floor, that's what it's about. Against a good team, they're gonna test you, they're gonna make you play to your identity, play to your strengths, and try to make them play in their weaknesses. In the first half, we didn't do so, and that's why we went to half down. In the third quarter, we got the car back on the road, and that's why we got the lead.
And then you just seem to get to your spots throughout the night. How did you find your way to the rim against one of the best defenses in the league?
I get to the rim on anybody. Let's go, relax. I get to the rim on anybody. I work so hard in the summertime. I'm prepared for those moments, no matter who I play. Best defense in the league, worst defense in the league. It's the best league in the world, and I know that, and that's why I work so hard.
12 straight wins, that ties a Thunder record for a streak. Take me inside your process and your approach as a team.
One day at a time. We got to plug away at it, keep getting better every chance we get. And when we look up, hopefully we're where we want to be. We're trying to look forward and worry about the things that we can't control won't help us. So just taking it one day at a time.
Shai, congrats on the win and Happy New Year here at home in front of this great crowd.
Appreciate it. Happy New Year's, Nick.
New Year's Eve turned in quite the party for Oklahoma City on Tuesday night, but now we turn the calendar to 2025. And waiting first is Ivica Zubac, Norman Powell, and the LA Clippers in this Western Conference clash. Happy New Year, everybody. It is now 2025. What a great matchup we got tonight, the LA Clippers and the Oklahoma City Thunder here from inside Paycom Center. Welcome inside.
Last time these two teams met, the tallest guy on the floor for the Thunder was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. As J-Dub, he was the one that jumped center. And he's off to another terrific start.
With speed, too much. Blew the layup. As Wiggins. Hartenstein, this is where he's dangerous. Already had one pass to SGA. That's another one. It's going to count as an and one. SGA plays through the contact. Another assist for Hartenstein, who's been racking them up these last few games.
How about this? Really didn't have control of that.
Just kind of threw it up there.
Probably would have let that one go.
His look said it all.
Shai finally sees an alley to the rim and able to convert it. Lollipop with the left hand as it drops in.
I love it, man. Just
and SGA will push. A big screen from Jay Will, pulls up right at the nail. SGA now in the double digits with 11.
I thought he did a good job.
A slow half in game 2 in OKC here in November. Ended up getting 31. Most of those coming in the second half. Shai sizing up Coffee. Straight away three. Got it beyond the outstretched.
Threw a nice dime.
Zubac, no. As Shai trotting it up the floor. Pulls the trigger from deep. And all of a sudden, OKC, the ground swell starting to build. Got to the cup, hard contest. He is livid that there wasn't a foul call. Dort dumps it off. As Shai stops, pulls up, Zubac. Might have got a hand up there, and Shai still too much to get it over the top.
Kind of done a good job, too, of just creating the pace. There wasn't a whole lot of pace in that first half. There's a whole lot of pace right now in the top part of this quarter. And once again, they just continue to turn over the Clippers.
Side, Dort got his hands in there.
Oh, that's a great job by Dort because Zubac was ready to go up and get an easy score.
Shai, what a move. Pulls up and puts it in. Oh, that was dirty. For the pick.
This is where big men always thank guards for helping out on that play. And this is here, just making it do what it do, man.
And this young Thunder team going to do something that has not been done in OKC. And that's win 13 consecutive.
And you know what? The guys have earned this, folks. You know, it's something, you know, you pay mind to it. And you just continue to play the game like they've been doing all season long. Good basketball, good focus, team basketball.
Rolls on. It's the 5th game in 7 nights. The back end of a back-to-back as Oklahoma City, winners last night against the LA Clippers, turn their attention to the Eastern Conference and another hot team in the NBA. It's Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and the New York Knicks. We welcome you to downtown Oklahoma City and Thunder basketball. It's the Knicks and the Oklahoma City Thunder set to square off here from Paycom Center.
He did the opposite of what Jalen Williams does, who was defending him on the play. And Shai navigating, goes with the left hand, a little scoop and score off the window. That was smooth.
That's a whole scoop.
Jump in the passing lane. As he got it back on the top. Now Shai, after getting that cut fixed, goes once again, left hand. So smooth. SGA once again using that window. We saw Hartenstein do so many different things last night, including playing good ball defense out of the perimeter. There's SGA. As he got a series of screens for Hartenstein. You gotta love those. Hart, space, too strong. And the long rebound to Isaiah Joe. Hartenstein, that extra hustle on that last possession. Shai again down the lane, takes a ball. Cactus Bennett mid-air, floats it in for the and one.
You got a lot of guys on the floor right now that are king of this number right here, and ones. Call a shot before his teammates.
Already with 3 assists. Hart, good physical defender, and SGA just sent him to the deck for the easy finger.
The last couple of minutes is that the Knicks have been able to slow the Thunder down, get them into a half-court game, which is to their advantage. And I see that quick play on a made basket, all the way down deep in the paint. Shai scores.
There's no quarters 2 and 3. Then in that first quarter when they put up 33 points, that offense hasn't been there. SGA again goes high off the window as he got wiped down into the camera room.
And they did a lot of that in the top part of this third quarter. Was able to get some turnovers from the Knicks that brought that deficit down to just 4 points.
Dort has to sit on the bench for fouls. SGA gets that mid-range shot to drop in. The Thunder in half.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson got away with a walk on that play. And that's a big play for the Knicks, too, because they were able to get a 3 out of that.
No time to work with on the possession. SGA, that three, nothing but nylon. And it's a 6-0 New York run. This is what the Knicks have done. SGA leans in, there's two more.
You keep looking at the official, not getting a whistle on his last two.
Piling up boards though. 2-point lead here in the fourth quarter. You got possession, Shai. That time he gets one to go below the free throw line. And Shai's just been sticking with it. Crowd remaining on its feet in what has been another high entertainment value game. Shai bounces, left hand, what a scoop and score! And as Shai continues to shot.
Well, let me remind you, the Knicks came in with a 9-game winning streak, the hottest team in the Eastern Conference, and the hottest team in all of the NBA was the Oklahoma City Thunder. They came in with a 13-game winning streak, now 14.
The winning streak continues. Oklahoma City finds another gear in the fourth quarter. Stretch it has been for Oklahoma City, winners of 14 consecutive games. That is an OKC record, but a stiff opponent awaits here to close out this 5-game homestand. It is the reigning NBA champs, the Boston Celtics, led by Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. With the crowd making its way into Paycom Center, weathering that chilly weather. It is a city night here, matinee edition from Paycom Center in downtown OKC. Averages in double digits.
Well, they're not going to pass up an open three, and they're not going to pass up pretty much a contested three.
Shai right down the lane, going through that Boston defense. Gives us our first point. You fit right in.
Okay, I got you.
Porzingis listed at 7'3". As SGA cut through the defense and bodies on him, and he's still able to score using his strength.
That dunker slot on that baseline as Brown loses the ball. Wallace comes up with it.
Good steal. Jaylen Brown prone to turnovers. Shai, the speed all the way to the cup, had the step on Tatum, counted in a foul.
You know, when he turns the corner, he literally looks like a track star. Trying to get to the tape, as he just pours it on. He doesn't really, he stays low on this. He takes a little bump and still has the presence of mind to put it in the basket.
Attitude on that shot. The Celtics, big production here in the first half. This game very much resembling the game against New York. SGA is going to get bumped. He got clipped on the arm. He hits the deck. And the foul goes on Jaylen Brown. And SGA is going to chance to the three-point play.
And one-on-one coverage, it doesn't matter who it is. Just probing the defense once again with the basketball. And then there's that hit on the arm, the wrist by Brown. He was signaling for a reducer.
Dort over to Hartenstein. Joe's able to take it away on the backside. SGA open. Porzingis did not want to close out, and SGA says, why not? I'll catch that in.
He just forgot about it.
All right, thank you, Paris. And a little force there on the defensive end. Jaylen Brown thought he got fouled. SGA pulls up just below the free throw line, and SGA's got a 2 to start the third.
Yeah, a couple of good plays
of SGA. Got space to work with. Now he tries to back down White, pulls up. White got the block. SGA, second effort, and SGA's got the first 4 to open up the third as he's back-to-back misses on that possession. Hartenstein feels the pressure there of Holland, trying to get rid of the ball. Shai again, stops. SGA from downtown shows his aerial assault.
Gilgeous has come out.
We'll take the shot. Way off, and it's Jay Will, another offensive rebound. The second one, SGA slips in for the left hand. The relentless effort.
Wow, that's a lot going on away from the basketball between Lou Dort and Jaylen Brown. They both wrestled each other out of the picture.
Tough shot, SGA drills the step back three. And it's White. The hit ahead to Tatum. Caught it in stride. Tatum rejected. SGA caught him at the rim and swatted it away. 5 on 4. Parts Hartenstein! Over the top!
Wow. How's that not a foul? My goodness, he got hammered. He got hammered on that play.
Hartenstein not appreciating the late contact. They did call the foul. There's going to be one free throw for Hartenstein, so it is going to be an and one. You just couldn't hear it in this building.
Oh, look at this. Look at that. Come on, Shai. What else can you do, man? Here's his lob right here. As he caught the ball, and White went underneath him. And kind of held on to his leg, and as Hartenstein said, look, let this go.
Hey, no. SGA, he's able to pull down that rebound. And wisely decides to pull it out despite all the pressure. Keeps his dribble alive, pulls up, mid-range shot. And SGA with a little camper of his own. Three-point shooting of Lou Dort.
And the lack of three-point shooting from the Celtics. So give the Thunder's defense. They stayed very disciplined in that second half to not allow the Celtics to get to their strength, which is three-point shooting. And you hold another opponent under 100 points, which is hard to do for a team that likes to score the three ball as the Celtics, who are the defending champions.
Franchise record starts at a capacity crowd here in Cleveland as we welcome you to NBA Courtside, presented by DoorDash. Oklahoma City, 15 wins in a row, led by the young superstar who goes by SGA. But he'll be going up against the Cavs in their 10-game winning streak. And Donovan Mitchell, the five-time All-Star. And good evening, everyone, with Richard Jefferson and Doris Burke. Mike Green on hand, Cassidy Hubbard with us as well. This is an historic regular season game. Both teams on double-digit winning streaks, and they're a combined 61-9. Not just winning, but dominating. Here's just some of the numbers to show you what this means. Third matchup in NBA history between teams with 10 or more games won in a row. Second time in NBA history, teams started with at least 30 wins in the first 35 games. And of course, it's the #1 defense against the #1 offense.
You wouldn't call Jared Allen a dominant offensive player, but as a rim threat and a target, he's pretty good.
Oh, he does those things extremely well.
Some terrific player.
But isn't it special watching how quickly guys touch the ball and then move on from it?
And off the turnover, Gilgeous-Alexander lays it up and in. And a three-point lead for the Thunder. Good transition defense by Cleveland. Gilgeous-Alexander feels a little bump, then throws it in.
He's wiry strong, and again, at 6'6", he's got strength. He's got
Two-point game, 5 minutes into the second. Gilgeous-Alexander at 8 points in that first quarter. Pulls up, jump shot. That mid-range game is lethal.
And that's just automatic.
And Isaiah Joe comes in for the rebound. Hartenstein the fake. Gilgeous-Alexander, backdoor cut.
just such a pretty pass from Hartenstein. That's what we're doing defensively in Jalen Williams.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive. Levert stays with him, but not close enough, and he nails another jumper. He's got 14. Gilgeous-Alexander loses it. Garland trying to hand off. Isaiah Joe picks it off. Gilgeous-Alexander, Mobley in pursuit and throws it down. Little bump, creating some space.
Able to finish with his left hand. That's him being under control and not getting a charge.
Gilgeous-Alexander drives left-handed is good. How many people do you think home watching the older generation think Garland 10 points, 4 assists? Cavaliers have 21 assists already. Jason Wallace up top. Gilgeous-Alexander turns, fires, scores.
He just gets to his spots. Another shoulder.
Hartenstein grabs his 6th rebound. Also leading the team in assists tonight with 5. Gilgeous-Alexander, step back, three-pointer, line drive, nails another.
The smoothness, it's just such a smoothness. This guy
Gilgeous-Alexander's got Mobley on him. Slithers in, falling away, got it. Just great shot making. By the way, Williams up top. Gilgeous-Alexander, Okoro's on him. Pulls up, jumper, got it.
He gets defenders off him.
Tips it right back to Wallace, and Wallace pulls back. They'll reset. Gilgeous-Alexander, guarded by Garland. His floater is up and good. Oh, the shot making here in the fourth.
Boy, he's so crafty.
Final seconds. It's Cavalier chaos. Cleveland's 32-4 with an 11-game winning streak. As OKC's 15-game winning streak is snapped.
Continues for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, Isaiah Hartenstein on the Oklahoma City Thunder as this road trip continues, and the focus is on Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, and the New York Knicks. It is game 2 of this road trip. We welcome you to the big city, downtown Manhattan, here at Madison Square Garden. It sits right there in the shadows of the Empire State Building. A fantastic matchup as Oklahoma City is going to take on the New York Knicks. Shoots it over his former teammate for the 2. As SGA cuts across the lane. That floater is good. Not going to take very long for him to get going.
You know, he plays a lot bigger than what he is, and he likes to get back to that left hand, but he's so clever off the dribble.
Speaking of clever off the dribble, there is SGA getting to his spot in the mid-row. SGA for the layup. Shai sees a seam, takes the bump from Hart, countered and a foul.
And that's what you got to do. We talked about fast break points. Doesn't matter how they come, just as long as you get that ball out and you force some kind of transition. The Knicks can't set it up. As some job at Jay Will coming over the rebound. The Knicks are a team that would like to go after their missed shot. Well, how about that? My goodness. That's why he's an MVP, not just an all-star. He's an MVP. He's just playing.
Bridges flat on the 3, no good. Shai's got time. OKC final shot time here. Zigzagging his way up the floor, goes with the left hand in transition for SGA.
Going for the Knicks, exactly how that ball bounced. Looked like it was going in and then it went out.
Shai spins, floats, and scores right before Towns.
Oh, he took a lot.
Because the pass was out to the perimeter where Brunson was wide open.
Oh, take a look at this. Just dancing with the basketball. My goodness.
Will keeps the possession alive. As this time Shai. The advantage here on Brunson. Bounces off him, a little fadeaway shot, and SGA scores it on the fadeaway.
Just physical play. It's mind-boggling, and certainly our hearts and minds are with the people, friends, and family of Southern California.
You saw Mark Daignault, JJ Redick, the coach of the Lakers, had his house burned down. SGA off the offensive rebound, got to the baseline, and once again,
that time, Tom Thibodeau was looking at the Jumbotron here.
He should have challenged. SGA, that was from behind the basket on the baseline, and it gives the OKC
behind the backboard. He's had a couple of shots like that this season, folks.
That just goes to show that the comfort level that he has as SGA once again bending that Knicks defense. And in front of their home crowd, J-Dub. Hartenstein as SGA got to his spot in the mid-range. Bridges a little bit late, and SGA able to calm.
There has to be pressure out front on the passer to not allow him. That pass didn't have a whole lot of pace on it.
Shai pulls up and nails it from 3.
That's why he's an MVP candidate. My goodness.
In that crazy summer of '94, where the Rangers won the Stanley Cup, but the Knicks fell short against Hakeem and the Rockets. SGA, that's going to be a +1. He's going to go to the line for an old-fashioned three-point play, taking that contact from Brunson.
And it's hard for Shai to shake a guy like, Jalen Brunson, because he's low to the ground, he's a good defender, and he's got quick hands. Now take a look at this, folks. He makes that one little, precise.
Hard. 2 defenders, Shai toward SGA, and he still slips his way to the rim. Boy, that is just...
That's terrific defense. Took the hit from Hart, and then blocked the shot with Jay Will. That's a fantastic play. My goodness.
2 seconds. SGA wiggles his way to the cup and caps off the 3rd. He's got 39 on the night, and the Thunder clamp down even more, matching the biggest lead of the game as Shai, patient as can be,
the play will be reviewed to determine if it occurred prior to or after.
And it looked like this one, it was not close after the second quarter. And this is one of the more impressive victories of the year, Mike, for OKC. There's been some impressive victories. But they take down the New York Knicks again here at the Garden. SGA, a point shy of 40. He certainly had his hands in this dominating win as the Thunder bounce back after having that 15-game winning streak snapped on Wednesday night. This one, they poured it on the Knicks.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are right in the thick of their January schedule. It was New York on Friday. Tonight, it's Washington, D.C. And the Washington Wizards, led by Jonas Valanciunas and Jordan Poole, await as we welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network. A good shot there of our nation's capital as we welcome you to downtown D.C. and Capital One Arena as these two teams close out the season series. It is Game 3 of this road trip. Welcome inside.
That's what the Wizards like to do. They really don't want to play any kind of set pieces.
Shai got down low, a little turnaround. Once he locates the...
Certainly is the man who controls that at the moment. And, you know, that's a lot of work for a young coach like him.
SGA going to work on Carrington, just backing up.
Like that. Take a look at this, folks. He's got a free throw when we come back. Valanciunas knocks down the 3. But you're saying to yourself, he's not done yet. I mean, folks, he is just not done yet as I speak.
He played really good defense, Michael, on Jordan Poole. They picked him up early. He hasn't gotten any kind of rhythm. No clean looks from 3. As Shai just goes right to the rack. Easy.
Took a little extra time to clean it up.
Everybody at some point is going to need it. That's the thing, too. There's that fadeaway. SGA on the baseline. Is the crowd, the leftovers here, the majority of them are Thunder fans with a nice little OKC chant.
Your final score this evening, Oklahoma City 136, Washington 90.
Blowout fashion, 136-95. Another win. 32-6 on the season, best record in the Western Conference. It has been all business for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and the Oklahoma City Thunder on this very long road trip. But now the attention turns to the Philadelphia 76ers, always a difficult opponent. And of course, this one finishes off this road trip. We welcome you to the city of brotherly love as the Thunder are going to take on the Philadelphia 76ers here from Wells Fargo Center in downtown Philly. Out of 10 games, just continues to play that Cason Wallace defense. SGA maneuvering from behind the backboard. He has had a series of those, a couple on this road trip. Maxey averaging over 25 points per game. That is really hard to make up. As SGA leans in, he got below the free throw line. A little off balance.
Call timeout. You can't throw it into the backcourt coming out of that timeout. Shai will get inside. Again, you know, he is so gifted. Folks, he's in the top 5.
That would have made him 3 for 3 from deep. And there is SGA getting his paws up there with the deflection. J-Dub trying to keep it from going out of bounds. Sends it up the floor, and SGA slams it down.
The deflection.
There is just no chill whatsoever for this team, no matter who they're playing on any given night. SGA once again knifing through the Sixers defense, and a nifty finish. KC here in the first quarter. Shai Will, wide open look, a little too much heat on that one. You can see it was going to be strong. Dort, though, not giving up on the rebound attempt. It's SGA. His second effort 3 is good. And it is on. And it looked like Council got caught in the air.
I thought he did a good job of covering the option for him to pass the basketball. He had nowhere to pass it to. Wow.
I'm going to give that an and 1 to SGA. We'll see. He's looking for the official ruling here. And
how many shots had he made like that? I mean, I keep saying this every game, folks. Young players, you hear the whistle, just throw the ball up. You never know what's going to happen. Dort appears to be okay, but how about SGA, man? Just coming over the top, almost like a defensive back in football. It goes coast to coast like butter and toast.
Incredible anticipation
Philly back the other way. SGA waiting for it and got a hand on it right in the passing lane.
That's why he's second in the NBA in steals, folks.
And then he just bowls his way right to the rim, going at
concentration by him to see that play developing as he was kind of stumbling.
Always has an outlet. Every single time he has the ball in his hands, and that time just using his size. Well, the Sixers are staying aggressive. They've had some opportunities. That time, what do we say? He can go right hand, he can go left hand. So the Edwards threes, Downs had it going here. 19 down to 11. SGA down the lane, and that is just too much. SGA hits the accelerator, takes the contact, and his big night continues as he goes to the free throw line for an old-fashioned three-point play.
Well, he got him the cross match. And that time, Ivasile got caught on him. There's that little hold up.
And one of the more energized arenas in the NBA here, Wells Fargo Center. Not much to cheer about. And that is a testament to SGA, the kind of night that he had. And once again, the Thunder controlling the majority of this game from the opening tip. Another wire-to-wire victory. That's the 4th of the season.
Thanks, Chris. Shai, you guys set a massive tone to begin this game. And then, of course, they were going to go on a run, and you guys were able to respond. Tell me about the way that this team outlasted the opponent tonight.
Yeah, we played to our standards for portions of the game. We could have been better, obviously. Still an NBA team over there, no matter who's in, who's out. But we got a dub after a long road trip, ready to go home.
You made your first 8 shots, just continue to be so aggressive and so efficient. Tell me about your night tonight.
Yeah, I just try to be aggressive, try to set the tone. Like I said, long road trip, try to get in and get out.
Yeah, and you guys played great on this trip. And the fact of the matter is that you guys faced some really good teams on this trip. And what do you think about the way that this group has continued to respond night in and night out?
All right, guys, sure. I'm sorry, Nick. The children, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we just try to take it one game at a time. Obviously, some good opponents, really good opponents. We just try to get W's. We're obviously a really good team as well. So we go anywhere. We have confidence. We know that. That's what we did this road trip. Could have been a little bit better. I think it was 3-1. Yeah. Could have been 4-0, but we get a chance next game.
All right, thanks, Shai. Let's get back home.
Appreciate it. On a Thursday night, top teams in the NBA and 2 of the league's most dynamic players, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Donovan Mitchell, ready for a rematch in Oklahoma.
2 most efficient teams in the NBA, 2 teams that want to play quickly, 2 teams that want to attack.
Jared Allen, menacing finish.
The spider attacks,
knocks it down. Williams pushing coast to coast.
SGA bangs off of Mobley, he's going to put it down.
What a game. Feeding Mobley time and time again.
SGA catches it in.
Garland the drive, it's up, it's good. This is going to be so much fun.
This is about as good as the NBA regular season gets. High-level talent, high-level teams on display tonight. We welcome you to the NBA on TNT. It is presented by State Farm. Paycom Center, Oklahoma City, the home of the Thunder. And a rematch from a thriller last week. The Cleveland Cavaliers against the Oklahoma City Thunder. It sends it away from him. Strong right close. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, now the front runner for the league's most valuable player. He splits the double and gets to the basket. Nobody does it better than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Credited with the steal there. Gilgeous-Alexander with Niang on him, shakes and bakes and sticks the landing on a jumper.
And that's SGA's game. Didn't shoot the one ball.
Cleveland turnover number 5 in this first quarter. Thunder by 2. 4.5 to go in the first. Gilgeous-Alexander has 6 on the board. Takes a peek, backs his way in. Now the fadeaway is true. Special.
Special indeed. Getting to the rim, mid-range. He's improved posting up.
And this is 3rd best in the NBA in fewest turnovers. They average only 13 turnovers a game. The Thunder lead the NBA in steals And opponents' turnovers as SGA drives and lays it in.
Known to do. OKC was ready.
Caruso, bounce pass, Gilgeous-Alexander. Kenny Atkinson calls a timeout with 6 seconds remaining in this first quarter.
A 19-2 run. Turnovers leading to offense. This is Thunder basketball on display here at OKC.
10. It has been all Oklahoma City since, and Mitchell cannot score at the rim. And credit Brandon Carlson with a defensive stand. Gilgeous-Alexander, another one's down. Oh my goodness. Affected by the unimaginable devastation caused by the wildfires. To learn more, get help, and or support, please visit NBAcares.com. And there's Gilgeous-Alexander, and one coming out of that timeout. Thunder led by 18 to start the quarter, pushed it to 26, but this bucket by Gilgeous-Alexander stops an 8-0 Cleveland run.
And the previous possession for
Garland for three again, in and out it goes. Isaiah Joe up ahead to Gilgeous-Alexander. Rises up at 6-6, and that's the other part of his game. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Looking forward to all of it. Thunder by 19 with the ball here. Gilgeous-Alexander, 22 in the first half.
Hope here this first half for Cleveland.
Garland's got 11 in the quarter now. Gilgeous-Alexander drives, lays it in. So fast. Thinking about maybe some personnel, maybe getting some guys some playing time who don't normally do that. Their next game is Saturday in Minnesota. On the flip to promote our second game of the doubleheader tonight. The Rockets in Sacramento.
Yeah, I was going to say, go ahead and promote it.
Oh, man! Gilgeous-Alexander, spring-loaded.
Wow.
What a highlight. The best of the night from SGA. Pow! Doing it all tonight. 30 points for Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's impressive. There's no let-up ever from OKC. They may not make shots offensively, but the commitment to defense, and that guy right there.
What a game.
So smooth.
He's getting his tonight.
He really is. Give credit to OKC and their defense.
Grant, they're 6.5 up on Boston in the East.
It's crazy.
For the best record. They're 7 up in the loss column starting play tonight as Gilgeous-Alexander. Rockets have won 5 in a row. But the Thunder 6 games up over Houston right now. Thunder the 1 seed last year as well. And Gilgeous-Alexander's got 36
season. They won the first round, the OKC Thunder. They were in a tough matchup in the second round. Lost to Dallas as SGA makes it look.
It keeps him out of free agency. He is signed through the 28-29 season. Played his college ball at Texas A&M.
And has championship experience as SGA on that basket. BA 40 points here tonight.
They've been loud here tonight, and they have seen absolute dominance from their Thunder squad. And Oklahoma City will improve to 34-6, 18-2 at home. Cavs drop to 34-6. And to 14-4 on the road. And Gilgeous-Alexander with 40-point game number 18 in his emerging career. Front runner for MVP. That's the final. It ends as a 20-point Oklahoma City win after they led by 42 at one point.
He's trying to get Ty Jerome to join him here. I don't think he wants to do that. Shai, to be up by as many as 42 points against the team that was the best team in the NBA. What do you hope people watching all around the world tonight at their homes learned about your squad?
I mean, tonight was a good performance. We did the things we were supposed to do. But for us, it was just another night of basketball, another night of competing together, another night of being competitive. and then just letting the chips fall where they may. Tonight wasn't nothing special. It happened to be on TV. It happened to be a hyped game. But for us, we're at home in front of the best fans in the NBA, and we gave it our all, and the outcome was the outcome.
You say that, but you've also said that you were excited to play Boston a couple of weeks ago. You guys did embrace the fact that you play twice in a week, the 1 versus 2 matchup in the NBA right now. Why is it important to you guys to understand that these moments aren't just another game?
Yeah, it's the cream of the crop, obviously. You test yourself against the best to really find out where you are, and obviously they had the best record in the league before tonight, and we tested ourselves, and I think we passed it.
Certainly did. You're only the second player this season to score 40 against this Cleveland defense, Damian Lillard being the other. It felt like you had it rolling tonight, and you didn't even get to the free throw line that many times.
Yeah, I don't need free throws. When they come, it's a plus, but I don't need them. I get it however I take it.
All right, it looks like everything went swimmingly for you tonight, except you got a whole bunch of tape and ice on your hand here. You okay?
I'm perfect. We got another one tomorrow. We get that one, and we'll figure the rest out after.
What do you want your guys to do here?
Get rest, get on the plane. Got a big game tomorrow against a really good basketball team.
Nope.
We good. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
They don't like when we do it.
The Oklahoma City Thunder have spent a lot of time on the road. In fact, 5 out of the last 6 games away from Paycom Center. But it's back home tonight, and waiting for them is Cam Johnson, D'Angelo Russell, and the Brooklyn Nets. We welcome you to downtown Oklahoma City and City Night here from Paycom Center. First matchup between these two teams, the Brooklyn Nets and the Oklahoma City Thunder, as we have met the midway point of this season. If you do a little addition, here we are. Game number 42 tonight, so 41 down, 41 more to go. The Thunder top in the Western Conference at 34-7. They've been outstanding on the defensive end, the turnover differential. They have just done so many good things. The steals, that is number 1 in the NBA. The best defensive rating, 103.2, just smothering teams. And they're getting to the free throw line and making their free throws at over 82%. Some really impressive stuff.
Traditional 3. Isaiah Joe, man, he's serving up a hot cup of Joe.
Shai, nice spin move. Went right around Clowney. And then elevates up for that jam. And it's all Thunder here after the choppy start with all the whistles. Brooklyn still looking for a bucket, 0 for 7 as the Thunder grow the lead in SGA. Now they get the 3 from Clowney. As Shai going right through defenders, hands in the air, that left-handed finish is a beauty.
If you blink your eyes, you'll miss him.
Wilson way behind the three-point line, no good. Carlson able to rip away that rebound. Already 8 threes, season high for a quarter. Once again, SGA wiggles his way for the shiny. And the Thunder, certainly, to Mark Daigneault's point, better now than they were at the start of the season, as SGA rips the cords from deep.
Got into the floor in the first half, and he told me that the key for the Thunder tonight was playing with pace. Brooklyn gives up the 3rd most points in transition, so pace, kind of like this, has been a big factor to this game so far, and Coach Wilkes telling me.
They haven't gone away all night. Nice pass inside, Williams. Wallace able to rip it away. No look over the shoulder pass to the perimeter to Dort. SGA, oh, the beautiful spin, the finger roll.
You know, Coach, I'm doing the best I can. This guy's almost at half court. He has really hit some beautiful shots here.
Shai, too much speed, too much skill. Goes right to the right there to block Iwoma.
Yeah, using that 6'10" frame.
Shai bouncing off and banks it home.
Yeah, he got hit on the arm, too. I don't know if he was moving too.
Redirect its ship. And with that, another victory for the Thunder against the Eastern Conference, win number 35 on the season. And it comes back in front of the home crowd. SGA, 27, 10 assists. It is always nice to be playing at home as this homestand rolls on. After a couple of days off, it is back to work against the Utah Jazz. Colin Sexton, Lowry Markin and company in this Northwest Division matchup. We welcome you, everybody, to downtown Oklahoma City here on FanDuel Sports Network. The Utah Jazz are taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. The fans making their way into the arena. We welcome you. The veteran started his career with Atlanta. He has been around the NBA a long time. He's been producing for a long time.
And Shai goes right at him, falling away, and banks it in.
You talk about contact.
That's the layup on the runner. And Shai sprinting up the floor. Now trying to back down the rookie. Isaiah Collier. Tough step back shot, and that is SGA. That's a rebound, trying to put it up. Right on Brandon Carlson. This time, SGA takes it himself right to the rack in transition, and Mihailuk was not going to slow him down.
Yeah, and once again, the Jazz had numbers behind the ball. You get the rebound, pick up the loose change. That was a loose change situation. How about this, the steal?
Caruso picked the pocket of the rookie, and it leads to SGA. The easy
with Shai.
Shai still trying to run a little bit of clock. Lepowski picks him up, one-footed shot. It's a tough one, and Shai makes it look easy. Now SGA with George, not a good defender. Nice fadeaway. SGA, back-to-back buckets in the middle. How about Utah here? After it looked like OKC took control of this game midway through the second quarter, coming back and tying the game at 50. But not for long. SGA getting right to his spot.
We can get the ball that was tapped away by Carlson.
Final shot time, first half. Shai, mismatch. Hesitation on Sexton, pulls up. And SGA, yet again, just drills one in the mid-range down transition.
He's showing you that the big man can get up the floor and finish.
But there's Shai on the step-back three with some quick offense for Keontae George. Dort was waiting down on the other end, on the offensive end. Shai spinning, got fouled by Mihailuk, and flips it up and in with a little scoop. He's going to the line for a three-point play.
And you know, the key to that play was how quickly the Thunder got the basketball up the floor to not allow the Jazz to set up their defense. This is the end result there. There's the reach in by Mihailuk, former Thunder player as well.
And Shai's got his head up.
That's how Hakeem Olajuwon got the dream shake.
Carlson, SGA right there for the putback on the offensive rebound.
We're going to clean this up. And so you kind of knew that coming out in the second half. That's what they meant.
SGA, the step back. He is hot right now. Couldn't put it down. They went for the alley-oop again.
How about SGA again? That's 3 straight plays where he's been able to make plays, and then he's going to put a cherry on top. Little things like that, or like game-winning things that you want to do.
Shai, fortunate that Karam's right back to him, and a second effort three is down.
And just like that, he's got his career hot, folks. How about that? A career night. Previous high was 45 points. He's got one better tonight.
He's had it going from the start. Just really impressive stuff for a leading MVP candidate. And Dort, look at the extra effort. He's just so active on the offensive glass. This is Cason Wallace ripping up from deep. Just the commitment, and then SGA fortunate that the first miss came right back to him.
And that's just great hustle. Remember we talked about doing the little things?
As we come up on 90 seconds to go.
It's a big-time bucket by Kessler. He's got 17 points and 15 rebounds.
Shai looking for 50, and he delivers.
Words to describe. That's close to 5 seconds.
That is going to be a Utah turnover. The hit ahead, and Shai caps it off.
2 ball clubs with some outstanding play.
Well, Martinez laid it out before the game. This Utah team, they got some good players. They showed up tonight, but nobody was able to match what SGA on his career night. He is tonight's Thunder Player of the Game, brought to you by Riverwind Casino. Putting another bullet point on his MVP resume with a career night and 54 points. Marking it no No foul from Utah. And that'll put this one in the books. What a performance. Coruscating night for SGA. He sparkled from the start. And helped carry OKC across the finish line with 54 critical points as the Thunder rack up another win.
Shai, a career-high 54, your first 50-point game ever. Tell me about the way that you put your stamp on this game when your team needed every one of those buckets.
Just try to be aggressive, try to make the right basketball play, and then from there, just trust the work. No different from any other night. Had a few more points tonight, but nothing special.
Your teammates all stepped up too. J-Dub with a massive second half. What did you think of the way that he really bridged the time that you were out?
Yeah, we just embraced the moment. Obviously, we're supposed to win this game tonight, but nothing's guaranteed. We knew that. Could have been better tonight, but we just embraced where we were. Not to be where our feet were, stay in the moment, and get it done, however we take it.
Yeah, and one of the ways you got it done was going small against their size. It's something you all have leaned on for years now. Tell me about the way that that impacted that fourth quarter.
Yeah, just try to be scrappy. The biggest thing was rebounding. They had too many second chance points. We knew that, so we just tried to make that an emphasis. Obviously, going small was a height disadvantage, but we didn't want to use it as an excuse, and we did so tonight.
All right, Shai, congrats on the amazing night. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Quick Western Conference turnaround for Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Last night it was the Utah Jazz. And tonight it is the Dallas Mavericks, led by Kyrie Irving and PJ Washington. We are in downtown Oklahoma City. It's the Dallas Mavericks and the Thunder tonight from Paycom Center. To the turn, the layup. Goes right around Washington, pulls up and scores the two. Washington didn't provide much defense.
Well, he did a good job of just getting to that.
He is lethal. So is SGA. Stops, pulls up, and it's almost automatic when he gets to that spot.
You know the contact he takes?
Big score over the years. He's averaging under 10 points per game. But clearly a larger role without Doncic. And it's SGA that time in the dunker slot. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Looked like he had nowhere to go.
Shai again going right. He'll stop at the elbow, pulls up. SGA into double digits again here in the first. Two screens, Irving. Rare miss with him on the move. Usually so good with that touch shot. SGA off the deck, pulls up. There's back-to-back threes. The ball's in the hands of SGA. Trying to get a little bit of space here. Cross midcourt with 5. Grimes guarding. Shai didn't get the double. Instead, goes right to the rack. Banks it home right ahead of the clock.
And that's why if you're Dallas, if you don't want to turn the ball over, you got a chance to run the clock all the way down to the end of the quarter and not give your opponent the face. Mark Davenant was asking him to look, at least go take a look at it. Officials elected not to. Still an offensive foul nonetheless.
And Shai, first shot of the fourth quarter. Right to the face there of Gasper. Just a missed layup there by Edwards. Can the Thunder take advantage?
Nice play.
Shai attacks and goes right at Cleveland, scores with the left hand.
Big 3 moments ago, not able to connect on that one.
Shai, the speed, the lean, the shot, the bounce, and it drops. And it's a 2. It comes on an offensive rebound, and it's the second shot attempt for Cleveland in the game. Shai, quick 2, back the other way. Grimes, 2 threes, and Cleveland, after being completely quiet over the entire course of this game. Shai, off balance, got to the rim, scores, keeping the Thunder attached. And Shai across midcourt. Thunder have to operate quickly, goes with a layup, gets the 2. That's exactly what you need. That'll do it. These two teams will not play again this season. Dallas wins the season series. The Thunder fall a rare loss at home. A place that has been really hard for opposing teams to win. It is a rare afternoon affair here in the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful downtown Portland. You see the Moda Center. That is the site as the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to take on the Portland Trail Blazers. SGA, of course, leading MVP candidate. Happy to have Isaiah Hartenstein back in the lineup as they take on Anthony Simons and Jeremy Grant and this young Portland Trail Blazers squad. Trying to use some speed. Didn't happen. You'd expect this
with Kamara being the primary defender on SGA. As he navigates a series of screens, pulls up, shows the touch, and scores.
I can't think of anything else, because I've said so talent level that's on both these ball clubs.
Not separated by much in terms of the days that make them the youngest teams in the NBA. There's a tough fadeaway. SGA using the defender to kind of take threes. Abdia tried to get another one. SGA, baseline shot, that's automatic.
You know, he'll rush you defensively, but when he gets
all those threes, this is a three-point game, and he can get a little closer here. SGA stops, pops, and it falls off. J. Will able to reestablish to get back on the floor, and SGA once again, that time from 14 feet.
You see how the score can change in the game.
Throw it, got all the way to the cup, no good. Henderson looking to distribute, and he threw it right into the arms of Jalen Williams. The hit ahead and the release from SGA.
It's remaining in this first half of basketball.
Thunder trying to eliminate some of those top options. SGA's three, that is down. Got around the screen and nails it. SGA, and it's just, it looks so easy sometimes for him. He's getting it done on the offensive end for the Blazers. 7 for 7. Shai got around him, a little bit of contact, and then gets the friendly bounce to send him to the line as the Thunder get another and one.
And Kamara, he can only celebrate so long if that's his duty, is to try to guard SGA, the NBA's leading scorer. That's soft moves.
Certainly wasn't going to affect his game, he said, no matter what. Still going to be aggressive. Nice cut. Shai backdoor. Took a little bump. Kamara tried to get him off his spot, and Shai too much. Looked like he had his back to you.
I'll tell you, a lot of three-point shots here.
SGA slicing right through to the cup, lays it home. Hartenstein able to rip it away, and to get a fresh 14 on a wild possession.
The officials got to clean this up. They got to blow the whistle. Man, Isaiah, he took a shot to the face and fell straight down. Man, I'm glad he's watching him. Abdia may have rushed that, expecting to get a whistle from the official.
Shai using a little speed. How about that move? Just bending his body any which way, getting the deuce at SGA. Well, they're going to get the gentleman's turnover here on the shot clock violation. The bigger question is, if you're Portland, why are you fouling?
Okay. How about that, too?
Game's over.
So you see, what you're saying is I can calm down. All right. Well, the Thunder will get their 37th victory of the season, folks. Got the top record currently in the association.
Welcome to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm. The team with the best record in the NBA visits the Bay Area tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder at 37-8 face the Golden State Warriors at Chase Center. Home to the All-Star game in 2 weeks, and 2 All-Star starters squaring off tonight. MVP favorite Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Steph Curry, who will play in his 11th All-Star game on his home floor. Oklahoma City with just 8 losses, 3 of those against Dallas, 1 against Golden State, but they have a 6-game lead over the next best team, Houston. Meanwhile, Golden State 11th right now, but just 3 games out of 6 where they would avoid the play-in tournament. Second in steals and leads the NBA in scoring. 3rd straight year, Gilgeous-Alexander has scored 30 points per game or better. He's so good for the mid-range, right on cue there, hitting that one from 15. Thunder looking to push. They've made their last 4 shots from the floor. Gilgeous-Alexander for 3, and he drills it.
Got to make those ones. You're not going to get a lot of easy looks against this team. Right idea by Curry, getting out fast, trying to get an early shot in the clock before the Thunder set up the D.
Shai drills the mid-range shot on the base. Rebound. That three by Wiggins, the first for Golden State, one for the Thunder. And it was by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Again, mid-range jump shot. So smooth, so consistent. Stepping into a three is Williams. No good. Finish your point, though, on that comparison with Kawhi.
Well, you know, they talk about the elite players get to their spots. And this guy, obviously, look at that. I mean, he can score at all levels. He may be the hardest guy, I would imagine. I'd like to hear an argument against to guard in the NBA. You know, Jokic does it differently. You're really helpless against this guy. He has the mid-range, and then this is just going through traffic, and knows how to get fouled, knows how to finish.
By the way, are just a game back of Boston for the second spot in the East right now. Gilgeous-Alexander downhill. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 17 of the 20. Good stuff there with Steve Kerr being named USA Basketball Coach of the Year, and Steph Curry, USA Basketball Male Athlete of the Year, as Gilgeous-Alexander scores again. He's Gilgeous-Alexander gets downhill, draws contact, and scores. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with another basket. He's got 27.
Well, if I would have spoken over you and interrupted you, I would have said this is not good when I saw Quentin Post get switched out.
Dort lets it fly. Several bounces, it wouldn't drop. Another offensive rebound. Gilgeous-Alexander hit it. A three to give him 31 in the first half. Jalen Williams, 12 points, 4 fouls. Gilgeous-Alexander, 31 in the first half. Best ever for him at a half. Those are his first points of the third. Wiggins.
Tremendous. He's been playing better as of late, and they're going to need him. And Wiggins responding.
His name has been bandied about in trade rumors as SGA scores off glass and draws the foul. 35 for Gilgeous-Alexander. He's averaging right about that in the month of January.
Look at this. Watch. When does he pick up his dribble? He's got one dribble barely inside the three-point line and gets right to the rim.
His second triple to tie it at 77.
And he does it. He just needed to make that one in the right corner to find his rhythm in this game.
The step through, around and down, plus a foul. What a move and finish by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 38 points.
And then this guy on the other end, just slithering, sliding, finding those creases, doesn't need any space. And then from three, just haven't been able to find that. Isaiah Joe, the only one doing anything from distance.
They've extended this lead while Curry's on the bench. The step back from Gilgeous-Alexander, 45 points, and it's back to a 5-point lead.
It's been a high-level game here. High-level second half. Two teams, max effort.
Anderson charged with trying to stop. Gilgeous-Alexander gets downhill, floats it up and good. 47 for SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander, they've been all over him in the half court here in the last couple minutes. He gets that one, 50 points, but looks like it's going to come in a losing.
The defense and offensively they executed. They took care of the ball. Steve Kerr did a nice job with his substitutions. It's a complete effort.
52 for Gilgeous-Alexander, his career. Rebound Wallace, steal Wiggins, and that's going to do it. What a win for the Golden State Warriors over the best team in the NBA. Curry, magical fourth quarter, but he wasn't the only one. Looney was great. Payton was outstanding. Wiggins made some big shots. Finished with 27, by the way, as Golden State.
The Thunder spend the week on the West Coast taking on Portland and Golden State, but always happy to be back home for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort as they welcome De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and the Sacramento Kings on HBCU night here from downtown Oklahoma City. As we welcome you inside Paycom Center and say hello to all the Thunder fans watching tonight on FanDuel Sports Network, as well as those watching on Griffin Media Stations, KWTV Channel 9 in OKC, and KOTV Channel 6 in Tulsa. Rips down the first.
Yeah, he did a yeoman's job, folks, on the glass with those 18 rebounds. It's a massive amount of numbers to get in any ball game.
Shai, his first shot is good as he was able to maneuver his way down low. Been very good from distance on the season at over 48%. Good pace early to this game as Shai getting a hit spot, fades away, and he's got another two. Sabonis, he pulled the string well short on the push shot. I don't think he was expecting the pass.
Monk tried to find him again.
Shai, he got down low, takes a bump, and he's going to the line for a possible three-point play.
That time Ellis a little bit too tight on and bumped him while he was up in the air. There's that. He's got him on his backside. Does a good job of just keeping him there. And also didn't let him land either. He kind of was in his space. That is tough to do with that guy.
That's two in a row. Monk had a couple of buckets early. Shai, nice spin right on Ellis. And he's going to score right at the rim. As Ellis
forced a turnover or a shot block. Whichever way the stat guys call it.
Shai deciding what to do. Pulls the trigger from three and buries it.
That's why that guy's an all-star.
Back home after that road trip on the West Coast against Portland and Golden State. SGA surveys, drives in, can't be slowed down.
Just keeping the defense honest too.
Shai got around the corner, then floats it up and in.
Now, you know that's a two, but he's a big man. He's still in there.
Not under there now is Wiggins trying to spin. Shai, the tap right there. Slipping in on the offensive glass.
All bodies in motion. Just a beautiful play. Almost textbook.
Now the Thunder right now are getting whatever they want on the offensive end. There's another sidestep from SGA getting to the cup. Not a lot of resistance right now. Time for Monk to win in there. And major goals didn't happen. The defense stepping up, and Shai on the other end, able to scoop it home. And what a night it was here inside Paycom Center. Historic for Aaron Wiggins. A night he'll never forget. As he helped pace this Thunder offense with 41 points, and it turned into a party here for the Thunder in front of their home fans. What a night it was on Saturday for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Aaron Wiggins. But now it's another formidable opponent. The Milwaukee Bucks, Gary Trent Jr., Taurean Prince, they are in town for their lone visit to downtown Oklahoma City as we welcome you to Thunder basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network. The Milwaukee Bucks taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now a two-way player for Milwaukee. Both these teams, bunch of guys out, but there is SGA right down the lane as he powers it down.
Just a hand on it to stop the forward progress of that basketball, and then picked it up.
Shai trying to go to not a one, but two, maybe even three defensive players. And on the very last line of defense, takes a little contact for the three-point play.
And you love that, man. He's so relentless, and you got to respect this. I mean, look at the two green shirts, just all around him. How about this? We showed some dunks of January in the pregame.
Yeah, it looked like Hartenstein was going to be wide open. There he's wide open. Off the inbounds pass, SGA slipping behind everybody.
And was that intentional? Nonetheless, quite impressive.
Shai wants that step back three and got the step back three. Kind of some casual defense there from Livingston. To play Milwaukee back in December. Different personnel here. Different part of the season. Shai sizing up the defense, goes in. That might be a teardrop because it was a
get it going too.
Shai's got it going here in the first quarter. Already with 13, make it 15 as he punches that one down.
Well, you just don't know what he's going to do. Those two who can start for the Bucks, but also can come off the bench, which is what you really need a lot of times to get that instant offense.
Shai goes right around Rollins. That is an unfair fight if Rollins is going to. And Shai has been able to dictate things already with the 17 points in this first quarter. Stops, goes right back to work and lays it up and in. Unfair. The lead shot rebound right to Jay.
final minutes of the first quarter.
I like what Mark Dagnall talked about as well as himself, that Shai's just continue to do Shai things, man. He was stuck on automatic. He's got 20
more. They've done it now. Well, this is the 26th time, but in the previous 25, when they've led by as many as 20, they're 25-0.
Right now, it looked like he was on a pogo stick.
SGA splits the D. That's an easy layup, and he's had a couple of those.
Talented could not finish.
Now Kenrich read the passing lane. He's able to take it away. SGA, easy layup in transition. It's left to go here in the first half.
I'll tell you, he has been fantastic, folks. Just taking on the responsibility and all the accolades that he's received all season long. You know the back hallways, and that man's looking at you. He stares at you as you walk by. You're going to know why.
Well, when he's a two-time MVP and one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time, I'll throw him in that mix, too. but you know what?
We're mad at him for trying, because that's what you have to do when a big man is waiting or chasing you down on a move to the basket. You've got to punch that down.
I just love the athleticism. This game was over early on. Not much suspense. Thunder get it done. 6 different players in double digits, including SGA. 34. So he does what he does to be the NBA's leading scorer.
It's time for the Phoenix Suns and the OKC Thunder. NBA Wednesday continues, presented by State Farm. Chilly night in Oklahoma City. Of course, another big day of trades in the NBA. Trade deadline tomorrow, so less than 24 hours of high anxiety for players and teams. We got a good matchup tonight. The best record in the NBA, the Thunder, against a talented Suns team, trying to find that consistency. And also a matchup of 2 super talented guards, MVP contender Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for OKC, and the brand new all-time leading scorer of the Phoenix Suns, Devin Booker.
Every night, but man, can he defend.
How about the nice start from three-point range for Phoenix? That's one of the things they want to do. They want to shoot more threes. As Gilgeous-Alexander rattles that one in. Some good shooting to start. Tyus Jones misfires. All 4 field goal attempts for Phoenix from three-point range. Gilgeous-Alexander, he loves that spot.
He loves to dominate that area of the floor between the elbows.
Booker 1 for 2. Gilgeous-Alexander goes right at Dunn, the rookie. Thought he got fouled.
Alexander loves that, likes actually creating that contact. Didn't get the call on that one, but could have been a three-point play.
Gilgeous-Alexander pulls back, jumper's good. And you look at his strength. I've been hearing this since I was a kid. Jones inside to Richards. Richards has it knocked away by Lou Dort. Gilgeous-Alexander, the hesitation now gets inside. Perfect change of pace, and it's back to a 5-point game.
Table showing you how talented he is as an offensive player, even against this great defense, repeatedly breaking them down.
Gilgeous-Alexander, baseline jumper.
You see one side of the floor with somebody getting beat off the dribble and all the way to the rim before there's a rotation along the baseline. Very rare for Oklahoma City.
SGA pulls up 23 here in the first half. Now
distracted O'Neal for just a split second. He couldn't quite see the basketball until it was too late.
If you said the Suns were going to have 11 turnovers, as Gilgeous-Alexander nails another 3. 26 first half points in the lead. What a great role player he was for so many years for the Miami Heat, NBA champion. Gilgeous-Alexander goes right at Plumlee, gets inside, layup is good. He's unstoppable right now, 28 points. Jones looking. Another turnover. Here comes Wiggins. Jones tries to get in his way. Wiggins throws it inside. Gilgeous-Alexander using that left hand up and in. And the Suns need a timeout. 9 straight points in the first 2 minutes of the third. And the deficit has suddenly turned into a 7-point lead.
And we talked about turning up the pressure on the perimeter, and that's exactly what OKC has done here, coming out of the locker room, and turning that defense into offense.
Can't get it to fall. The three-point shooting was huge difference in that first half. Phoenix good. Oklahoma City struggled, but they're not struggling now on any part of the court. And the lead is ballooned to 9. 11 straight.
Contact happened. The whole dribble before Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got into his shooting motion. I thought the two on Booker were more prone to getting free throws.
It doesn't matter. He gets the ball back and he knocks down another.
30 for the shooter, and Wiggins made Phoenix pay.
Oh, Gilgeous-Alexander goes up and throws it down. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander putting on a show. And the lead now, 81-65. He's got 36 points in 24 minutes.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander showing you the whole package. OKC on a 20-2 run out of the locker room.
Beal goes back door. Oh, shot blocked by Dort. Lou Dort with a spectacular defensive play. Gilgeous-Alexander drives, layup, count it. The SGA out of the rebound. Gilgeous-Alexander, pull-up, jump shot, got it. 42 points in 27 minutes.
And he's so tough because, too, 43-point night out there pressuring Dunn the way that he was, forcing him into the traffic, and then the backside help with the block.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a three-pointer, 46 points. Williams, Gilgeous-Alexander a three. Fight for the rebound. Hartstein back to SGA jumper. That's good. 48 points. Trying to get 50 for
points in his last 205 minutes.
Allen trying to poke it away, looking to double team him. Tiptoeing along, now goes up, pulls up, jump shot. There it is. 50 points for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Third time this season. And a standing ovation here in Oklahoma City. Alexander's night, I'm sure, will come to an end. 50 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists.
He's showing you all of it. Even when you run extra guys at him, 5-0 has a nice ring to it. Shai does it once again.
And for the fans that have stayed throughout in what turned out to be a blowout in the third quarter, on their feet, they've outscored the Suns 79-46 here in the second half, led by as many as 38. And another victory in front of their loyal fan base. They're 40-9 now. 23-3, best record in the NBA.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Mike Breen just mentioned third 50-point game in the last 7 games. When it's going like that, what's going through your mind?
Just trying to be aggressive, play basketball, take what the defense gives me. Trust my work at the end of the day. That's all you can really do. You can put in the work through the summertime, through the off days. And when you get out here, just trust it.
You guys blitzed them in that third quarter, never looked back. We saw you talking to your teammates. How have you grown from a leadership standpoint?
Yeah, just being comfortable in my own skin, not doing too much. Obviously, the team can hear from me in a lot of situations because I'm out there on the floor, but making sure that I open my mouth when it's time and when they need to hear from me.
And then lastly, I'm sure you've seen or heard, a lot of teams in the West, it's already difficult, have loaded up to try to compete against you guys. How do you feel about that as a team, that teams are trying to load up to go up against you guys?
Yeah, we just worry about ourselves. That's all we can do. We have a lot of growing to do between now and where we want to be at the end of June. And that's what we're focused on, trying to get better every day. And hopefully our season's long enough to get to summertime.
Shai, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Mike, back to you.
All right, George, they have one.
First time we've seen this lineup, it is Chet Holmgren going toe-to-toe with Mobo at center court. And away we go. Isaiah Joe, always a threat to shoot on the floor. He's been shooting it really well here over the last 11 games. SGA, that time going to get the bump, and this is going to be an and one. That is continuation.
Yeah, you hesitated too.
I did.
Yeah, I thought this is okay. This is exactly what I'm saying. Same move. Now, why is that an and one? I'm just saying he's had 2 of those. 2 of those that led to side out of bounds. I'm not complaining on this one because I'm saying.
How about 11 of 14 as Jones came over, knocked it free from Barnes. Hip to hip to the cup, left hand, had a block. SGA, the putback, and he's right there. That Momo was able to pick that up. Spiring shot block here, SGA. Sidestep tough on the step back over the outstretched arm of Momo. And SGA, pure yet again. Range shot, Karam's right into the arms of SGA. Got the screen from Hartstein, pulls up just inside the nail, almost automatic.
And that's, got to move the ball. Thunder got tagged with a citation like that earlier in the game. This was very consistent with that call.
Shai on the flare out. That time he's got a clean look, not going to miss it as he registers the 3. But it's a perfect homestand for the Thunder. Winning all 4 matchups, double-digit fashion. Put up 121 more points, 2 young coaches. And Chet Holmgren, after missing the last 39 games, re-emerging. Leading MVP candidate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has the Thunder riding high in the Western Conference, best record at 41-9. And tonight, they put that record to the test on the road against the second best team in the West, the Memphis Grizzlies, who are 35-16. As we welcome you to downtown Memphis, right here on the banks of the mighty Mississippi. These 2 teams meeting for the 2nd time as FedEx Forum is all lit up here on FanDuel Sports Network. We welcome you inside FedEx Forum here in Memphis and say hello to all the Thunder fans watching tonight on FanDuel Sports Network, as well as those watching on Griffin Media Stations, KWTV Channel 9 in OKC, and KOTV Channel 6 in Tulsa. Fading away, really tough shot, in and out, no good. The Thunder like to get up and down the floor too. Here is Caruso, he'll keep it himself. Got wiped out by Jaren Jackson Jr. Second effort shot, it is SGA from downtown, knocks down the 3.
That's why you always run back on that fast break.
Nice contest, little body bump there, no call. Shai, nothing but nylon straight away.
Once again, Shai cracks that 10-point quarter. He has just almost been like an adding machine with that. You can
He was open on the shot. The Thunder get 2 offensive rebounds. 3 opportunities. Shai's now going to get another opportunity at the free throw line. That one banks home. And it's 5 quick points for OKC.
The mismatch on the big guy. Time got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. It's tough to do that with this guy because not only is he a lethal scorer, folks.
Sees a crowd again. That pass got deflected. Still time here, though, with 5. SGA turns the corner, takes a little bump, goes off the window, and SGA shows the touch despite the contact. 3, in and out, no good. It taps over, and Hartstein finally consolidates.
Good battle on the glass. Grizzlies are trying to recover some of those misses.
Shai down the lane, spins it up, left hand, right side, he's going to the line.
What is that, like a reverse finger roll? Man, is he making up stuff? Check this out, folks. It's a finger roll, and he reversed it. He did all that with the left hand. Just to put a cherry on top, folks. That's why he's the top scorer in this.
J-Dub. Put the ball in the hands of SGA. More speed. SGA right down the lane off the trampoline.
You know, just when you think you got him, folks, he's got an X is cool. Just playing with a lot of ice water in his veins right now.
Shai, tough fadeaway over Bain, and SGA shows a little touch. That is 10. No, Kenrich again battling. It's loose on a 3rd opportunity. Back-to-back offensive rebound. Shai finally cashes it in on another 3.
And he kept giving the ball to the right man.
And it's OKC shutting down the #1 offense in the NBA. And the Thunder rack up another road victory. This one here on the back end of a back-to-back as they take down the Memphis Grizzlies 125-112. It is full steam ahead for the Oklahoma City Thunder as they stride back home to downtown Oklahoma City. SGA, Chet Holmgren, welcome Trey Murphy, Zion Williamson, and the New Orleans Pelicans here to downtown Oklahoma City as we welcome you to Thunder Basketball here on FanDuel Sports Network. The fans making their way inside the Paycom Center as these two teams meet for the third time.
He said, guys are finding me, I'm getting good looks, and shots are falling, so I'm just continuing to play within the offense and make those plays.
Speaking of making plays, the Thunder defense continuing to bust things up out of the perimeter.
Discussing Aaron Wiggins and his play this season.
Had the ball in his hands there, bringing it up the floor. Caruso over to SGA, and Shai finally sees that baseline shot go down after the 1-for-7 start. Nice frontage pass that got deflected by Wiggins, and another Pelicans turnover.
That's the fourth steal of this first quarter.
Shai gets taken out of the three. Counted, he's going to the line. Possible 4-point play.
Now, a season ago, teams weren't closing out on him on plays like that. But because he's become such a strategic shooter from the three-point line, they close out on him now. I mean, look at Hawkins just closing out on him hard. Same foul that happened on Say was on his backside. Real comfortable taking that shot. As Shai looks comfortable taking that three for his second makes a game, folks. Shooting a career best in three-point shots. As
Shai down the lane takes a little bump as you see him slide into the camera well. And he's going to get a chance at an old-fashioned three-point play.
You know, he just won't let go. You think you got him, you think you got good defense, he just keeps coming. You can ride him all the way to the paint. At some point in time, he's going to get what he wants, and that's what he gets at the end and makes it tough.
Forced 14 first-half turnovers, got 23 points off.
Oh, you like that because a lot of good things are working. Oh, that's a tough shot. Young players watch him. He never lays the ball up low off the glass.
Hey, he's going to be going to check it out the Seals in San Francisco.
That's right, absolutely. And that's congratulations to Thunder will have a couple of guys there.
Where did that move come from, Mike?
I like that.
They usually don't have enough time, right? One nice pick. SGA one-on-one, and he had to step on Alvarado for the layup. But the lead's still substantial for the Thunder here in the third. J-Dub lost his footing. Surrounded. Dort, extra pass over to SGA. Off the catch, he's not going to miss that. Just in front of the Thunder bench.
Man, a lot of times you do that in the fast break. Timed that perfectly.
A little miscommunication there by the Pelicans defense. There wasn't a player within 7 feet of SGA on the defensive end as OKC's going to win again. The 6th consecutive victory. This one in blowout fashion over New Orleans, 137-101. Setting an OKC record with 27 threes. The All-Star break is coming into focus for the Oklahoma City Thunder, but work to be done. It is a back-to-back that starts tonight against Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, and the Miami Heat out of the Eastern Conference, one of the better teams in the NBA. The fans brave in the elements. It is bitterly cold outside, but comfortable inside as we celebrate Lunar New Year here at Paycom Center. Lead as Jones able to collect. Shai, contact, more free throws coming up. That's going to be an old-fashioned three-point play. And you see a little nod afterwards. SGA just happy to see one go down after he missed his first 4 shots of the game.
Well, this is what you want to do. Don't allow him to set up the defense. You see, get a little switch. That time whenever you get a team that's going to cross-match like that.
A good finish. So between Jovic and Adebayo, he's been getting some buckets to the rim. SGA, too much speed. He got to the rim his own there as he attacked on the deck.
Yeah, he saw him.
Those are the shots that Miami has not been taking. SGA, baseline shot, that's a tough one. He likes those ones. Now the Thunder can get the last shot of this first half. Can get a little closer, trail by as many as 21, SGA. Step back three, SGA, right ahead of the buzzer, knocks it down from deep.
And that's all you need to just snatch away the momentum here in this first half. As the man of the moment.
Go on the floor, it's a good three.
all-star starter. Clearly, that ball is out of his hand.
5 quick points for Miami coming out of that Eric Spoelstra timeout. Birds play for a ton of different teams. SGA, though, responds with a triple of his own. And good swarming defense out here on the force of turnover. He just got eaten up. Shai looking for 3 more, and SGA steps into it from downtown. As it wasn't in the shot motion, and so he's not going to get the 3 free throws. Backdoor cut, SGA, beautifully done. Off the pass from J. Will, and he steps it home. So Dan, the scoop, no good. Rebound, J. Will and the Thunder have the basketball with an opportunity to go in front. Shai wants the 3.
That's a bad man. That's why he's an all-star starter, back-to-back years. And if there's any question about an MVP, he's going to show you right here as he just takes control and puts the Thunder ahead by 3 with the 3. Jersey. And force him to cough up that basketball.
Shai keeping the ball in his hands. Pulls up, back to the basket, and SGA eating up here. Big-time shots in the 4th quarter.
Man, his shots are not touching the rim.
J. Will thought about a 3. The 3's been a big part of this 4th quarter. SGA, baseline shot, pulls up. He's got 2 more. Now he's got 30 on the night as the offense is flowing.
He's got 30 right now. The Heat needs some quick offense.
Burks, might have been punched away on the backside. SGA zigzagging up the floor. And is able to score in transition. He nailed everybody from Miami, and SGA's got 2 more big ones. Shot clock is off, and what a comeback it was for Oklahoma City here in this 4th quarter. The barrage of 3s, and they take down the Miami Heat. Comeback complete here in OKC. Down by 21, and you win by 14 thanks to an eruption in the 4th quarter.
It is a bitter 5 degrees in downtown Minneapolis. Final game before the NBA All-Star break. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he'll be there in San Francisco representing the Thunder. So will Anthony Edwards. He's repping the Timberwolves, 2 of the top stars in the league going head-to-head. The NBA on TNT is presented by State Farm. Tonight, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder matched up with the Minnesota Timberwolves, the 2nd of 4 meetings between these 2 squads. Western Conference standings, Thunder the best record in the NBA. The Timberwolves currently in the number 7 spot in the West.
From the Thunder, nice job there by Naz Reid of turning the corner.
Ball on a string for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Fend off, jumper, pure.
He is just so smooth first half.
Williams being defended by Edwards. Gilgeous-Alexander now watched by McDaniels. 9 to shoot, under a minute to go. Gilgeous-Alexander, rainbow triple.
You just had to feel it'd be a matter of time.
Did not go. Minnesota up by 2, OKC. Gilgeous-Alexander, floater short. Rebound, ripped away. Hartenstein feeds it inside for Gilgeous-Alexander. It's Shannon. Loses his footing and loses the ball. Holmgren ahead. Gilgeous-Alexander wants the angle. Spin. Spins it in, +1.
He is as good as anybody at initiating the contact and still being strong enough with the basketball to get the shot up. You see McDaniels there with that reach in late, but gets to that 2-foot stop there, gets the contact, and then able to finish.
Floater, no good. Rebounded by Dort into the hands of Gilgeous-Alexander. 5:20 to play in the 3rd. Gilgeous-Alexander over Alexander Walker. That's a lot of names.
It is, but I tell you,
off the rim. Garza kept it alive, but OKC controls it. Gilgeous-Alexander makes his move for the pull-up. Bam.
That was just too easy. And that's when you push it up.
Fans on their feet. here at Target Center. Little dance for Anthony Edwards. An impressive win for the Minnesota Timberwolves before the All-Star break. They knock off the Oklahoma City Thunder 116 to 101.
The pageantry and the festivities are over for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams, fresh off their All-Star weekend in San Francisco. It is back to basketball, and tonight they take on John Collins, Lauri Markkanen, and the Utah Jazz. It's the season reboot presented by NerdWallet. We welcome you to downtown Salt Lake City and the Delta Center as the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to take on the Utah Jazz. Take away the rebound. And SGA.
You know, you got to start giving Chet those kind of, you know, he disturbs the shot type of thing. He forced that miss by Clarkson.
Able to grab the rebound. SGA trying to get around Collins, does so, flicks it up, and then the soft touch off the window. SGA with some assists here in this first quarter. That's still got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go.
How about this? He got a block and he forced a turnover on the same play. So wide open right there in that middle. Thunder just finding those right.
Score so far for the Jazz. Thunder have led by as many as 14 here in this first half. Joe thought about it. That was off the leg of Markkanen. Shai, he will pull from the outside, and OKC's got another three.
Whoa.
See if the Thunder can extend this run. SGA wiggling around, pulls up, and SGA, who's been one of the best mid-range shooters in the NBA, he's got. You don't expect Walker Kessler to make that pass. You really don't.
He's really impressive.
Oh, Shai just picked the pocket of George. George not going to be able to catch up, and Shai flushes it down.
Okay, so he loses the ball with his steals.
He's been a part of it, currently on the bench. Shai, mid-range shot, pulls up, and SGA just so good. No panic whatsoever.
Come on, man. Will grab their 19th victory of the season on the road against 7 losses.
And their third consecutive win against the Utah Jazz to open things up post-All-Star break and open up this road trip. Another double-digit victory as the Thunder put up a $130 in the game.
Continues Oklahoma City and Minnesota. On NBA Sunday continues Oklahoma City and Minnesota. From Minneapolis, downright balmy, almost 50 degrees today. It was minus 18 earlier in the week. The T-Wolves trying to heat up, but they've got a tough challenge in front of a sellout crowd. They're playing against the best team in the West, and they're playing shorthanded. But we have what a matchup of two of the most dynamic scorers in the NBA, including Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He is the leader of this great team.
Counter for everything. Athletically, they have size. I mean, there's really no holes in either's offensive game. Both go to the free throw line a ton, Mike.
And a beautiful move there from Gilgeous-Alexander. Draw the foul. Chance for a three-point play. The Thunder back up by 1.
A little bit of a slow start for Shai. He had a couple early turnovers. This time, just a simple inbounds gets the defender.
It's clean look for 3. He's #1 in the NBA in three-pointers made and attempted.
Gilgeous-Alexander drives it. Conley. Baseline jumper. Got it.
That four
misses. They're not just been good. They've been dominant.
I mean, think about that. We keep talking about how tough the West is, and yet they have made it look easy.
And Gilgeous-Alexander makes it look easy as Mike Conley took a shot while committing the foul. Double whammy for the veteran.
But this is what he does. He can get to the spots on the floor that he wants. He's going to dictate the pace. They made the switch, right? He got a couple of fouls early. This time it's Conley's turn.
McDaniel guarding Gilgeous-Alexander. McDaniel can guard 1 through 5. Shot clock at 4. Gilgeous-Alexander sneaks inside. What a shot off the glass.
That's ridiculous. Jaden McDaniels, when I tell you, is elite. Not only skill-wise, but with his physical attributes. He's long, he can get down in the stance. Somehow, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander finishes unbelievable.
He's not amongst the league leaders. He'd be #2. This is only his 15th game of the season. Gilgeous-Alexander gets inside, creates a little contact, and knocks it down.
That right shoulder.
Alexander, Walker drills it. He's got 15.
Well, if you ask Chris Finch, Mike Conley is one of the real keys to their success, especially because they've struggled late game execution. That's where he excels, as Gilgeous-Alexander excels in the mid-range.
Individual defense by Jalen Williams on Naz Reid. They've got to get him under control, and I would expect Williams to have a hand in that.
Gilgeous-Alexander gets to spin.
Wow.
Now the first half. Hartenstein tied up. Caruso, corner three. Hartenstein, another rebound. Gilgeous-Alexander connects.
Surprise, Hartenstein.
Caruso tips it to Dort as we approach a minute remaining. What has turned into a high-scoring, fun game. Gilgeous-Alexander rattles into three. 29 points, and OKC up by 4. Oklahoma City, for the second time this season, they beat them the game right before the All-Star break, with key players missing. Gilgeous-Alexander rises up, jumper, rattles it in.
Come on, Mike. They send an aggressive trap, and he's out.
The rebound off the miss. Holmgren tries another three. Gilgeous-Alexander tips it, but right to McDaniels. McDaniels spins in traffic. Wallace right there. SGA pulls up, three-pointer. It's good. And a 5-point lead for Oklahoma City.
That's how explosive he is.
Under 2 to play. Thunder hanging on to a 6-point lead. SGA pulls up, knocks it down. The mid-range assassin does it again. Alexander Walker, three-pointer. That won't go. Rebound deflected, and that'll do it. A huge road win for OKC. They come back and win this one. Now 9-1 in their last 10 games, improved to 46-10. The Cousins with the embrace. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 37 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds. But another one of those efforts by this team that so many different players contributed.
Thank you, Mike. Shai, this thing was a slugfest, back and forth, a game of runs. How did you guys finish them off?
Yeah, we stayed composed. Obviously, in this environment, and with a good team like that, it's going to be a game of runs. They're going to put up a fight. We made our run. They made theirs. It's a 48-minute game, and we had to be the better team at the end of the 48 minutes, and that's who we were.
You guys have been whole as a team from an injury perspective for the last couple of games. Where are you guys in your process of kind of honing your skills as a group together?
Yeah, we're still figuring it out. Just kind of scary. We have some moving parts, some new lineups, but it doesn't matter. We come out here and compete together, and everything else just falls where it is, and tonight we did something, we got a W.
Your coach's birthday's today. What'd you guys do for him?
The rookie sang, and then I'm going to go in the back and give him a noogie and pour some water on his head.
Well, Shai, I appreciate the time, and thank you for letting me share in your aura tonight.
Absolutely. There you go.
Appreciate you. There it is. All right, Mike, back to you.
What a fourth quarter it was last night for Alex Caruso, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Oklahoma City Thunder as they outlasted Naz Reid. A 29-point effort from Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's the season reboot presented by NerdWallet. We welcome you back to downtown Oklahoma City. It is the encore between Minnesota and the Thunder right here at Paycom Center. We welcome you.
Edwards way out there on that one.
It doesn't matter the situation, Mike. He's always ready to pull. Shai on the step-back shot. That's a tough one. Not a problem for him either as he rips the... Reid has really turned into a good player for Minnesota. He was undrafted coming out of college. Two-way player. What a drive. SGA. Slice. And Shai decide what to do here between the shot game. Got down low, faded away. That's his spot. Right over his cousin. He made it look easy.
You're right. He's going to get to that spot. He's probably one of the best charge takers in the association. Certainly was in college at the University of Arkansas, where he led the NCAA in that category.
That reputation is starting to grow. And there's SGA on the baseline.
You see a little bit of the magnificence of Anthony Edwards. Big-time playmaker. That was a pretty move. SGA off the screen. Fires away. SGA buries it from deep.
It collapses on him, and that was what you just saw with Lou Dort in his first three tonight.
Do you think opposing teams in good defensive minds like Chris Finch, do they like having to, as SGA is going to get the and one. Playing through some contact there.
Do teams like double teaming SGA to get the ball out of his hands, you think?
Well, they do, but they don't, because he's got guys around him. Thunder had 6 guys in double figure last night against this same team.
But still an 18-point game. 3 minutes to go in the third. Jay will clean screen. SGA looking for free throws. Playing through it.
You got to blow the whistle on that play. He got hit.
Finally into double digits. There's such a different team with him as opposed to Gobert. And SGA cracks 30 yet again. Leading score. Double team. SGA finds an open man. The kick out. Caruso, they leave him open. Caruso tried to do what he did last night. There's a back tap. SGA reload 3 straight away. Not going to miss that time. And the offensive rebound results in 3. Tough step back 3. Missed it wide left. No good. SGA able to pluck that rebound. See what he decides to do. Going right through the defense. SGA those long strides. And a much needed 2 here as this fourth quarter gets a little deeper. You need some points, get a rebound, and get out and run.
Well, you're loving it, too, because you got your leading scorer doing just
opportunity, though, with the basketball to win it. As J-Dub fires it over to SGA. Shai drives in there, short on the layup attempt. Here comes Minnesota. Alexander Walker, he'll put it up to win it, and he misses it wide right, which pushes this game into overtime. Jalen Williams the rebound.
You can't blame Chris Finch. This is a group that got you there.
Shai down the lane, left-handed layup, puts it up, and gets fouled.
And that's a sight for sore eyes to see that ball go in the bucket. But not only that, though, it's an and one. Alexander Walker, watch that hit on the left arm right there.
All the hands of SGA. Pushed out by Reed. SGA down the lane. Got it to the rim. Got blocked by Edwards. The rebound to Minnesota. Chris Finch wants the timeout. And I believe he got granted the timeout as Edwards right up at the rim.
Here's get the ball in bounds.
Caruso waiting for somebody to break free. It's SGA. Clock is running. Shai pulls up off balance. It was on target, no good. Tapped out in Minnesota. Steals one here inside Paycom Center. Coming back in the fourth quarter and winning overtime. The Oklahoma City Thunder, led by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, been the best team in the Western Conference all season long. But tonight, they take that on the road against Cam Johnson and the Brooklyn Nets as we welcome you to the big city. The season reboot presented by NerdWallet. The Oklahoma City Thunder and the Brooklyn Nets meeting for the second time this season.
A blistering 69% from the field.
And making their open shot. Speaking of an open shot, it's SGA wide open behind the three-point line. And Brooklyn misses that 3. As Shai deciphering what to do, trying to get into the seams, takes a little bump, and then the scoop layup. He's going to go to the line for an old-fashioned three-point play.
And that's what you got to do. Be very patient. No double team came on that particular possession. Shai recognized it.
And it's a hard take. Beekman scooting his way to the rim. There's different personnel on the floor. This is much different personnel than we saw in OKC, as Shai just glides and shows that skill. It doesn't happen overnight. This has been part of SGA's growth. Now in year number 7, being handed the keys to Oklahoma City many years ago, and the things that he saw. And there he is on the backside. SGA this time playing off the ball, and it results in an and one.
How about the pass? You know what? He's been passing the basketball. These guys know each other very well. To be the youngest team in the association, they got great eyes, great feel for the game. That was not the play they wanted.
But just the free throw line, now a little more distance on that 3. And just like that, the Nets have pushed it back up to double digits. Shai, nice spin move, went right on Johnson, scores right at the cup. Finish it off with San Antonio on Sunday.
One of the more difficult stretches of the season, at least travel-wise, is SGA. What a pretty spin move, able to bank it home.
You're the Thunder right now. You got chances. You got them backpedaling before they can go run that zone defense or that box and one. Doesn't matter. It's too late. That is just.
And Oklahoma City is going to pick up a victory here on the road, and this one was much earned. It was rugged at times, but the calling card all season long has been the Thunder defense, and boy, did it step up at the start of the fourth quarter. Just when you needed it, you trailed the entire night, but that defense shined when it needed to.
The stage was not too big, the lights were not too bright for the Oklahoma City Thunder in the big city and the takedown of the Brooklyn Nets on a Wednesday night. But now the attention turns here down south to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks. It is game 2 of the road trip. It is the season reboot presented by Nerd Wallet. We are in downtown Atlanta, State Farm Arena, as the Thunder are going to take on the Atlanta Hawks.
Conwoo's turned into a really good player for Atlanta as Holmgren trying to set something up, but it's Shai down the lane, pulls up right over Dyson Daniels, and SGA, a very good rookie season, gets on the board with 2. Shai down the lane, a little bit of contact, and nobody there to slow him down as he laid.
So if you're the Thunder, get to that basket when you can. Now look at, how about this, man? That's like taking candy away from a baby. As the double team came a little bit late, he's put in there to try to deal with Hartenstein, who has a rugged game like that as well.
SGA left hand, put his head down, attacked this here in the first half.
He's been a super sub off the bench. Hawks bench has been steady all season.
There is Shai on the step back. How about 12 threes here in the first half? Stein and LeVert got his hands up there to knock it free. There's been some sloppiness in this game by both teams. There's one from Atlanta. SGA is going to take it himself for the flush. This is the beauty of the Thunder, too. Jay Will not playing that first half. He's going to play like he did. There's going to be engagement. Shai wheeling around off balance. SGA.
Not allow him to get to that basket. Make him make a tough shot. He was falling away about 6 feet from the basket.
That time, Shai able to get right where he wants, below the nail, shoots over the top of Capella, chucking threes.
Well, those shots were falling for him in that second quarter when he scored 41 points. Absolutely not falling as much, and the Thunder are getting open looks, and it just continues to rain. Not only
you got wide open shooter after wide open shooter, Michael, the Thunder, you get a little dribble penetration, you kick it out, and there's somebody, and there's not a white jersey within 5 feet. Not that time, but SGA had Trae Young right near him. That's number 21. That has persisted over the course of the year. Michael, they're 20-1 against the East. They could easily have the best record of all time versus a conference. There is SGA off the turnover. He's going to lay it up and in transition as the Hawks coughed it up.
Layup. See if the Thunder can capitalize again off of a late game turnover by the Hawks. And it happens. That's 2 points off, another 2 points.
On a night where the Thunder put up 135 points, the Wallace brothers, a little post-game embrace, but it's Cason Wallace and his Thunder taking down the Atlanta Hawks, sweeping the season series. The Thunder's dominance over the Eastern Conference continues. SGA, another 30-point game.
Thank you, Malika. We are in San Antonio. The Spurs coming off a dramatic victory last night over Memphis, and there is a buzz in the air here in San Antonio. It's because for the first time, fans will get an opportunity to see that man, De'Aaron Fox, up close and personal. More on that in a moment. It'll be a tough test for Fox and the Spurs tonight as they take on the dominant Oklahoma City Thunder. Welcome to NBA Courtside, presented by DoorDash. Taking a look at the Western Conference standings. The Spurs in that 13th spot outside of the play-in at the moment. Meanwhile, OKC trying to ensure that the road to the NBA Finals in the West goes through Oklahoma City. Williams on the move, out to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for three. You don't think of him as a three-point shooter.
Obviously the ultimate floor general, the ultimate leader, point guard, but just his patience and communication and coaching up these young guys.
Easy deuce for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, leading the NBA in scoring.
Points a ball game, shooting it at a high clip.
Both teams 5 for 8 from beyond the arc. SGA, automatic. Michael Grady, Stephanie White, Katie George, and coach the Western Conference. I mean, it's the Wild Wild West. You got it, OKC at the top. You have Denver, Memphis, Houston. The Lakers trying to make a surge. SGA with the jumper. Golden State.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wild. They're 9 for 12 from downtown.
And if you're OKC, this is a little reminiscent of Brooklyn. And that Brooklyn came where they were just... I like what Mitch Johnson was talking about in that huddle, though. The defensive board is going to be so important. Undersized, no Wemby on the floor. Well, I think they got to continue to push on makes and misses. They found success in being able to, even off of made shots, get high percentage looks on the offensive end. But you got to lock down a little bit more and have a little bit of physical. Made plays with the ball in his hand. You saw him in college, and he almost never had the ball in his hand. Off-ball cutting, defensive versatility. We knew that he had the ability to impact winning. He's taken the opportunity and has run with it, and that is a tribute to him.
Something you rarely see from Chris Paul. SGA. Oh, afterburners. 2 more. 29 points for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Missed both, but they get the offensive board. SGA going to work. Down the lane. Got the lay-in.
It's the first step. I mean,
146, 132, and OKC will run out the clock. OKC, their 39th win this season by at least double figures. Tied for the most through 60 games all time. Team they tie? The 2015-2016 San Antonio Spurs.
It was a second-half takedown last night in deep Texas, fueled by Jalen Williams. The Thunder took down the Spurs. It's another Texas team tonight coming to Oklahoma City. Jalen Green and the Houston Rockets, as there is a lot of anticipation. The fans cannot wait to get inside Paycom Center and see this matchup between the Houston Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. As Holmgren trying to get that past to Hartenstein. Fortunate that it was deflected over to J-Dub. Hartenstein again. There's the cut. SGA this time the beneficiary, and he makes a sweet move getting up to the rim. And went up with the left hand. SGA trying to back down. Shepherd shoots over the top. If Shepherd is guarding SGA, trying to start the break. Got it up ahead to SGA. Little hesitation. Now the fade away. That's what SGA does. It is just a beauty. Shot after shot. The other way. Up ahead. It is Whitmore who went for the spike on the jam and missed it.
Well, it looked like he kind of fumbled, that pass, and never really quite had his hands on it.
Everybody diving for it. It's scraped up by SGA. Bodies on the deck on the other end. Shai attacks and easily scores on Shepherd. That's a matchup that you're really going to like if you're SGA. Jae'Sean Tate no good from 3. SGA once again attacking. Should be able to go right by Reed. Shepherd does so again. SGA attack. No team is better at offensive rebounding than the Houston Rockets. SGA, step back 3, right over Shepherd. And his hot first quarter. What a first quarter it's been. Those guys, it's a little bit like Kyrie Irving. They got bounce. Excellent handles, can get to the cup and score. SGA can get in the mid-range and score as well.
Yeah, two terrific young scorers. Which is just left hand with a soft finish.
Well, he can get to the cup right now. He's done it on back-to-back plays. SGA kept the dribble alive, then wheels around into the reverse. He's already got 26 points in this first half.
Yeah, he just kind of poked holes in the defense around 2 defenders.
Green,
shot. Leaked out left, no good. SGA's got the ball in his hands, can go 2 for 1. Kept the dribble alive, then pulls up and sticks the mid-range shot as this brilliant first half continues. With him step for step. Holmgren decided to get it back out to the perimeter. SGA. Tough step back three, and he splashes it home. Just another beauty as SGA almost starting to go cold here from the floor. Thunder taking advantage. Lead continues to build. Hartenstein gives it up. SGA spots up wide open for 3, and he knocks it down.
And just like that, the Thunder enjoy.
At the high release on the shot. No good. Houston's got really quiet. SGA backdoor cut, beautifully done. The pass on time. SGA finishes it off.
And a smart play. If he tries to dunk that
for the Rockets, as their offense had gone completely dormant. Shai through a couple of defenders, and now he's got 40. Not much resistance in it. Now he's trying to back down. Jay Will gives it right back to him in the post. SGA contested, shoots right over the top behind the net. And his big scoring night continues. That is not his shot. And you can see why he never really looked comfortable. Almost thought he had to take it because of the space given to him. Shai sizing up Green, shoots over the top, splashes it home. SGA fired away from downtown.
Then you go off that screen. Doesn't always work that way.
Rockets got away with one. Chet Holmgren was wide open door with a deflection. It leads to SGA behind everybody. As the defense. Williams put his head down. Holmgren's going to get that rebound. 3 minutes left to go here in the fourth quarter. J-Dub floats it, and Wallace went for the jam. SGA on the follow with a reverse. Is the Thunder going to win game number 50 on the season? Joining the Cleveland Cavaliers as the only 2 50-win teams in the NBA. The Rockets not calling any timeouts, letting this one play out. It's a 137-128 victory.
Time for the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Memphis Grizzlies as we continue our NBA Wednesday presented by State Farm, the FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee, home of the Grizzlies, where it's a big night because the best in the West is in town, including Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and an SGA fan being closely followed by Grizzly supporters. But that's not unusual this year. It's been that way all season as everybody's been following SGA and the Oklahoma City Thunder. As you look at the standings, they have been the cream of the crop since day one. A dream season at 50-11. Memphis, though, despite a lot of injuries this year, still 4th in the West, only a game and a half back of the 2nd spot in that Western Conference.
Probably had no shot at making it, but he wanted to try to get the and one.
Williams' long arms guarding Gilgeous-Alexander. Nobody's been able to stop him this year, and he didn't stop him that time. Knocks down the jumper. Right before this 3-7 stretch, they won 10 of 11. And considering this stretch, the fact that they're just still 4th in the West is a good sign as Gilgeous-Alexander knocks it down. Ladies, let me ask you, if healthy,
John Morant could run under it. Now, back-to-back finishes in the paint where Memphis likes to eat.
Meanwhile, Marvin Bagley getting just his 2nd run here with the Grizzlies. Soft touch once again. The Wiggins. Wiggins playing with so much confidence right now. Wells trying to stay with Gilgeous-Alexander, finds a spot, nails the mid-range. He is lethal from mid-range. And another guy, not healthy last year, but he's going to be an all-star one of these years. Bain now trying to guard Gilgeous-Alexander. Tough shot. Nope, they wave it off. An offensive foul. Bain stayed with him. He's fired up by the defense. And that's 2.
The first foul is on Bain as he steps into the path of SGA. So the first foul is going to be a defensive foul. And so this call has been overturned to a defensive foul. At the time of the whistle, SGA's started his upward shooting motion after the gather. Therefore, we're going to resume with 1 free throw. 1.
Yeah, in seeing that, again, difference in illegal, marginal contact. There was, he got fouled on his way to the basket. There's the hand. And then the reaction. So the foul on Bain TV show looks like Robin's mask.
It's a good call.
Have to give credit. Our statistician Dave Free thought of it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander throws it up and in. 19 points now. Again, because he's been in and out of the lineup so much, and last year as Gilgeous-Alexander answers right back with a three, you forget what a special offensive talent John Morant can be.
Well, Mike, Mark Daignault says who Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is does more for this team than what he provides points-wise on a nightly basis. He said the way Shai works...
The third most missed games in the NBA. As we said, Morant has missed 24, Bane missed 12, Kennard 13, Edey missed 14, yet they're still fourth in the West.
And even tonight, their all-star Jaren Jackson Jr. out as Shai goes to the...
That's the lead right now for OKC. Gilgeous-Alexander and Gigi Jackson. Good contest of the shot. It still goes down.
Incredibly difficult shot. He
It's a 13-point game. Edey. Wiggins comes over. Edey takes it away. Edey close to a travel. Stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. Goes inside and throws it down. A costly turnover. East side of the backboard for Vince Williams. And the Thunder have regained control of this one. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls up and knocks it down. 36 points. Timeout, Memphis. A 20-point lead. Excellent basketball tonight. Shot clock down to 5. Gilgeous-Alexander rises and knocks it down. 38 points. They've got a chance for their first championship. Wiggins, but a long way to go. First in the regular season as Gilgeous-Alexander hits the three-pointer. 41 points, unstoppable. And a timeout call by Memphis. Another MVP-like performance from SGA.
Yeah, look, they initially you get it out of his hands with a trap. It ends up coming back to late in the clock. This was a good 30-footer, feet set. That kind of night for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. 14 of 25 now from the field.
You know, so the Thunder will improve now to 51-11. This is 5 straight wins, 6 straight on the road, and they're 14-2 in their last 16 games. It has just been a magical season that continues. And they've now won their first 3 games against Memphis. The first 2 are in OKC, and they hand the Grizzlies their 4th straight loss.
Thunder and Denver Nuggets, and the 2 leading candidates for MVP, Nikola Jokic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, in a potential Western Conference Finals preview. Oklahoma City, a substantial lead over everybody else in the West at 52-11. With the Lakers losing last night, Denver now a half game up on LA for the number 2 seed.
Yo, Nikola Jokic, look at my guy.
The first ever 30-20-20 game.
Passing, shooting, rebounding. He's a triple-double machine. Joker, gotta be the MVP, right?
I think that's no question for me, my friend.
Fair enough. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So smooth, so stylish. Bruh. Leading the NBA in scoring. Crazy.
SGA. Oh my goodness.
Woo. This man drops 50 like he drops new fit. SGA, gotta be the MVP, right?
You don't play the game, score a bunch of points. You don't play for anything besides to win.
I won't get you to say it, will I? Anyway, it's 2 of the West's best, and they're going head-to-head today. Oh, I'm all in. Squabble up. Squabble up. Squabble up.
Welcome to NBA Sunday Showcase on ABC, presented by Popeyes. 2 games in 2 days between the Thunder and Nuggets here in Oklahoma City. Tomorrow night and today at high noon local time here in OKC. Missed 39 games earlier in the season due to injury. Jamal Murray off the mark. He's been playing terrific basketball. 25 points per game the last month and a half. Gilgeous-Alexander finally on the board with a sweet drive, and Stein clears. Dort launching. No good. Batted out by Jokic, but right to SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander again goes to the left hand. He makes it look so easy when he played. There was some contact. He thought he was fouled, but the officials don't blow the whistle. Gilgeous-Alexander up the floor, driving at Brown and scoring again off glass. He is owning him on penetration right now. Timeout, Denver, as the Thunder back within 4.
And you're going to have to do a better job of closing off these driving angles on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The first one, he goes around the big out on the floor, and this one, no help comes until he's already at the rim. It's too late, and one more time in the open floor. Thunder getting back in it. A guy that attacks the rim in transition as well as anybody in this league.
SGA now with it, averaging 33 points per game, leading the league. 3rd straight year, he's better than 30 points per contest, and he's got the last 8 points now for the Thunder. Points for Jokic, 3rd in the league in scoring, and 29 points per game, a career high. He's also 3rd in rebounds, 2nd in assists. Nobody's ever finished in the top 3 of all 3. Gilgeous-Alexander on fire right now. 10
huge threes the other night against Phoenix, and you can see how easily it's coming for him now from distance.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the sidestep 3. His first triple. He had missed his initial 5 tries from deep. With Denver, Mark Daigneault said, for the next 2 days, we want to learn a lot. Obviously, it's a potential matchup. That's not what he said. These are our words. He's not worried about the matchups in the playoffs yet as Gilgeous-Alexander hits, but it's SGA missed. 3-on-2, Denver, Murray, Westbrook. What a touch pass. Great defense, though, by the Thunder. They get another block from Williams. SGA in the open floor attacks, count it, and a foul on Jokic. A 3-point chance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Runner-up for MVP to Jokic a year ago.
OKC at their best. You see, never giving up on a play. Look at all of the bodies in the paint. Deterrent at the rim, and then you get it to Shai in the open court with numbers. Typically something good is going to happen at the end of it.
First foul on Jokic.
He has been so active today. It's just such a difference maker for Denver when Michael Porter Jr. is this dialed in with his energy and effort, because the production is going to follow with the talent.
He's got 9 rebounds, 18 points. Basket by SGA and 1. 22 points. He'll go to the line where he's 3 for 3 as Brown commits his 2nd foul.
Yeah, he just loves the middle of the floor. I've rarely seen a guard in this league operate from the area of the floor. You needed to see something go in. He had a 3 in the first half that was an air ball, very important. So he walked in a little closer, made sure he knocked one down.
Gilgeous-Alexander from mid-range. 20 at Penn State. Porter in the open floor. Loose ball taken away by Dort. Gilgeous-Alexander driving into the chest of Najee in the layup. 29 points now for SGA.
Well, if you want to see an example.
Jokic, the other MVP candidate. 22 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks. Top 2 teams in the West. The Thunder, the #1 seed. Trying to get it for the 2nd straight year. Would be just the 15th team to do that. Mid-range jumper goes for Gilgeous-Alexander. Has it poked free. Tracked down though by Dort. Great hustle by Dort. Also fortunate bounce. Gilgeous-Alexander driving. Mid-range shot. It's good. 35 for SGA.
It's his own
3. Not there for Porter. Rebound Hartenstein. Here comes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Thought about the pull-up instead. Blows by Murray and scores. Putting on a show. And now SGA against the former Thunder guard Westbrook. Pull-up 3. A 40-point game. The 11th of the year for Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, I think you saw Nikola Jokic's best case on Friday night. You might be seeing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's best case here today in a game of this magnitude, this much attention and focus, and he has absolutely taken over this game as a scorer in the 4th quarter.
Will Denver be at full strength tomorrow night in the rematch? What a 4th. What a performance by the MVP candidate, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The runner-up last year might be the favorite right now, and today's performance did not hurt. 40 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and a very impressive 24-point win for his team.
Thanks, Dave. Shai, this was a close game, and then it was a blowout in a blink of an eye. How are you guys able to pull away so consistently in the fourth quarter against great teams?
Yeah, we were able to get stops down the stretch and then just execute. That's what it's going to come down to when teams are so good. It's never going to be pretty all the time, but if you get stops and you execute, you give yourself a chance no matter who you play.
Early in the game, how did attacking the rim help you find your offensive rhythm in your shot?
Yeah, that's where it all starts. It all starts with the rim, the easy baskets. That's my comfort zone. I didn't make as many shots as I wanted to tonight, but we got a dub, so I don't care.
We still had over 40.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, you can, Chet.
MVP. 3 letters. MVP.
Well, speaking of that, obviously you and Nikola Jokic are the front runners to win MVP. What's your mindset coming into a game where you know there's going to be direct comparisons of two great players?
Get a win. That's what it's all about for me. I love MVPs. I love All-Stars. I love all the accolades that comes with it, but none of it matters if you don't win, and that's where I hang my hat, and I'll be pleased with the outcome tonight because we won.
I got to ask you, what'd you think of Lou Dort trying to throw down? The ball ends up in the rafters, then he turns around and hits a corner three.
Yeah, it's the new NBA. 3's better than 2, right?
No doubt. Congrats.
All right, thank you.
Some late season action transpiring yesterday inside this building as the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by SGA's 40-point night, took down the Denver Nuggets, and that is never an easy task with the reigning MVP in Nikola Jokic. But these two teams, once again, from downtown Oklahoma City, right here on FanDuel Sports Network, the fans making their way into Paycom Center as these two teams playing for the last time in the regular season.
Has really developed his game over the last couple of years.
Well, you want to see him making those tough shots like that. You give him credit for that.
Shai trying to turn the corner, mid-range shot, and that one's going to plop in. He has been one of the most efficient mid-range. Look easy. Murray way behind the three-point line. Jamal Murray no good, and it's snatched away by J-Dub. But about 5 minutes left to go. First quarter, SGA plays to the contact. They're going to say it's on the deck, although the officials need to get together. You got one official saying it's in the shot motion. Jason Goebel said it was on the floor. Side out of bounds. No, they're going to say score the basket. Okay, number 1 for SGA.
How about this? Nice little stutter dribble. There's that reach in by Westbrook.
It's a rebound, and the Thunder just feasting, able to knock it away. SGA, space, pulls, no. Offensive rebound. Right back at it at the free throw line. That one is good.
Bro's got to know she's going to miss his shot.
That was a very quick redirect by Jokic. Didn't even look down at Watson, just knew he was going to be there. SGA, 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the bench, comes back and nails his first shot. Great numbers. Door to the sidestep, dumps it off to SGA, who then surveys and pulls it back out. Now he makes his move on Jokic, got inside, scoops it up, plus the foul!
You know, he had a play like that yesterday afternoon where he got by the primary defender and Jokic was left all alone trying to guard a guy who's got so many tricks in his offensive bag. Good luck as he squeaks by. Get guy there, folks. This is a tough floor and still has the presence of mind to finish here. Wow, he got hit in the head on that play. That's a tough guy there, folks. This is a tough finish as well. Turned and went down the court as he released that shot with confidence.
SGA pulls from the outside and nails a three. No hesitation with being able to secure.
Oh, what a battle going on between these two ball clubs here, folks. You would think there's 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Shai giving the bend, and it goes down for him after the screen. Capitalizes on an open shot.
And that has been the story for the Nuggets. Is the three-point shots made here in the second half.
The Nuggets put up a $140 here on the second day of the back-to-back. Denver's going to pick up the win. OKC not able to slow them down. The two-man tandem of Murray and Jokic. And SGA with 25, little embrace there with Russell Westbrook.
Thanks a lot, Malika. Welcome everyone to Boston, where that playoff train, folks, is ready to run right through the middle of North Station here and TD Garden. Celtics ready to make a bold, bombastic statement about who they are and their chances of repeating as NBA champs moving forward. Tonight, though, taking on a very worthy opponent. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the #1 team in the Western Conference, which includes MVP favorite Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I don't know about the Electoral College, but looks like he's got the popular vote on lock right now. Welcome, everyone, to NBA Courtside, presented by DoorDash. A look at the inventory right now. OKC up 11 games on Denver in the West. Meanwhile, Boston down 8 games to Cleveland in the Eastern Conference.
Boston Celtics are going to win the NBA championship, but they will be facing the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, I need her, my baby.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander putting on a show.
The goal is to take advantage of the regular season and make sure that when it's the end of the year, you're as sharp as you can be.
I believe they're the favorite to come out of the West, and I think you can make a great argument. This is the favorite to win it all.
The blueprint is by me.
The most important challenge that we have is we just focus on us.
Tatum, though, drives on the flush. Oh, what a finish from Jason Tatum.
Squabble up, squabble up, squabble up, squabble up. Bunk, 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 baby, rockin' it.
There's no guarantee who we're going to play. We'll be up for the challenge.
Big squabble tonight. Welcome, everyone, to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm from TD Garden. It's the second run of the season between OKC and the reigning champs, the Boston. Tatum shooting right around 36 from downtown on the season. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. They're the leading scorer in the NBA this year. Through the contact, got the second one to go on the putback.
That's his game. Look at it.
And #1 in the NBA in allowing points in the paint defensively. Brown trying to stick with SGA. He rocked him that time and finished at the rim.
What you have to do. This is a young, spry, fast Oklahoma City team, but the ball moves faster than their feet.
And nobody moving faster than SGA right now. 3. Peyton Pritchard coming off an 8-point game against Utah. Defending Gilgeous-Alexander got to the office and checks in with the turnaround. Time. For more on these games, please go to NBA.com or visit the NBA app. Not at all surprised by the Warriors with Jimmy Butler, are you?
You're not surprised.
No, not at all.
I'm going to say
it's a good fit. He's a ball mover. Plenty of time for SGA to squeeze one off against Brown. No whistle. Oh, he got it to go. SGA on the JOB at the buzzer. And that's the end of the first half of play. The leading MVP candidate with some late game theatrics and heroics off glass. For battling another offensive rebound, and he threw it away. Wiggins in transition. Wallace out to Gilgeous-Alexander. Got it. And the Thunder lead by 9. Gilgeous-Alexander working against Horford. Gilgeous-Alexander has Horford switch onto him. Attacks that heavy foot, the step back, and the Shai shake in full effect. Impressive step back by Jason Tatum. He's up to 24. Very efficient 9 of 13. SGA with the reverse. Doubted and derided in some basketball circles as to their playoff longevity. Perhaps because of their youth, perhaps because of their experience or lack thereof. But SGA is on the JOB tonight, folks. And he'll tell you, you need to put... The lead is 8. White all over Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA likes to attack that heavy foot of the defender. On the cross. The master of the mini committee, Shai Gilgeous. But at some point, experience doesn't matter anymore, especially when you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way with 34 points. His metronomic, methodical, masterful approach at both ends of the floor, which could end up in an MVP when it's all said and done this year. A great game tonight, 11 of 20 from the field, 10 of 11 from the free throw line. 34, 5, and 7, boys.
Shai, 10 lead changes, 10 ties in this game. What was a hostile environment? How were you guys able to control things so much down the stretch?
Yeah, we were able to get stops. That's been the trend for us lately, just trying to find ways to get stops. Coming down the stretch, playing really good basketball team, really good players, you got to find a way. And we did so tonight and gave ourselves a chance.
You know, Chet with the double-double, 23 and 15. What did you like most from him as he's really trying to work his way back into the mix?
His aggressiveness, his assertiveness. We all know the player Chet Holmgren is. He's a stud. He's going to be a stud for a very long time. And like you said, he's getting his feet underneath him. But the more games we have, the better he'll be. He'll continue to grow, continue to be special.
And you're getting this win and clinching a playoff spot, even without one of your all-stars in Jalen Williams. What does that say about this group to continue the momentum without one of your starters?
Yeah, we have a bunch of guys that are all-stars in their role. And that's our motto, that's our mentality, like next man up, be ready to make a play, be aggressive, play within your game, and do what the team needs. And I think because of that, our record shows.
This group is very low-key tonight. Did you, like, set them straight?
Yeah, we're growing up. Right before the world's eyes. We eating good tonight? Yes, we are. Very good.
You heard it here first. The Thunder are growing up. Back to you, Jonesy.
Maturity.
It was a victory you appreciate and a strong start to the road trip for Oklahoma City on a Wednesday night. In the takedown of the Boston Celtics, SGA was his MVP self, but now the attention turns to Cade Cunningham and the Pistons as these two teams set to square off for the very first time. Little Caesars Arena in downtown Detroit, setting the stage as it is game 2 of this road trip. We welcome you to Little Caesars Arena here in Detroit and say hello to all the Thunder fans watching tonight on FanDuel Sports Network, as well as those watching on Griffin Media Stations, KSBI 52 in OKC, and CW19 in Tulsa.
Put it in the garbage can. Put that one in the garbage can, too. I'm just saying.
Just a quick note there for you.
It's a new
quick note.
Okay, I got you.
As SGA off the deck, had to beat the shot clock, does as he nails the three. Steals, loose ball, there's a steal right there. SGA has got his head up trying to make something happen.
Second one of them in this early part of this quarter for the Thunder.
And how about the hesitation move? Connects there, but see the activity for the Thunder on the defensive end. As now SGA with the veteran Hardaway on him. SGA cutting in, kept his balance, and with that left foot, still able to bank it home. And a good look at the three from the outside. Cunningham, this time it's Cason Wallace who was on him, popped it free, SGA on the other end, and SGA will take it for the jam.
That's the third steal.
Swipe attempt there of Dort on the backside, able to bank it in. Shai, baseline shot, that one goes down. He's been trying to get it to go down this entire first half. And OKC can tie or take the lead here. Shai. Keeping the dribble alive. Tough shot. The turnaround of the fadeaway. And SGA, an MVP-type shot. That is...
Guy playing with ice water in his veins. Man, look at that. Fadeaway to the...
Mark Daigneault's been so complimentary of the pace that SGA has played with. Not just when he's got the ball in his hands. Get his teammates involved. That's a tough play. And SGA lowers the shoulder, takes the contact. Now he's going to the free throw line.
We just need to keep talking about it because the more we talk about how difficult his shots is, folks, the more difficult they get. Take a look at this. He gets hit. He banks it in.
At times of this first half have looked well in control of the game, but now it's just a 1-point Detroit lead. SGA trying to detach from Cunningham. Pulls up, 17 feet. SGA, one all-star over another. He's got 20 in the first half. Good defense. Hartenstein standing tall, affecting that shot.
This has been pretty consistent with that contact around the basket, just allowing it to happen. But this guy here has been pretty consistent.
Excellent anticipation. And SGA, they don't talk about his defense enough in the MVP conversation. That time, fading away off 1 foot, made it look easy.
It's just not fair to the defense, because that's really good defense by Tim Hardaway Jr., but he just evaded him with that sidestep.
Oh, and Thompson just dribbled it off of his foot.
That's a Pistons turnover. SGA surveys, keeps it himself, and the left-handed score as SGA doing it on both ends. But boy, that alley-oop, that absolutely rocked the rim. As Shai stops on a dime, pulls up mid-range shot, and that's going to be a friendly, soft bounce right in there for two more.
That's a miss.
Late third quarter possession. There's the ball in the hands of SGA. Sat a chunk of this third. Gave up his dribble. Tough shot, Fontecchio all over him, and SGA still finds a way to connect from downtown. And the fans letting everybody know how they feel, but SGA, he is never trapped. He's always got an outlet. How about 37 through 3? SGA start this fourth quarter on the floor, sat those minutes in the third. Takes a little bump, fading out of bounds, and SGA just makes it look easy time after time. And he's got two. He's been critical off the bench with those 15 points. 1-point game. Crowd really getting into it. The Thunder had a big lead in the second half. SGA wide open. That's a layup line three, and he responds in a big way.
Here's his special, folks. He's got 42 points.
Stood up right on the sideline.
That's a good closeout by Shai. He got out there real quickly. Did not give him a good look from that same spot.
Shai keeping the dribble alive. Stops on a dime. Pulls up, and SGA. Another big bucket.
By Casey Wallace. On-ball defense, on point. My goodness. Smothered Beasley on that play.
SGA once again. Little hesitation. The left hand. What a move by SGA! Spectacular!
Playing lights out, folks. This is what you call laying it all on the line. I mean, look at the pressure that he's under to shake free from Tim Hardaway Jr.
I mean, these are the nastiest of nasty when it comes to SGA, Mike. Just cannot be stopped no matter what Beasley trying to do. You got the 3-point. There's the miss. There's the rebound by Hartenstein. And SGA is going to be able to run out the clock in what was an emotional, intense game here inside Little Caesars Arena. And the Thunder come up victorious yet again against a team from the Eastern Conference, as this time in a hard-fought battle, they take down the Detroit Pistons.
And how about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander playing the entire fourth quarter because of the short rotation, losing Lou Dort in that third quarter, the injury. Everybody had to step up. That next man mentality.
Shai, this game was filled with so much intensity. What did it take down the stretch to make all the little plays that you needed to get this win?
Yeah, we knew on the road against a much improved team, a playoff basketball team, like we knew it was going to be a challenge. Obviously, with us having some guys now, it's going to make it a little bit harder. But that's been our mentality all year, next man up mentality, and do whatever it takes to win, and we got a W tonight.
Yeah, what did you see from these guys? Because you had some injuries during the game. Did anybody flinch tonight?
Yeah, no, we kept our foot on the pedal, whether they were making shots, missing shots, and vice versa for us. The way we get better is we keep playing through runs, lulls, ups and downs, and we stay to our identity as long as we could, and we did enough of it tonight to get a W.
You go for 40 again, and you had some late isolations where you got exactly what you wanted, but then you hit Queso for a 3-2. What's your mindset in the clutch?
Yeah, on the Queso 3, I was just tired, so I had no choice but to pass it. But every other play, I just wanted to be aggressive. It's that time of the game where you make a play or you go home, and I wanted to go home with a W, so I tried to make a play, trusted my work, and just wanted to be aggressive, and it worked tonight.
Incredible 48-minute performance. Thank you, Shai.
Thank you.
And we welcome you into Milwaukee. We are in the final stretch of this NBA season, and we have a good one for you tonight. Two of the top teams in the NBA set to battle it out, and we have elite-level scoring as well. Welcome to NBA Courtside, presented by DoorDash. Tonight, is the top team in the West. The Oklahoma City Thunder taking on the team with the 4th best record in the East, the Milwaukee Bucks. I mentioned the high-level scoring in this ball game. Shai leading the NBA in scoring. Damian Lillard just outside the top 10. And Giannis Antetokounmpo averaging 30 points per contest as well.
And put it in, and Milwaukee off to a fast start, 3 for 5. And an early 7-6 advantage.
And Doc Rivers told us they have to find a way to integrate Kyle Kuzma more in the offense.
Meanwhile, the Thunder 4 for 4 from the floor. I mentioned second night of a back-to-back for both teams. Missing on the free throw. We are tied up at 11 early here in Milwaukee. Both teams riding 2-game winning streaks. SGA, slight push-off, drills the jumper.
That's just strength the second. But now, still giving it attention to that right hand. We have to keep an eye on that for the remainder of this game.
Gilgeous-Alexander again.
Allen Iverson, the same thing with Joker. His offense is his best defense. That's the way that works.
We have a 5-point ball game. SGA, his turn.
This game haven't turned the basketball over, but was expecting a DHO with Torian Prince on that possession. Prince thinking backdoor.
SGA with the left, it drops.
Again, he loved his competitive spirit, and that's the same thing that, of course, Mark Daigneault loves about Shai.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, the discard, rises and hits. 16th of the night for Torian Prince. They need someone else to get going outside of Giannis and Lillard. Gilgeous-Alexander rising over Kuzma.
His ability to create separation, even against much taller defenders. And Dame, Kuz has the ability to be able to do that. Has to get comfortable in that role with the Bucks.
Gilgeous-Alexander rises again, quiet in the crowd.
And another one. SGA.
And OKC getting what they want on this end of the floor. They're shooting 54% from the floor. Gilgeous-Alexander rises in the lane. The jumper is pure.
16 points for him last night, and he can be really the athleticism I think that they need moving forward. Doc Rivers has told us that KPJ is a much better defender than he has a reputation of being.
Under 5 minutes to go. Gilgeous-Alexander, one-hand fadeaway, filthy.
What did Mark Daigneault's going to go and empty his bench over these last couple of minutes, wants to make sure they secure this victory.
SGA, the turnaround. Silky smooth.
And it
31. And OKC can run out the clock. It was tight in the first quarter, but OKC got separation and never looked back. 121-105, the final score. Most road wins in a single season in franchise history for OKC. 26 on the year, and they improved to 24-1 against the East.
It was a multi-pronged attack for Jalen Williams and the Thunder in their defeat of the Philadelphia 76ers the other night. How about his second triple-double in a matter of 6 games? But tonight, it is Miles Bridges and the Charlotte Hornets, another team out of the Eastern Conference. The weather is nice here in downtown Oklahoma City. The fans making their way inside Paycom Center as the Hornets and the Thunder are going to close out the season series. Those plays on the offensive rebounds, just not giving up anything. Get this extra possession. These kind of possessions that have been stocking up all season long. SGA, tough fadeaway. He makes it look easy. Shoots right over the top of Green. And taking the shot there. Instead, it is Simpson. Hartenstein, another rebound. He's been all over the glass here early.
Well, the bigs have done a good job of not fouling the guards while they're driving to the basket. As Shai takes a little pinch.
Green getting inside. Green with his first year with the Hornets. Came over from Dallas. SGA, step back.
Thunder benefited from that, having a CP3 in the locker room years ago, what seems like years ago.
Shai made that look a lot easier than it was. He was going left, bounced off the body of Moore,
And then with all of his momentum going against the grain, he's still able to put it up and in. That is just so good.
Yeah, it is. Everybody that checked into the game played with no agenda that night. They played for the team and got a good outcome as a result.
All right, thank you, Paris. And right out of the timeout, SGA putting his head down. There have been some bad ones so far for Charlotte. OKC already with a hefty lead and added to it. SGA now with 13. That's a pretty reverse. Not much. Both teams had 7 prior to that make, but the Hornets staying in this game thanks to the three-point shot.
Yeah, that was a contested shot as well.
Shai almost spun into a fender. Instead, he goes the other way and shows the fender. Wow, this is remarkable shooting. Charlotte's now 11 out of 19 from downtown in the game. And SGA once again.
That's cool, man.
They had a companion.
Oh, that's
very companion.
I'm liking that, man. That's really cool. Thunder with back-to-back threes. One by Chet Holmgren from the corner pocket, and now, yes.
With a nice response for OKC come out of the timeout. You get 2 threes into the drive, and SGA bowls his way to the cut. Ran right through the body of Simpson for the scoop. There's a baseline shot, no good.
What was unique about that play, it wasn't a lob. It was like a little drop shot.
Oh, SGA, too much strength. Spinning his way right through the Charlotte defense. He's got 2 more.
And had that little dry spell, and the Thunder were able to run that score back up to where it's at now.
Charlotte still shooting at over 51% from downtown. It's an 18-0 Thunder run as SGA got to the elbow on the left side. Contributor off the bench. 4th different player for Charlotte in double digits on the night.
He's got a nice game. He's got a nice little touch around the basket. He's athletic. How about that pass there? My goodness. He threaded the needle on that, and Shai had to turn on the afterburns.
It's the season. Thunder going to be able to run out this clock. Charles Lee, Mark Daigneault. Little congratulations in midcourt. But a win number 58 in the books here at Paycom Center in dominant fashion. A season sweep over the Charlotte Hornets. The Thunder shoot 57% in the game and absolutely blow out the Hornets 141-106. That 57% is a season high. The Thunder utilized their professional approach in beating the Charlotte Hornets and the Philadelphia 76ers at home. SGA, Chet Holmgren certainly played their part, but now it is James Harden and back to the Western Conference. He is an all-star, and of course the reemergence of Kawhi Leonard, one of the best. The sunny skies of Southern California, we welcome you to Inglewood as the Oklahoma City Thunder going to take on the LA Clippers here at Intuit Dome. 2 teams, winners of 5 consecutive. Fade away. Kawhi Leonard having himself a first quarter. As SGA got around Jones, and how about that move? SGA, the scoop. SGA, Isaiah Joe, Jay Will, and Wiggins. With 3 minutes left to go in the first. More speed. SGA on the blow-by. Got right by. Good defender. He had to get in. His hand on the basketball, but was able to fend off Kenrich. That time he turned it over. One of the few times this year. SGA with speed down the lane. Attacks Harden and scores.
Sometimes you can just see a big-time swat. Thunder in transition.
Shai dancing, spinning, bouncing, fading, and scoring. What a move from SGA.
That's a tough kid. Sometimes
Both try to set the screen for SGA. Gets the matchup on Bogdanovich. Steps back, no good on the 3. Hardenstein able to get that rebound. SGA on the reload. The second one goes down.
You know what? He's been giving up the assists. And how about hook shot? That was more like a sky hook.
He went full extension.
Full
right?
extension.
Got it out there, exposed it.
Absolutely, partner.
He's using the range. SGA leans into it. A little bump from Harden. He's going to the line. And he's going to have to do it the hard way, the old-fashioned three-point play.
Oh, you're loving it, too, because downhill action. They put multiple defenders on him. This time it's Harden. Watch he right there. There's that little reach.
A defensive game. The Thunder, the top defensive team in the NBA.
Now, see right there? That's a foul. Ben Simmons is grabbing Shai away from the basketball. And the official's just looking right at it.
You can see SGA. He was looking at the official wondering, Thunder don't want a foul. 10 seconds on the timer. Leonard, see what he decides to do. Get into his spot outside. Powell the 3. Fires it. No good. Zubac's the tip. And Harden letting that clock run down.
Thunder need one more stop here.
Ball in the hands of Leonard. Caruso all over the double team comes. Difficult shot, no good. It's tapped over to Dort, gets it up to SGA, who gets fouled.
Well, this game is over.
Norman Powell getting ready to try to streak in. Second free throw, no good. It's batted out. Can't get the shot off in time. And how about the Thunder here on the road, winning this 48-minute wrestling match in Intuit Dome to down the Clippers 103-101 on a night that felt like an uphill climb the entire time.
Season, we welcome you to Sacramento, where the best team in basketball is in town. Led by the MVP frontrunner Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, tonight the Thunder can become the first team to 60 wins. The NBA's leading rebounder, Sabonis, and the Kings looking to end a 3-game losing streak. The NBA on TNT Tuesdays is presented by State Farm. Winners of 6 in a row, the Thunder take on the Sacramento Kings in what could be a first-round playoff preview. OKC has clinched the top spot in the West. The Thunder are taking on the 9th seed in the West tonight, the Sacramento Kings.
He's going to rock dark. Cato, that was the guy. Cato.
By the way, DeRozan's 3 was changed to a 2 from earlier. There is SGA.
And that attack set up.
Either.
No, they share. I mean, their chemistry and connection on both sides of the ball really almost unmatched in the league right now.
The league leader in scoring, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, building by their opponent last night, a -33 from the three-point line against the Celtics. Tonight, OKC has hit 9 of them. Here's SGA with a 2 to the rack, and SGA in double figures with 10. On Caruso, the former Chicago Bulls. Caruso comes down with it. SGA a 3. Nothing but the bottom of the cup.
I mean, they just
off target there. OKC grabs the rebound, and here comes the Thunder, looking for their 11th straight win on the road. SGA reverse style. Oh, that's pretty for the MVP frontrunner. Dort, and he does. SGA, he's got another one. Chet working around the screen, 2-man game. Now to SGA. SGA 2 on the timer. SGA spins. SGA wins. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. His face. The 10th 3 of the quarter.
And where have they been getting the majority of them? In the corner.
SGA with a thunderous jam.
A on the attack. Want to try to not allow SGA to get going downhill.
SGA pulls back the 3. He connects. SGA up to 20. Isaiah Joe comes down with a loose ball. There's the extra effort. He has been all over the place tonight. SGA, he's got 32.
It's just, you can almost, they were a 1 seed a year ago.
And they tasted that defeat. Thought they should have beat Dallas in the 2nd round last year. Luka and Kyrie got past them on their way to the NBA Finals, and that'll be it here. 121-105. The Thunder have now become the 8th fastest team to 60 wins in league history. An impressive feat by this squad that has also won 7 in a row overall, and a new franchise record, 11 straight on the road.
Thanks so much, Jared. Appreciate it. Shai, you guys, they threw some punches there in that 3rd quarter. You guys were able to close the thing out. I know you talked so much about consistency. What did you see from your team tonight to now earn your 60th win of the season?
Yeah, we battled. We know going anywhere on the road in this NBA is going to be tough to go win. The game of basketball is full of ups and downs. We know that. And it's about us getting the car back on the road when we had those downs. And we did that tonight, and we were able to get a bigger win on the road.
You guys become the fastest team in franchise history to make it to 60 wins. I know you preach consistency, you preach good habits. What have you seen from this team through 60 games, 60 wins that you've gotten so far this year?
Yeah, we put in the work. We've earned it. None of it came to us. And that's all we're focused on. We're focused on us putting the work in and going out every night and trying to earn a W. And when we take it one step at a time, like we did tonight and like we did last night and all the other nights, we look up and we have 60 wins. But yeah, it's just a testament to our hard work. There's a lot more work to be done. We haven't done anything. We haven't achieved half of our goals, so we know there's a lot more work to be done, and we'll do it.
I know you don't like talking about yourself, but you've had 65 consecutive games with 20 or more points. That's the longest streak in franchise history. You just passed Kevin Durant. What does that mean to you when you hear the numbers that you're able to put up and how you're able to lead this team to what you've been able to do for the last couple of years? Yeah, it starts with my teammates and organization trusting me to go out there and be the player I am. Without that runway, without the ball in my hands, I'm not that guy. So I thank them. And then same thing, it goes back to my hard work. I just put in the work and trust it and look up and see where I am. And it's been really fun to watch this season, Shai. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you these next 10 before playoffs.
All right, appreciate it.
Guys.
The Thunder packed themselves a couple of victories out in California to get the week started over the LA Clippers and the Sacramento Kings. But it's back to OKC and waiting for them, the Memphis Grizzlies, led by Jaren Jackson Jr. It is Hispanic Heritage Night here at Paycom Center, and there is a lot to celebrate about for the fans watching tonight's game. As Spain got all the way to the rim, just couldn't finish, and SGA with the rebound.
It's a good closeout by J-Dub just to throw him off balance. He's one of those guys who likes to take the three, and how about a physical drive to the bucket, you know, weaving them into what you're trying to do over the next 10 games, including tonight.
The emphasis, there will be no coasting as SGA bounces off the defender, and then that little fadeaway.
Gonna be the fresh 14 seconds here.
Grizzlies getting a little handsy on those rebounds. As Hartenstein gives the isolation, SGA, that is a tough shot in the mid-range. It's a shot he's been making all season long. Defensive end, and the points and the rebounds and the assists, but he has been critical to what this OKC team has done over the course of the year on the defensive end as well, as SGA got to his spot, and every single time he can shoot it over Scottie Pippen.
Nice shot by a 7-footer there. And picked up his dribble and all.
SGA stops, pulls up, and sticks another one in the mid-range for him. Joe gave it right back to Dort. Up top, SGA passes up the three instead, flies in and avoids Huff. Hangs in the air long enough for the score.
It's their last couple.
Couldn't make it 9 after the miss by Aldama. As Shai trying to get the whistle, does. They're going to count the 2. Playing through that arm of Pippen.
He's a little bit late there. And get this guy drives pretty much every single time tonight. And this is his first free throw, and it came on a late whistle. I don't know how he makes it. As
to get over 90%, I'll tell you that.
Just kind of referencing, you know, the unorthodox way, you know, that Jaren Jackson Jr. shoots his shot, but very effective.
He can shoot it the other way as well. As SGA, I'm not sure he's missed for that mid-range.
The jersey, it triggered me. I'm sorry, man. I had to.
You had to go check yourself. See what's for sale. How long? My question is, how long have they been up there for? As SGA tries to make his move, look at the crowd that he sees. It's still off balance, just cutting right through the lane, banks it in.
Alvarez, man, just gets to the basket. Going
this third quarter. After the Thunder got off to a 10-0 start. Memphis closed the gap a little bit. SGA on the baseline once again. Look at the high archer. He loops it up over the backboard and Edey.
One of those free throws you're happy it's the first one and not the second one.
SGA, pretty spin move, and that one's gonna go down.
You know, you can rush him, but
that's Lou Dort for you, Michael. He got off to a slow start. Now he's got the turnover and the steal. Ships it up, SGA scores in transition.
How about the defense?
As Mark Daigneault wants a little space, getting everybody out on the perimeter for SGA to operate. 7 seconds, spins, fades on the baseline, and SGA, the brilliance, shows up. Lollipop for J-Dub. But look at the night of Desmond Bane, 1 out of 12.
as SGA's got a steal on the backside. He'll be able to add 2 more to his total as this all of a sudden has turned into an explosion of a run in the 4th quarter to put the Grizzlies away.
And we talked about how there's a punch and counter punches being thrown in this game so far. Right now, the Thunder have just made a lot of haymakers. We talked about the lead changes at halftime. Darius Lawson brought that up. 22 lead changes, 11 ties. And the Thunder have now recorded the most wins in Thunder history with their 61st of the season.
An historic season for the Thunder. That was the Thursday rainbow that helped turn the tables in favor of Oklahoma City, as well as some great performances from Isaiah Hartenstein and others. The Oklahoma City Thunder now face off against Tyrese Halliburton, an all-star from the Eastern Conference, and the Indiana Pacers here on a beautiful Saturday in downtown Oklahoma City. As we welcome you inside Paycom Center and say hello to all the Thunder fans watching tonight on FanDuel Sports Network, as well as those watching on Griffin Media Stations, KSBI 52 in OKC and CW19 in Tulsa.
As Hartenstein will get his blow.
And Rich Williams comes in. SGA looking for his first points and gets his first points as he just bowls his way right to the cup.
It's the second time Carlson's done a good job at the rim. Got a block this time, discouraged it. Was able to create a miss.
And SGA, those long strides, stretching out for that layup with the right hand. Strides of Neesmith, able to unlock him all the way to the rim.
That was a tough move. Without walking with the basketball.
How about SGA from behind the 3-point line, drills it from deep.
Yeah, he said take a picture to last longer, man.
Game, and we did a really good job covering for each other, putting together multiple efforts, really flying around. And he told me that those stops were key to getting good looks in the paint in that first half, guys. OKC leads now.
So how about that block box out by Casey Wallace on Miles Turner to keep him off the glass? Just kind of face guarded him.
Shai turns the corner, drives inside, plus the foul.
And that's what happens when a big guy gets caught out on one of the most unguardable guys in the association, Miles Turner, as SGA turns the corner, gets by the first defender. There's a second defender, no problem. Take a look at this, folks, as he's got an and one when we come back, and close in double figures.
Thunder have already put up 39 points here in the 3rd. SGA getting downhill, got to the rim, left it short, follows the shot, and the second effort is good. And it's a 41
that they're playing with, is not allowing the Pacers to set up their defense. It's keeping their big man Miles Turner on the bench right now.
Shai spins and scores on the turnaround as he sat the majority. 19 points for Dort. SGA looking for a little more, and he's got a little more on the step-back 3.
And Nembhard's rightfully so. He has been their offense. He's a terrific young player. Not only can shoot the 3, but can drive the basketball.
Thunder setting up a ton of in-rhythm 3s that time. SGA doing work yet again. The spin move plus the foul.
You're wondering why he's an MVP candidate? Because moves like this, folks, this is just beautiful. Just poetry in motion, folks. Gets by one defender, he's got a second defender waiting on him. He takes the contact, kisses it off the glass. He's got a chance for an and one.
That time Wallace got down low, but Shepard with a recovery block. As Shai matched up on Toppin. Little step back 3 action, and SGA puts it in.
Wow.
This one's going to be by double digits. SGA, another 33-point masterpiece by him. Pacers, no interest. They're just going to run out this clock. And Mark Daigneault and Rick Carlisle, little handshake at center court as it is win number 9 in a row for the Thunder. Another win against the Eastern Conference and win number 62 here in this historic season. We are Officially at the midway point of this homestand. Already wins over the Memphis Grizzlies and the Indiana Pacers on Saturday night. Now it's another team from the Eastern Conference. It is the Chicago Bulls, led by high-octane offense of Kobe White. The fans making their way into Paycom Center on another beautiful night here in downtown Oklahoma City for this intra-conference matchup.
Over 40% from three. This one wide open.
SGA this time able to get to the cup, and he scores. And there's that porous Chicago defense.
As Dort coming off that great game on Saturday. As Shai, all kinds of defenders over him. He kept the dribble alive, and SGA works his way underneath for the pretty finish.
Run from him. That's how you got that shot.
You don't think that SGA minds just giving the ball up to a wide open shooter like Isaiah Jones with over 40%?
Absolutely. And he's done it all season long. And he's done it superbly. And that's superb. Instead of looked like it was in rhythm here for the Bulls.
Well, the Thunder have been taking advantage on both sides. And there's another three. And that has been a story here in the first half.
A couple of days ago.
Just remarkable, still beloved in New York. Chicago turns it over. SGA, left hand, and it claps in. Well, that's been a theme of the night for him. Really since the early possessions of this game with how Chicago has been defending him. That time he'll call his own number from the outside. He'll dial up three more.
Good, he's versatile, he's unpredictable. And defenses like to know, I want to know what he's going to do when he's got the basketball. Do you know what he's going to do? I don't. That's my point. What, is he going to pass it and get his 11th assist? I mean, he's so unpredictable, and defenders kind of guard you off of, you know, a situation where they know what you're going to do. In this case, I don't even think Shai knows what he's going to do. He's just so creative.
Oh, he's got every option in the book, and he shows another one right
now. Let's give it back to the community. And, you know, he's one of those guys who's just always willing to be out there along with his teammates.
Oh, this time it's SGA. He's been dishing it out all night long, and his teammate 28-1 against the Eastern Conference. Another victory for the Thunder. This one in blowout fashion. It was never close. Zero drama, just a dominant win over the Chicago Bulls. Well, it was a windy and gusty day in Oklahoma City across the plains. But in the spiritual realm, folks, wind is a sign of judgment and deliverance. And folks, the verdict is already in on the OKC Thunder. It has been a historically successful season, like it has been for the Pistons. As we welcome you to NBA Wednesday, presented by State Farm, part of the playoff push, presented by Meta AI here at Paycom Center. A big run for both these teams for different reasons. As we come on inside, this is the last game of a four-game homestand for the Thunder. They have the front runner for the MVP right now in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as we take some inventory. OKC has the best record in basketball right now. Meanwhile, Detroit still has hopes of hosting a first-round playoff game on their own home court, certainly within range. Brings out on the three. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander being guarded by Harris. Got the bucket to go with the left.
Man, that burst right there. He just sees any gap.
A good dime drop by Schroeder. Tim Hardaway Jr., one of the veterans, along with Tobias Harris, with a wonderfully settling effect on this Pistons squad. SGA got to the rim again. That's his second field goal. He's got three. Brings the Pistons back to within 5. It's a quick two-game road trip for Detroit. Alexander on the cross and tween. Float game is Bueller. Got that to go. 21 seconds on the shot clock. And they come up with another theft. This time it's SGA that started the larcenous activity off the steal and the bucket. That's a snapshot of what they do best. They peel you clean and convert it the other end.
It's SGA leading the way defensively. OKC playing to their strength. All Thunder early to make it more viable long term.
For the guard screening action out front for SGA. Got into the paint and lays it in. That's 13 for the 5 from deep. Gilgeous-Alexander got into the paint through the contact. Boy, what a finisher. 3 is off. And Chet with the grab and go into the front court. Gilgeous-Alexander with a step back 3. Man, he's been shooting it at a torrid clip since the All-Star break. JP Bickerstaff telling us that the tipping point was during the Emirates in-season tournament. A win against Indy, the Pacers in Indianapolis, as SGA knocks down the jump shot. He and Cade Cunningham have seen the marked precipitous improvement this year. Waters trying to guard his former teammate SGA. Got to his spot and catches out.
That's a clean look for Tim Hardaway Jr.
Holmgren with his 10th double-double after that rebound. Jordan with the ghost screen for SGA from the mid-range. SGA there with a potential killer. 31. Dennis got a short fuse. He's that guy, you don't want to hit his car door when you open your car door in the grocery store. You know what I mean? When you open your door.
No doubt. They're still continuing the conversation, but now it's hugs and getting out of here. A hard-fought game and an earned victory for OKC.
Yeah, Pistons gave it a great run tonight. Hardaway ended up leading the way with 23, but look at that. Their 64th win of the season. That ties the most in franchise history, going back to the franchise's days in Seattle.
It is not often you get an opportunity to play an opponent 5 times in the regular season, but that is what is in store tonight. As the Thunder and the Rockets, very familiar with one another. This, the 5th and final meeting of the regular season. There was that bonus matchup all the way back in December for the Emirates NBA Cup. But tonight, we're in downtown Houston, the Toyota Center, as the Oklahoma City Thunder, the #1 seed in the Western Conference, taking on the Houston Rockets, the #2 seed.
A good look at Ime Udoka has the Rockets at 2nd place in the West, 50-27 coming into tonight's game.
Nice move. SGA got around Van Fleet, then pulls up on that elbow jumper. He gets that rebound. He will push.
Absolutely. Shin guns on the floor. You got to do that. Creates more opportunities for you. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Wow. That's another portrait.
Physicality. And look at what SGA just did on Amen Thompson.
You know, he
shoots it at just 42%, Michael, but he can get going.
Yeah, he's a high-volume player. He takes a lot of shots, and he can make some tough shots.
Speaking of,
absolutely.
On the layup attempt, but he doesn't have nearly the efficiency of SGA, especially in the mid-range. As Cason Wallace makes his first appearance, there's the cut. SGA forks it up and in. Nice touch. He has got a dish to Tari Eason coming off the bench for the Rockets. Shai other end, and he's got 2 more. Back and forth we go.
Game on now.
Thunder looking for a little bit of momentum. Can they start it there with the defensive end? They get a turnover. SGA drives in and scores in transition. And that's one.
You just got to do that with him. You just got to hold your ground with him. You know he's going to bring the contact, and he's trying to get to the basket.
Shai with Thompson right on his hip, pulls up, and got that one to go. Third quarter, only to see Van Fleet start to make a few plays. This is where the Thunder have not capitalized in transition, but they do there as SGA waited for the perfect time to take the kind of momentum that the Thunder have had on 2 different occasions now in the third quarter. We had that layup with the shot clock winding down, had that 3, but SGA, a quick response with a
center and the guy with the basketball. Then what Nick just said, it gets him going, and he's creating points. Another big screen to get the pressure off of Shai by Hartenstein to Nick's point. And Shai hits.
And it's the Rockets with a victory. And they're going to be in the playoffs for the first time since 2020. And the Thunder fall for the first time since losing to Denver. It has been quite the stretch
falling to 64-13. There is just one team that resides at the top of the Western Conference, and it's the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by MVP candidate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and All-Star Jalen Williams. But they face another team atop the West. It's the third-seeded Los Angeles Lakers, led by Luka Doncic and, of course, LeBron James, now in year number 22. It is City Night at Paycom Center, matinee edition, as the Lakers make their first trip to downtown OKC. Welcome inside.
That's going to be a concern for the Thunder all afternoon, is just keeping the Lakers off that free throw line. They have tied for the highest free throw rate of any team, 4th in attempts.
SGA with the spin move on Reeves, and he's going to get the plush bounce for his first. You're also able to put Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren out on the floor.
Absolutely. And, you know, he's obviously, the team's going to play the Thunder differently.
And Shai attacks right on Doncic.
Got it back, saw an opening, called his own number. Got a bucket and an assist early here, because he's just so relentless attacking the basket.
SGA again pulls up to Shai, and he knocks it down right over Hachimura. As he read the defense well, he's got 2 more.
Once again, back-to-back good defense on Doncic.
Shai this time will drive, stops, create a little space, and then shows the touch on the step back. That is not an easy shot. Just over a minute to go here in the first. And Shai, a good defender on him. Long rangey defender. SGA with a spin. Got inside, and it finally drops in.
That is the hardest working man in basketball, folks.
Doncic passing out of those double teams. That time Reeves left it a little bit short. The Thunder with a $1:25 left to go. SGA trying to get some of it back with a 3, and drains it. They like here with the ball in the hands of SGA. Not getting any pressure from Reeves. He's going to make his move. Drives, pulls up, and connects. 2 more for SGA. One off the 3-point line initially. That's going to miss badly wide left.
And if you're the Thunder, you know, these are shots you want to take advantage of from the Lakers. And that's going to be 2 points right there. Yeah, once again, the Lakers are missing those 3s now. Opportunities are there for the Thunder to continue to cut into that deficit. Well, how about that, man? That's a crafty move by Shai. Stayed low and under control to get the Lakers to set up that zone.
SGA spins on Hayes, got underneath, and put enough spin on it. That's a pretty move from SGA. But ever since that 8-3 performance against the Knicks at the Garden, he has looked like a guy that every time he shoots it, it's going in. And Shai, every time he shoots it, you think it's going in.
Yeah, that's the hardest.
Well, he didn't make that shot there, but that's a shot that he's been relying on a lot over the last couple of years. As Joe got one off the 3-point line, SGA had the feet set, drills the 3.
And that's that kind of ball move.
20 plus in 71 straight. Continues to climb in that impressive category.
Yeah, just another solid afternoon for him with those. Did all that in just 30 minutes. And he played the 4th quarter. Could have added to that as well, but give the Lakers credit. They won the game this afternoon with some outstanding shooting from downtown.
Just a spectacular, beautiful day here in downtown Oklahoma City, with the fans all jazzed up and excited for the final regular season home game of the year, as Jalen Williams, the All-Star here in 2025 and leading MVP candidate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, once again take on former MVP LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and the Los Angeles Lakers, as the fans making their way through the concourse inside Paycom Center. The Thunder win the tip. I just want to say we have an incredible color scheme tonight, uniform-wise. We got the Lakers with their gold unis as SGA starts off things with a scoring of the 2. LeBron got the big body screen, but missed the floater. SGA trying to push, little hesitation, attacking on Reeves, goes left hand and scores in transition, and you see a little bit of that speed that Mark Daigneault was talking about, that he wanted to see. The Lakers shooting from the outside. The Lakers played with a lot more force, but he said they lacked focus, effort, execution. It needed to be better as they got outplayed for the majority of that game on Sunday. And SGA working his way down low yet again, getting both of them at the free throw line. Had to make some fundamental adjustments. Kenrich Williams on the drive of the baseline got all the way to the cup. Couldn't finish it, but Hartenstein trying to distribute. There's the cut from SGA off the trampoline for the jam.
That's good patience.
Here in the first quarter, picking up right where they left off on Sunday.
That is their total offense right now with that three-point line. And the Thunder continue to be within striking distance of the number.
Started 10 out of 12 on Sunday. SGA lowers the shoulder, got to his spot, much like the very first shot that he took in this game. Got it right around the restricted area.
When you talk about the paint points, that's really been something that the Thunder can continue to build on throughout the ball game.
SGA not in the paint, but the step back right over Doncic. And a score in Vincent, who's got the last 5 for LA.
Look at all the gold shirts looking at Shai as he's trying to find a way to get inside that painted area. You know what?
And the Lakers have just kept coming. Been able to maintain the confidence with all of that shooting from the outside. SGA breaking down the defense. Nobody there to slow him down. Good.
Just not going to get away with, playing solid defense on him too much.
Shai using those screens, steps back straight away, and SGA buries it from downtown. A much needed Hayes now with 7 points. In what has been a plus 13 third quarter for LA. SGA sheds one, left hand, and the putback followed his own miss.
Wow. A lot of contact. This is cannot. You wonder what playoff basketball is like, folks? You got it right here.
Shai, Vanderbilt's been on him all night long, wants to step back, and nails the step back.
In crunch time.
Just that extra ball pressure. James, SGA wants that fadeaway in the mid-range. Silky smooth for SGA once again. His last. And he got a 9-point lead thanks to this 12-3 run. And the ball in the hands of the leading MVP candidate. Looking for a little more. Yes, from the outside. Another three. This is going to be the 51st victory by 10 or more points, which is the most in NBA history. They do it against the Los Angeles Lakers. And what'll be a 136-120 final. A game that the Thunder had to grind through at times. The offense in the first half and then the finishing fourth quarter to take down the Lakers. Well, they played only 3 times on the season, but the final one is an OKC win. For win number 65 on the season, and one that got stamped by another 42-point game from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Shai, your team does not flinch. Tell me about how that factored in tonight.
Yeah, we fight. Like, we obviously got whooped last game, left a bad taste in our mouth. We can't get whooped twice in a row. That's not our identity. That's not who we are. We come back and we fight. That's what we did tonight. We fought a little bit harder than we did last game, and we got a good result because of it.
With that fight comes passion. Tell me what it felt like out on the floor in that fourth quarter as you took this one away.
Yeah, it felt good. Crowd was behind us. We were getting stops. That's what it's always about for us. That's what it's always about with us. Like, offense is going to go up and down. Basketball's a game of runs, but when we get stops, we give ourselves a chance to make shots, miss shots, get hot, get cold. It doesn't matter. If we get stops and they don't score, we'll be all right.
You had a chance to talk to this crowd before the game. How good did it feel to send them off with a victory here on the homestand?
Yeah, they deserve it. All the support they've given us all year. It was only right that we won our last regular season game at home. Now, hopefully, we have a lot of more home games left. With them behind us, it should be fun.
Congrats on the hard-fought win, Shai.
Appreciate it.
Shaq, I would like you to do the honors if you would. Would you announce? And you can put your mic down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll use my mic to let you make the announcement.
The key MVP belongs to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well done. Thank you very much. And so,
well deserved.
Yes,
absolutely.
SGA At the age of 26, his first MVP award, he's finished 5th in the voting. He has finished 2nd in the voting last year, and this year, he's the MVP.
Wow, it's beautiful, man. I think, you know, when you look at it, he's been trending this direction since he came into the league. We played him in the playoffs when he was with the Clippers in 19, and you knew he'd be special. To reach this point, it's all the work that go in, and he does it.
And he is ready to talk to us just moments after the announcement was made. And SGA, Ernie Johnson here with Shaq and Charles and Kenny and Draymond Green. And we congratulate you, number one. Nice going, very happy for you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, fellas.
So who was with you when you got the news?
My teammates behind me, my family, my wife, my son, my brother, my close ones. Yeah, the group of people that helped me get here.
Look, you've finished 5th before, you finished 2nd last year. How much did you actually think about it when it came down and everybody's talking about, well, it's 1-2 with you and Joker? How much did you allow yourself to think about the possibility of being the MVP?
Yeah, you try so hard throughout the season to like not think about it and just worry about playing basketball and getting better and trying to win games. But as a competitor and as a kid dreaming about the game, it's always in the back of your mind. And I'm very thankful to be this side of the ballot. But none of it's possible without the guys behind me. The amount of games we won and the fashion that we won the games is so impressive, and it's probably the main reason why I get the award. So without them, it's not possible.
Shai, Shaq here. I took a lot of flack last year for saying you should have won it last year, and I felt you got robbed last year. So being that I said that, did you have some animosity towards the voters last year and say, you know what, I'm going to show the world that I'm the greatest player in the NBA?
To be honest with you, I use it as motivation. There's voters every year. That will never change. And last year, all it meant was that more people thought I shouldn't have won than should have won. And this year, I wanted to change the narrative and have it flipped. And I think I did a good job of that, and that's why I get the award.
Shai, Draymond, congratulations. Just wanted to ask you, I see a couple years ago, you've been there since 2019 trade. You came there from the Clippers. And a couple years ago, it started to seem that you had turned that corner and was becoming a 28, 30 a night guy. And the team was still kind of coming along. And there started to be a little chatter on like, man, is it time for Shai to force his way out of there, force himself to a situation where he could compete for a championship level? Never heard an inkling to come from you. You embraced it the entire time. Just talk to me about that journey of drafting guys, growing with guys, and then you kind of being the old head there and showing your guys the way to go and finally getting to this point.
Yeah, I always like to focus on the things that I can control. And I think that's how I got to this point. So all the chit chatter and what's going on in the league, I have no control over. So I just try to keep my head down, work super hard, and the guys around me do the same thing. And it made it easy to grow, easy to get to this point because of that. And I think that mentality is gonna help us keep growing in the future.
You know, firstly, congratulations, Shai. Great award. You know, we got two guys who've actually won the award up here with Shaquille and Charles, and then myself and Draymond have been teammates for guys who've won that award. And as a teammate, you know, we always felt that we were part of that. As you see your guys behind you, you know, in this journey, when you look back, there's probably 2 or 3 guys that you go, man, they've seen the best and they've seen the worst. And even, it's funny because Shai, when Akeem Olajuwon won the award, he made us take the award and hold it for him. And so, who are those guys that have seen you at your best and your worst that has gone through this journey? Some of the guys are new and some of the guys have been there for a longer time.
Yeah, to start, I'm gonna have to say Lou. Like Lou was with me my first year in OKC. So the last 6 years, he was on the team when we were winning 10 games a season to 25 games to 40 to now 68, 70. He's seen the best version of me, the worst version of me, the pissed off version of me, the happy version of me. We've been through thick and thin in the NBA, and to have him on the journey has been special.
And the last thing, look, we've seen a million post-game interviews with you guys this year, and it's never been this sedate. It's never been this quiet. These guys are usually all over you. Is this the way it was when you heard the word, too?
Yeah, they're keeping it tamed right now, but we'll go up here in a few minutes.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, happy for you.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you guys.
Congratulations.
So, without further ado, I introduce to you your 2024-25 Kia NBA Most Valuable Player, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay, I should have wrote something down. I would like to start this whole, I guess, speech with just thanking my teammates. Like, I can't say enough how much you guys mean to me, and not only as like a basketball player, but like as family. You guys, I know you guys know, like, we do everything together on and off the court. We go shopping, we eat. Like, you guys are really like my brothers, and I really mean that. And without you guys, none of this would be possible. And I want you guys to know, like, this award is your award too. So thank you guys so much. Then I would like to go to the organization from top to bottom: Clay, Sam, Coach, Donnie, to the equipment guys, to the weight room guys. You guys do an amazing job of allowing us as players to just enjoy basketball. And I don't think that gets enough credit. Like, we come in here, everything's laid out. All we have to do is play basketball and have fun and be kids. And I think that's why we've been able to grow the way we have. And thank you guys for that. And my people from back home. I have a crew in the summer: Mark, Devontae, Vince, Maurice, Sunday, the guys that I grew up with. They've worked tremendous hours with me in the summertime to help me get to this point, and without them, I would not be the player I am today. There's Nate Mitchell, who helps me in the summertimes, Nem in the summertimes. Without you guys and the rigorous training schedule and the dedication to my craft that you guys don't get to be a part of, I wouldn't be the player I am today as well. So thank you guys for that. I also would like to thank my brother, my twin, my best friend since I was 2 years old, since he came out the womb. Thank you for everything. My partner in crime through it all. My dad for putting the ball in my hands. My mother, if you guys, any of you guys know my mother, she's crazy. And I told her the other day that, like, I always thought she was insane until I had a child, and I understood exactly what she was saying and exactly what she meant. And I love the person that she's turned me and my brother into, and she is a big part of that. And then the one and only Haley Summers. Thank you. Sorry, I'm so dramatic. Haley Summers, thank you for everything you are for me, for our son Aries. You were the first person to show me what love really meant. What love really meant, what sacrifice really meant. And I can't wait to spend the rest of this journey called life with you. So thank you for everything. I wouldn't be the man I am, I wouldn't be the player I am, I wouldn't be the father I am without you, and thank you for that. So thank you, everybody. Woo.
So we will have Shai, if you want to step back up, please. Yeah, I know it's a little tough to transition.
Oh, I'm cooked.
Good luck with the first question here, guys. So if you want to raise your hand, we'll bring the mic
Hold
to
on,
you.
one more thing. Sorry.
You got it.
I got caught up in crying, and I forgot to mention my. Sorry, I got caught up in crying and forgot to mention my management crew. You guys have changed my life from the moment you stepped into it, and helped me really just go after what I want in life. And without you guys, like, the last couple of years is no fluke. Like, it's been as smooth as it is because of you guys, and thank you for that. So, all right, go ahead, Matt.
All right, got it.